fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going around the outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my God! Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go.
Oh no!
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
Welcome one, welcome all to Sim Speed TV and to Virtual Racing School. V8SCOPS, the Enduro season has reached its zenith. The season has reached its zenith for some of the drivers and spectators out there. It's the Bathurst 1000, the biggest race of the year for us here on Sim Speed TV and in the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. 161 laps of Mount Panorama will be coming up in about an hour's time. Right after we set the grid, of course. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman is alongside me, and Jay Kennedy is behind the scenes getting all of these pictures out to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Well, Dan, let's think about the track for the time being. What more can you say about Mount Panorama that hasn't already been said? We've gone through it a few times this weekend. Fact of the matter is, this is a legendary circuit, and this is one that every Australian sim racer knows like the back of their hand.
Yeah, they do indeed. Thank you for the introduction, Reese, and thank you to everyone joining us here this morning. If you're live with us across the SimSpeed Esports Network channels or elsewhere, thanks to the shares across all the teams who will be tuning in and sharing the broadcast today with us, or if you're joining us after the fact as well with the videos on demand across social media. And indeed, yeah, just coming back to that point here about the track race, you're not wrong, we have gone through this a couple of times, but I mean, yeah, the holy grail of Australian motorsport, 6.213 kilometres of what is mostly scenic drive roads, but great minds thinking back there. Yeah, Mayor Griffin back in the 1930s deciding that, well, just bend the plans a little bit here and there and make it all work out. So it happens to be one of the best racetracks in the world for good measure. And, well, of course, once upon a time it didn't have the chase and was the flat-out blast all the way from Forest Elwood to Murray's Corner, but I have to say the introduction to the chase, even if it is a recent introduction in the 1980s for the World Touring Car Championship, to be able to actually come and compete here as the Australian round, it certainly has become a consequential, important and valuable part of the circuit here at the mountain.
Yeah, that it has. It's one of the prime overtaking opportunities down there at the Chase, and it's also one of the most difficult corners to get right. It's also where you see some of the biggest crashes, and crashes are aplenty here at Mount Panorama. This race is going to be all about keeping it within your limits and making sure that you're not going into the wall, not taking damage, not taking other cars out as well as you. That's what we're going to have to think about here today. Well, before we go into the event proper, we'll take a look at the championship standings here and have a look at where the drivers stand coming into this round. Brady Myers still leading the championship. A little bit of a slight small dip in results recently, but he's managed to stay ahead of Jordan Ross for the drivers' championship lead with Andrew Dyson in 3rd place. What a fantastic run it's been for Andrew Dyson throughout this season and the Enduro Cup so far at Phillip Island and Imola. Wayne Burke and Jordan Ross, the leaders of the Synergy squad at the moment. Dan, Synergy Sim Racing has just been immense this year, haven't they?
They have indeed, and I think much sort of the opposite case of what we saw. Brady Myers has come out of the gate strong earlier this year and built up a solid opening phase to his season, and then, as I said, a little bit of a fade from the 22, whereas I feel like in the case of the Synergy Sim Racing squad, they've been slowly working away at things and then really pushing on here in this middle part as we come to the back half of the season. We also have the Endurance Cup standings to consider, starting, of course, with the Phillip Island 500 and the Imola 500 following that. We wrap things up for this 3-round mini-series today, and it is incredibly tight at the top of the sheets. Now, you might be wondering, where is the number 94 Synergy Sim Racing Boost Mobile Racing Erebus entry? The answer, they're not here in the top 10, Reese, has been the fact that the driver pairing for that lineup was meant to be Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki, but it has been Filsell and James Scott who have actually driven the car in these races so far. So they will continue to drive together, but it means that they were not eligible for the Endurance Cup points as a pairing, and therefore the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing entry of Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic there currently on top for the time being, but with so few points there between the top 3, let alone the other drivers inside the top 5, it is anyone's race to win today.
Absolutely is. Simply incredible. Well, a couple of things happened yesterday, and Dan, I wasn't here for them. Unfortunately, a personal issue meant I had to miss yesterday's broadcast of qualifying in the top 15 shootout, but something went very wrong for Jared Filsell here in the qualifying session, and ultimately this has resulted in him being disqualified from qualifying and also getting 2 penalties, which means the number 94 is going to start at the back of the grid for today's Bathurst 1000. Just talk us through what happened here.
Indeed, we saw there a horrendous run through turn number 1 for Filsell, and here you can see aborts the lap, pulling to the left side of the track, does not get out of the way. Jake Maloney, driving the number 29 during qualifying, attempts to carry the speed through the cutting, takes out the number 88 Brenton Hobson. Josh Anderson gets into the rear of Filsell there. It takes out Cory, Shepard, as well as Brady Myers and Wayne Burke. Ethan Grigold, the sole car to get through that carnage, but as a result of deliberations from the race control team, indeed, the failure to get out of the way sufficiently from the 94 was a penalty there as well. Penalty to the car, to Maloney in the 29 as well. That car has been sent to the rear of grid for intentional contact. It was deemed by race control for driving into the back of Filsell there at the kink turn 3, and same for the pairing of Josh Anderson and Madison Down aboard the TTR number 1. It was deemed they failed to take evasive action through the exit of turn 4 there and made intentional contact with the 94 that was up against the fence there on the exit of the cutting. And so that is the qualifying controversy, but there was also shootout controversy. We'll get to that later on because we have 50 cars to walk you through, and they start as follows. That number 94 race of Jared Filsell and James Scott has been sent all the way to the back of the grid. It's a long race today though, and we know these guys are fast. They will be in contention, I'm sure, if they can keep their nose clean in the opening half of the race.
Yep, indeed. Jared Filsell has had 7 starts to the Bathurst 1000, and he has won it twice. He's gotten podiums just about every other time he's raced. The only other time, the only time he hasn't finished in the top 3 was back in 2015, where he finished 12th with Bo Cattell, and 2020, where he finished 29th with Kyle George. So definitely something to be said about Jared Filsell's talent here. He also holds lap records at this place as well. But 2016 and 2019 is where he won. James Scott also incredibly successful there. Jake Maloney and Emily Jones will start the number 29 TTR Ford Mustang from 49th. Of course, a penalty coming in for Maloney. And I got to say, this is a pretty strong pairing regardless, because Maloney, we've already seen how many good results he's gotten in the past. And Emily Jones, a bit of a dark horse talent here in V8SCOPS. She's been there and thereabouts in the top 10 from time to time when she's competed, Dan.
Yeah, that is very true indeed. They've got over 200 starts between them in V8SCOPS competition. And Jake Maloney does have a race win back in 2015 here at the mountain with Sam Sutton to his name. So keep your eyes on him. He's also picked up other wins elsewhere along the way. And then the third car, as we said, disqualified from qualifying results. The number 1 Trans-Tasman Racing entry, your defending Bathurst 1000 champions, Madison Down and Josh Anderson. Another strong pairing, 184 V8SCOPS starts between them. Madison Down, 151 of those, the second of all drivers across the history of V8SCOPS. Also the second most wins as any driver, 33 to Madison's name so far. And also a 3-time defending champion. Dame Warren was his co-driver in 2020 when he took that 1000 out as well, and has only missed the race in 2014 and 2016. And well, Josh Anderson, his Bathurst 1000 and SCOPS numbers aren't as huge, but certainly has been a driver who can deliver the pace. And well, that car would have been potentially on the front row today if things hadn't gone a bit awry during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, a real shame there for Madison Down and Josh Anderson. Madison Down, of course, making a return to V8SCOPS after an extended break with E-Series commitments. Congratulations on his results over there. Evolution Racing Team, Brad Ryan and Dan Hall are going to start the 923 out of P47. And Brad Ryan, if you want a veteran of Australian sim racing, then he is your man. He only had... there's only 23 starts here between these two in V8SCOPS proper, but Brad Ryan has been very active in the Australian V8 community ever since the early 2010s, racing back for TTL Esports. In fact, Brad Ryan has won V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 result with Mitchell Sealak. 2017 is when he raced, and they finished 37th. And Dan Hall is making his debut.
He is indeed. Unfortunately, we didn't see this car in qualifying yesterday, Reese. So they are starting from the rear, towards the rear of the grid. They're also going to be joined by fellow ERT stablemates, number 21 ERT machine with Marcelo Rivera and Bailey Frid co-driving that car out of 46th place for this one here. 15 starts for Rivera in V8SCOPS, 2 at the Bathurst 1000. We're hoping to get a slightly better result on the board, as unfortunately last year it was P26 for Rivera with Ben Rothberg, and Bailey Frid, 20 starts in SCOPS. Bathurst 1000 in 2020 was P25 with Brad Vaughan. They'll certainly be hoping to make their way forward today, but they're going to have their work cut out for them, and will hopefully turn their history both personally around today.
Absolutely. 45th place is one of the first actual lap times we see on the grid at 204.9 for Damien Cairns and Greg Favell in the Taipan Esports number 14. The Taipan Esports is relatively new to V8SCOPS. This is only the first year or so that they've been in the championship, but they've certainly shown that they have what it takes to fill out the field and get some good results along the way, and very striking cars as well. There's only 4 V8SCOPS starts between Cairns and Favell, and Gregory Favell has gotten a couple of V8SCOPS starts himself. This is basically the debut for these guys at the Bathurst 1000 this year.
It is indeed. First time out on the mountain. They have had a couple of runs this year, and so far looking to improve on mid-30s so far in the Endurance Cup campaign. P44 current for this morning's race, the 307 Fishy Motorsports entry of David Kirby, Michael Whiting lining up at the end of that 22nd row. likewise, another team that's somewhat inexperienced in V8 SCOPS at this stage. Both Kirby and Whiting, 4 starts as individuals to their name so far, looking to try and improve on mid-20s placings they've been able to achieve so far this year. It is going to be their first time out for both of them here on the mountain in the V8 SCOPS 1000.
Moving on to 43rd place on the grid, it's the 9.5 Sim Sport car, Ben Morris and Craig Schultz. Magnificent to see the form that 9.5 Sim Sports has had so far this year. They've got 6 V8 SCOPS starts for Ben Morris and 4 for Craig Schultz. They have not raced in the V8 SCOPS Bathurst 1000 so far. This is their debut for both Morris and Schultz. Will be interesting to see what they can do, Dan.
Yep, we look forward to see what they can do indeed. The 134 Synergy Sim Racing entry starting out at position number 42 today. It's Matthew Brunt and Cameron Veacock sharing the car. 14 starts between them, 1 start last year in the Bathurst 1000 for Brunt. Unfortunately for them, it was a P47 finish with Stephen Kokoschke, and looking to try and do a little bit better this year. Currently looking at results that have been in the back half of the field for both drivers, but they have not yet raced together, or at least if they did, their results at Phillip Island, unfortunately, not quite what they were hoping for. So we'll see if they can make their way forward from 42nd today over the course of the race.
42nd for the 134, and the 44 starts 41st. It is Alex Court and Scott Barton in the After Dark Sim Racing entry. Very interesting livery there. They've got a special sponsor, Tree Minded, on the side of the car for the Bathurst 1000. It is a 2022 debut for both of these drivers, but for Alex Court, his best individual result is 26th place at the Motegi round, and for Scott Barton, his best finish is 39th. Unfortunately, not a good run for him at the Imola Enduro this year with Alex Court. So we'll have to wait and see how these guys go. It's a lot of unknowns in this field this year.
Yeah, getting up to P40 on the grid here. The 091 Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic entry of Vincent Skilbeck and Jason Bentz. Currently got a handful of starters for Skilbeck this year so far, and also did race previously at the mountain in 2020 with Bentz, unfortunately finishing back in 38th place there, but has gotten into the mid-20s as an individual this year, has Skilbeck. Jason Bentz has up 38 starts to his name and has been racing many years at the Bathurst 1000. Actually, only exceptions to his results have been in 2014 and 2019, where he did not start the race, and has a top 10 to his name back in 2015 with Michael Hammond. Has been a while since he's been able to have that kind of success, Reese, but who knows, maybe Jason can bring back some of that old magic and push forward from P40 today.
Yeah, indeed. Bentz is a bit of a veteran himself. Moving on to P39, it is the second of our Fishy Motorsports cars, and a bit more of a conventional livery that hasn't been inspired by a 1980s car. Michael Angus and Matt Whitaker are both making their Bathurst 1000 debut this time round, and these guys finished 36th at the Imola Enduro. That's their best finish so far in this competition. Good to see that Fishy Motorsports has brought out some good representation here today. 39th can be the path to just about anywhere on this grid.
It can indeed. They're sharing that row with still the Wheelie Bins car in P40, but ahead of them on the 19th row, P38. It's going to be the Pursuit Sim Racing 155 entry of Jamie Stovall and Teo Sorono. These two guys are currently looking to try and make some moves forward. 14 starts for Stovall as individual, and actually got as close as 13th place in Imola 2020 when he was with Tom Freer, was with Pursuit Sim Racing back then, and has 2 starts in the Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately, a bit of a mixed bag with a P20 in 2019. Unfortunately, P48 back in 2020 for Stovall. Teo Sorono, so far, hasn't done many SCOPS races. 2 to his name so far all time, and well, they came 22nd at Imola last time out, this pairing. That is also Teo's best result in a SCOPS race so far. So a little bit further back than they might like, I think, at this stage for this pairing. but we'll see if they've got what it takes to look after the car and make their way forward, like so many others here at this half of the field race.
Moving up the field a little, it is the Americans down under entry to US statesmen Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus. Adam Blocker's had a few V8SCOPS starts to his name, 8 to be exact. His best finish in solo races is 20th back at the Silverstone round in 2019. And Adam has one Bathurst 1000 start to his name. He finished 30th with Craig Jones in 2019. Philip Kraus, though, it's his Bathurst 1000 debut. And his best finish so far was the 25th place that this car got back at Imola.
P36 to start this race off goes to the 027 Synergy Sim Racing machine with Jamie McKnight and Christian Smart. 29 starts for McKnight with an all-time best of 13th place at the Imola 500 in 2019 with Cooper Webster. Bathurst 5 starts so far for Jamie across his career from 2017 onwards. Unfortunately, best finish, I should say, was back in 2018 with Webster, P15 in that year. In the years since, unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to achieve the same results. Christian Smart, a little bit less experience on the race count, 12 starts to his name for this one, or overall in V8SCOPS, I should say. P15, though, at Road America in 2020, season finale race there, certainly can deliver in solo driver events. 2 starts in the Bathurst 1000 for Smart, P22 in 2019 and P44 in 2021. We'll see if he can sort of get closer towards those 20s as we saw in years previous there.
Moving up, we get to the first of our analytical Race on Oz cars. Race on Oz has been a team that has been absolutely magnificent in this series. Just in terms of longevity, they've been here for a very long time, and they brought some drivers through that have gone on to race for some of the biggest teams in Australian sim racing. This one's driven by Wallace and Blackburn, and both of these guys have plenty of Bathurst 1000 experience. Justin has competed the last 3 years running at Bathurst, and Tyler Blackburn has been here since 2017. Best finish for Blackburn is 14th in 2020, and it is the same for Justin Wallace. And they've got 20 and 30 V8SCOPS solo starts respectively.
Well, another pairing debuting at the Bathurst 1000 here in V8SCOPS. Jamie Dyke and Blake Delaney lining up in the 080 for the next of our Fishy Motorsports entries, and once again also presenting a tribute paint here today. 8 starts as both drivers for individuals as well as other endurance races so far, so they have some experience here in the field. P13 for Delaney at Interlagos this year, and P16 in the Phillip Island 500. The 2 drivers together was Jamie Dyke's best result so far, but let's see what they can do when it comes to getting around the mountain, starting out of 34th today.
33rd is going to be a car that we're very familiar with by this point, the Banter Alliance Racing Machine, number 427. The 427 is usually driven by James Chastanerf, and we've usually seen him in a Mustang, but he's driving a Commodore with Andrew Ritchie this time around. 204.2, the time set by these guys, and this is yet another Bathurst 1000 debut. But James Chastanerf, we've seen, has been an incredibly good driver when it comes to Split 2, always been competing up the top. He's made a couple of top split starts as well. He's got 21st place at Interlagos and Long Beach last year. Andrew Ritchie, meanwhile, his best V8SCOPS result was at Donington, 28th place, and he also finished 28th with Jason Fewens at the Phillip Island Enduro this year.
They did indeed. 32nd place on the grid today goes to the next of our analytical race on Ozcars, the number 04 with Luke Mitchinson and Benjamin Smith aboard the car today. 12 starts as in V8SCOPS competition for Mitchinson, looking to improve on P11 at the Phillip Island 500 this year, his best finish, which was with Smith. So this co-driver pairing clearly has some good synergy, but they're going to have their work cut out if they want to get up near the top 10 today, staying back in P32. It's only Mitchinson's second start at the Bathurst 1000 as well for good measure. First time out was with Andrew Mogridge last year. Ben Smith, 31 starts to his name, looking to try and also get back towards the top 10, as he previously did so in 2018 with Thomas Hines. 3 starts total at the 1000 so far for Smith in that 04 machine.
Starting 31st place, we come across the first of our Pursuit Sim Racing entries, Rob Carmichael and Zach Ski. And these guys, their best pairing result is 18th at Phillip Island this year, a couple of rounds ago. But both of these drivers are once again making their debut at the Bathurst 1000. We've already seen that Carmichael and Ski in other V8SCOPS races and other series that we broadcast on SimSpeed TV, they have shown that they have quite a bit of talent under their belt. They'll be on the back foot starting off a P31, but I can't wait to see what they can do.
Well, indeed. They're actually the second Pursuit Sim Racing car.
Oh, yes.
Already talked about.
My apologies.
Yeah, indeed. Jamie Stovall and Teo Serrano further on back. But that's okay, Reese. I thought I'd just point that one out. But moving forward to P number 30. It's going to be the PPS High Octane Racing 087 entry of Brady Baldwin and Matty Jones to share the car. They are relatively new to V8SCOPS competition. 5 starts each as individuals and looking to try and push forward. Both drivers having had personal best results around the P20 mark. 21st for Baldwin this year at Donington twice, 18th for Jones at Sonoma this year. But crucially, both drivers are debutants this year at the mountain for the Bathurst 1000. We'll see, hopefully, if they can shake off any new first-time nerves here today and press forward from P30.
P29 is the number 9, the ANZ Motorsports Jinx Shifters Mustang, Ben Christensen and Aaron Gilbert. This is a very interesting pairing, this one. Christensen has usually been seen manning the safety car in the V8SCOPS Support Series, and Aaron Gilbert has seen a couple appearances in the safety car during V8SCOPS Supports as well. But crucially, Aaron Gilbert is the reigning V8SCOPS Supports V8s champion, the series that we run with the old Australian touring cars. He's certainly a talented one. Ben Christensen is as well. These drivers are going to be starting out at P39. It's Aaron Gilbert's first V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 start. Ben already has 2 under his belt. His best result was 13th in 2020 with Kobe Jones.
E number 28. We'll go to the 632 simrigs.com DPR machine. Now, it is Riley Bilson and Daniel Misdale to take the wheel of this car this year. Bilson, 4 stars as an individual in V8SCOPS over the course of the past 2 years. And did a run at the 1000 last year with Dylan O'Shea. Unfortunately for those two, it was a P45 finish at the mountain for that pairing back then. So Bilson's certainly going to hope to try and have a better one this year. Misdale, 10 starts as an individual and looking to try and get back to some form such as a P10 in 2020 with Robin Kirk. Although, unfortunately for Misdale, things did not quite go as well last year. It was the second start for him at the mountain after going P10 in 2020. Unfortunately, P51 with Kirk. So, new pairing for Misdale. Let's see if they've got the synergy to hook things up here today and make their way forward.
Yes, we'll see how the Synergy Sim Racing cars go later on, but we're going to move forward to 27th, the Lobs Falcon Esports number 53. Brad Newman and Dean O'Brien, 2 very familiar names, and Dean O'Brien is a driver that I've seen many times over the years. He's actually from long in the past. Dean first was there for the first V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. No, actually, my apologies. Yes, he was there at the 1000 in 2014. He was the very first one, where he finished 18th with Dylan Shepard. But I'll tell you what, an interesting stat about this car. Both Brad Newman and Dean O'Brien have gotten their best Bathurst 1000 finishes with the same driver, Wayne Burke. Brad Newman finished 10th in 2019 with Burke, and Dean O'Brien got a top 5 in 2017 with Wayne Burke. So let's see if some of that Burkey energy can transition into this result.
That is curious to note there indeed. Well, hopefully they can bring some of that magic together. Now they're paired up for today. P26, is going to have the 209 Team Jinx shifters of Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinz today, starting out of that grid spot. 87 starts for Loxton in V8SCOPS competition, 4 times here at the mountain, and looking to improve and see if he can match something akin to what he achieved in 2018. P7 with Griffin Gardner back then. Has paired up with Thomas Hinz for the past 3 years running, and a PB between this pairing of 18th place in 2020. Hinzy, likewise, fairly experienced as an individual, 73 starts in V8SCOPS, and has done the past 4 Bathurst 1000s in a row, and a P10 in 2018 with Ben Smith, his best. So hoping to try and look forwards from 26 today.
Moving forward to P25, it's going to be the Send It Sim Sports entry of Christopher Ireland and Bruce DeCarvalho. They've set a 2:03.894, and I think it's a pretty good result for that car. Ireland, pretty new to V8SCOPS, as is Bruce, and we'll see how these guys go, starting out of 25th position. Certainly a striking livery there, almost looks neon with that nice shade of blue.
It does indeed. We are reminded that Bruce DeCarvalho has actually run at V8SCOPS previously, but it hasn't raced here since 2014. So it's been quite some time, but welcome back, Bruce, to the mountain and V8SCOPS competition. We hope to see how they go today. Starting out of 24th place as we continue our march forwards, it's going to be the WK and P Sim Sports entry of Blake Warboys and Harrison Dengate. These boys have done quite well indeed this year, both individually and as a co-driver pairing. They've not many starts to their name, a total of 12 between them, Reese, but with P7 at the Phillip Island 500 this year, even though they last year at the mountain, P27 together was their one and only start so far. I think watch out for these boys to be able to make their way forward if the pace we've seen as individuals and at Phillip Island is anything to go by so far this year as a marker of their improvement as drivers individually.
Indeed, look out for those guys. And also look out for these two, starting out of P23. 2 V8SCOPS veterans for Trans-Tasman Racing, Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis. They've been present every season so far, but we've missed Stenberg from Bathurst in 2018 and Ellis from Bathurst in 2015 and 2019. But they've done every other Bathurst 1000 so far. As a driver pairing in the Enduros, they've been together since 2020, and they have run the gamut when it comes to teammates. Stenny has raced with Jake Burton, with Matthew Ross Munro, with Sam Blacklock, with Emily Jones as well. Ellis has raced with Madison Down, Michael Healy and Kurt Stenberg, and Ellis is the driver with a podium at Bathurst to his name. At the first ever V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, he finished 3rd driving with Madison Down. Stenny, meanwhile, finished 9th in 2019 with Emily Jones. In terms of solo results, Ellis and Stenberg, they're very good. They both finished 2nd before. 2nd at Watkins Glen 2014, the 2nd ever round of V8SCOPS for Lee Ellis, and Sebring 2020, Kurt Stenberg finished 2nd there as well.
Well, from an experienced pairing of Stenberg and Ellis, P22 on the grid for today's race is the 9.5 SimSport number 952 of Mitch Campbell and Hayden Sell. And, well, if there was ever a race you wanted to debut at, this might be the one, perhaps, if it's not too much of a nerve-wracker. It is Mitch Campbell's first start in V8SCOPS competition. And, well, Hayden Sell, 5 starts to his name in SCOPS as an individual, looking to improve on P26 he was able to achieve at Sebring earlier this year. And, well, they've got a decent position to make their way forward, but going to be a long day that they'll have to make sure they're careful to keep that nose clean.
Indeed, moving on forward, meanwhile, to P21, the TriStar Racing entry of Blake Neck and Sam Muir, car 380, with some pretty good experience in this one. Blake Neck is a very quick driver. We've seen him get some magnificent results in the Majors series. He's got 14 V8SCOPS starts to his name. Sam Muir, though, it's his debut race here, full stop, in V8SCOPS. So some experience versus no experience so far. But Blake Neck, his best finish has been 21st in 2017 with Scott Larnack when they were driving for Evolution Racing Team.
E20 on the grid today is going to go to the 017 Premier Racing Team machine of Brian Borg and Rick Kuznetsov, one of our other teams, to embrace a bit of a retro theme for today's action here with this lovely throwback to the Dick Johnson paints of old. Borgie, 75 V8 SCOPS as an individual, coming off the back of P2 last year, where he was partnered with Cory Shepard for that race. This will be his 7th Bathurst 1000 start, only missed out on 2014 and 2018 has Borg. Rick Kuznetsov, a little bit less experienced in V8 SCOPS competition, 16 individual starts, but has 2 top 5s to his name this year at Interlagos and the Red Bull Ring so far, respectively. 1 start at the Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately, it was a P40 finish last year with Sebastian Tixier, so Kuznetsov certainly hoping to keep a result in and around this part of the grid, if not further up from here.
Indeed. Well, we move on to the Drop Bear Motorsports entry. Robbie Gibbs and Matt Bowler with the Beyond Blue partnership for Drop Bear Motorsports. P19 for these guys. And Robbie Gibbs, it's his first Bathurst start here. He did manage to finish in 5th at Donington, which is a pretty good result for a driver who's still new to this series. Matthew Bowler, meanwhile, it's again his Bathurst 1000 debut, finished 12th at Donington earlier this year with 4 starts to his name. So we'll see how things go. 7 starts and 4 starts respectively for Gibbs and Bowler. This is going to be a car to watch.
I sure hope so indeed. Fingers crossed to my boys there in the number 2 machine. Starting just ahead of them in P18 will be the next of the Evolution Racing Team cars, number 84 of Sebastian Flock and Scott Gamble. Seb, 15 starts as individual, looking to improve on a P8 finish at Donington this year, his best in SCOPS so far. This is his 2nd start at the Bathurst 1000, 36th place with David Kinnaman last year when he was at Pursuit Sim Racing, certainly in a position to make better grounds. And Scotty Gamble, well, it's been a while since we've, he's been racing this endurance campaign, but took a break from sim racing. Good to have Scott back this year. And 6 starts in V8 SCOPS, personal best of P12 back in at the Phillip Island 500 in 2020. At Bathurst, though, unfortunately, not quite as well so far on his numbers. His 2nd start today after finishing 46th, a retirement in 2019 when he was partnered with Matthew Norris.
Moving on to what should be the youngest driver pairing in the field, the Phoenix Racing Team, number 79 entry of Rayan Leonage, who is the youngest driver in the field at, as far as we know, just 12 years old, driving with Dylan Pereira. These guys were on board for a potential podium, potentially, at Imola before internet issues took them out, and their best finish so far is 23rd in the Enduros at Phillip Island, but Rayan Leonage definitely made his debut brilliantly with a 6th place at Sonoma earlier this year in a solo round. This is definitely going to be a team to watch. I'll be keeping an eye on these guys for every lap that they're out there.
Absolutely indeed. Unfortunately, their Phillip Island result was mired by a bit of technical issue, so we know they've got good pace, and P17 not a bad start for that one. Then up to another pairing with some solid experience. The next of our Team Jinx Shifters machines, the 208 of Chris Coxhead and Henry King. Both drivers here have started every V8 SCOPS Bathurst 1000 to date. That makes this their 9th outing since the start of this event. For Coxhead, it's 88 starts since from V8 SCOPS all-time history. Finished P3 in 2016 here at the mountain with Liam Wilde. So potentially hoping to try and replicate some of that magic this year. We'll see. Henry King, 34 starts in V8 SCOPS all time. P5 in 2014 with Bo Cattell, his best finish all time. So both those drivers know what it's like to be up towards the front of the field. They're going to have their work cut out if they want to make that a possibility today, though.
Indeed. Now we move to another pairing that isn't as experienced as others in the field. 15th place for the Evolution Racing team, number 96, Chad Lewis. This is a rookie drive from him. It's his V8SCOPS debut, full stop. Rainer Costello made his debut earlier this year. He's got 7 starts to his name, but he's shown great skill. He finished 10th in the solo round at Mosport earlier this year, and also got 10th at Phillip Island with Brad Ryan sharing that car with him. So let's see what these guys can do starting in the top 15. These guys made it into the shootout.
Not quite, actually.
Not quite,
Reece.
no.
Indeed, we do have a couple of cars that are starting inside the top 15 who, due to the other penalties issued, didn't quite make the shootout yesterday evening. One of those cars is here starting out of P14, the simracing.com DPR number 41 entry of Andrew Dyson and Philip Wardy. 51 starts at Dyson all time, with a personal best finish of 5th at Spa in 2020. It's his 3rd Bathurst 1000 start here in Scops. Unfortunately, P23 his best so far with Adam Briggs last year. So 3rd time running for this car. You would hope to think that he can make his way forward this year. Philip Wardy, 14 starts all time in V8SCOPS. P5 for him as well, his personal best back at VIR in 2020 also. 2 starts to wall his name in the Scops 1000. P37 in 2020 with Darren Lobb, his best finish. Didn't race last year, so has been a year's hiatus for Wally personally. But hopefully some decent form from these two this year. Hopefully a chance to set up for this race today.
Synergy Sim Racing, number 25. Kenneth Latter and Kobe Jones are going to start out of P13 2030 their lap. And, well, they've got a few starts to their name between them. 44 starts for Kenneth Latter, and his best finish was a top 10 last time out at Bathurst with this pairing. This is going to be pretty fantastic, actually. Sean Linsell was the driver that Latter was driving with at Bathurst last year. 3 starts to his name. Kobe Jones, meanwhile, he's got 29 Bathurst 1000 starts, and he finished 6th at the Solo Belle Isle round in 2020. 2 Bathurst 1000 starts to his name. Last year, he was 21st with Hayden Veld, and in 2020, Jones was 13th with Ben Christensen. Another pairing to watch, this one.
Yeah, I think that one will be one to watch indeed. Good speed from Kobe Jones in particular. Now we get to our shootout drivers who, well, penalties still applied for some of these cars, but they were sent to the back of the top 15 for further penalties as previously noted so far. So the first car that we see from this shootout ranks is Wayne Burke and Tom Freer in the Synergy Sim Racing number 89. Next of our cars getting behind a bit of a retro theme for this one here. And, well, when it comes to an experienced pairing, there are few that meet that criteria. Wayne Burke, 110 all-time V8SCOPS starts, 5 Bathurst 1000 starts, including that. Did win, has won twice, pardon me, in 2018 and 2022. Both times at Interlagos, interestingly there for Burkey. Personal best was P5 in 2017 with Dean O'Brien here at the Mountain, and P11 last year with Tom Freer. So looking to go at least one better to get into the top 10, you'd think, this year. Tom Freer, 51 all-time starts in V8SCOPS. Got P3 at the IMLA 500 this year with Berkey. That was his all-time best. 2 starts at the Mountain, and P11 last year with Berkey once again, as I just mentioned before, is also his personal best so far. So is 3 times the charm for Tom Freer, at least, to break into the top 10 here at the Mountain.
Moving to one of our simrigs.com DPR Mustangs, Darren Lobb and Dylan O'Shea, a pairing that we've seen quite a bit in solo rounds this season. 16 starts for Darren Lobb, 17 starts for Dylan O'Shea, and for Lobb and O'Shea, they finished 11th at Imola, which is a fantastic result for them. Lobb also finished 11th at Motegi. Meanwhile, Dylan O'Shea, his best result is 5th at Donington this year in a solo top split round. So O'Shea definitely with some excellent pace behind him. You can say the same with Darren Lobb too.
P number 10 on the grid for today is going to go to the 033 Synergy Sim Racing entry, Damien Johnson and Fauzan El Nabi. All-time start number 50 for Damien Johnson here at the Bathurst 1000 today. And well, cracking that half century at the mountains, a pretty good way to go about it. P5 at Imola this year with Fauzan is his best result all time so far. It'll be his third Bathurst 1000 start as well. And currently, in a row, well, 22nd place both in 2019 with Christian Smart and 2021 with Aaron Lee. Certainly now in a good place to make improvements on that statistic here for Johnstone. Fauzan El Nabi, in the meantime, 94 starts all time so far and 5 race wins, including one here at the mountain in 2018 with Ross Rizzo. Be his 6th Bathurst 1000 start as well. Missed out last year, otherwise ran 2016 through 2020 inclusive. And after winning in 2018, he almost backed it up. P2 in 2019 with Brady Myers. Certainly hoping, you'd think, to get back towards some of that winning form there for El Nabi and bring Johnson forward with him today.
Absolutely. We move on to Synergy Sim Racing, the 888 with Luke Rosella and Hayden Veld behind the wheel of this one. 13 and 12 starts respectively, and Luke Rosella has certainly shown that he's got incredible pace this year. He got a podium at Sonoma earlier in 2022. In terms of Bathurst 1000s, though, his best finish is 29th in 2021, driving with Michael Schreier. Veld got a top 10 at Interlagos earlier this year, so another driver who has great potential to get fantastic results, and finished 21st in the Bathurst 1000 last year, driving with Kobe Jones. A lot of chopping and changing for driver pairings over the years here, but well, 888 has certainly had a good record at Bathurst in the real world. Let's see how it translates to the sim world.
Indeed. Eyes on that car later on today. Next to the Synergy Sim Racing drivers, pairings starting out at P8. It's number 143 machine of Jordan Ross and Adam Briggs. 108 starts to Ross and 1 win to his name, and it was here at the mountain in 2019 with Jared Philstell. It'll be his 7th start at the mountain specifically as well in the 1000, coming off the back of P4 in 22 last year with Jackson Susan Harlow. So I think good place to potentially start that car out of. And with Adam Briggs having 50 starts in all time to his name, P3 at the Phillip Island 500 this year with J. Ross, and an individual P3 at Motegi this year as well. Briggsy is certainly pushing towards the front of the field, it would seem. It'll be his 3rd start in the 1000, coming off the back of 23rd with Andrew Dyson last year. Watch out for these guys to be in it at the end, I dare suggest.
Yeah, I would expect them to be there as well. Hopefully we see these guys towards the end as well. 2 V8SCOPS veterans in the form of Brenton Hobson and Michael Schreier in the Smith & Sons number 88 car. 7th place start for these guys. And wow, I mean, looking at these guys' past results, it's absolutely fantastic to see. Brenton Hobson finished 2nd twice at Sonoma in 2018 behind Fauzan El Nabi. That's his best solo result. But the pairing of Hobson and Schreier, they drove together in 2018 at Bathurst and they finished 4th. So there's so much potential for these guys going forward. I can't wait to see what Hobbo and Schreier will be able to do.
Eyes on the SSR cars. They're well represented in the top 10, 7th through 10th to be precise. Now getting into the top 3 rows of the grid. Next to our 9.5 SimSport entries of Sean McNamara and Dylan Rudd, starting today's race out of P6. It'll be McNamara's 14th start all time in V8SCOPS today, coming off the back of P5 for the Phillip Island 500 this year. His best result, that was with Dylan Rudd as well. So this co-driver pairing, I think, will be one to watch. Unfortunately for McNamara, last time out was unfortunately a retirement in the pairing with Aaron Dodd last year. So certainly looking to turn things around for himself personally at the mountain today. Dylan Rudd, 22 starts all time in SCOPS so far. A P5 finish at the island this year, also his personal best. And second time at the mountain also, but he last raced in 2020 when he finished 16th place with David Kinman.
Moving on to Trans-Tasman Racing number 22. This is the championship leading car in terms of the drivers. Brady Myers, our championship leader, and sharing this car with Ethan Warren. These guys have 105 and 70 V8SCOPS starts respectively, and they both have 3 wins on the board. Myers' wins came Most Sport, Road Atlanta, and Donington this year, and Ethan Warren's 3 wins came last year at Long Beach, Alton Park, and Watkins Glen. In terms of their best Bathurst results, Myers finished second in 2019 driving with Forza Nabi, and Ethan Warren has a top 5 finish, 5th in 2020 driving with Jake Burton. So keep a lookout for these guys. Starting out of 5th, they'll be present in that top 5 and top 10 for the majority of the race, I would figure.
You would figure indeed. P4 on the grid today goes to the next of the Evolution Racing Team cars. The 117 of Ethan Grigold is sharing the car with Bo Kubis for this one this year. 103 starts all time for Grigold and 3 wins to his name. Interlagos and Road America in 2019, plus Laguna Seca in 2018 as well. So we certainly know that Ethan has the pace. It's his 7th Bathurst 1000 start here. Has been racing consistently since 2016 and has 3 podiums to his name. A 2nd and a 3rd with Ian Ford in 2018 and 2019, and followed up with a P3 with Jordan Caruso back in 2020 as well. Watch out for this car. I think Bo Kubis, not quite as experienced with only 17 starts to his name, but back in 2016 got a 2nd place, his personal best at around at Sonoma. It is though his V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 debut today. Hopefully can shake off the nerves and has done the preparation to be up to speed to match what Grigold can do, perhaps.
Indeed, we have seen Bo Kubis way back in the early 2010s driving the iRacing Australian touring cars. To the Mustangs starting out at 3rd, the 718 Racing entry, Cory, Shepard and Thomas Freeman. These guys have been driving together for the Enduro season so far. They've already got a 4th on the board last time out at Imola. Cory Shepard, he's had so much potential for taking wins in the time that he has raced in V8SCOPS. He finally got his first wins at Sonoma and Motegi this year, and he's got a Bathurst 1000 podium to his name as well. He finished 2nd last year driving with Brian Borg. For Thomas Freeman, meanwhile, 11 Bathurst 1000 starts. Only 1 Bathurst 1000 starts, 11 overall. And back in 2019 was when we last saw Thomas Freeman in the 1000. A very torrid race in 2019 with Shane Evans. He'll be hoping for better this time.
You would think so indeed. We now come to the front row of the grid for today's race. The number 62 Simblacks entry of Richie Stanaway and Brody Kostecki will be on the outside to the run to turn 1. And well, they both don't have a huge number of starts in the virtual car, but well, we've got ourselves an all-life pro pairing here with these 2 drivers. 11 starts in V8SCOPS competition for Stanaway, and coming off the back of P2 at the Imola 500 this year with Shane Van Gisbergen, his personal best, and finishing P3 last year with SVG also here at the mountain in SCOPS competition for his first time back then. Certainly a good run of form there. Knows how to keep his nose clean and deliver the car if he's not quite the fastest one in the vehicle, which based on yesterday being the fact it was Kostecki to do the qualifying run, you might think that would be the case today. 7 all-time starts for Kostecki, has a win to his name back in 2020 when we raced at Oran Park in the series, but it's his debut in the SCOPS 1000, so we'll see how that turns out. If qualifying is anything to go by, watch out for this car to stay up near the front today.
And finally, pole position for the 2022 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, the Pursuit Sim Racing 201 of Michael Taliancic and Andrew Gilliam. This is the Enduro Cup leading car, so they've got all the pressure on them for today. Taliancic has been competing in the SCOPS 1000 since 2016, and he has 107 V8SCOPS starts to his name. Andrew Gilliam was 68 starts to his name and 2 wins that both came at Mosport this year. Meanwhile, let's see how things go for them if they can back up their result that they got in 2020. Gilliam and Talley finished in second in the 2020 SCOPS 1000, and they will be the ones leading the field away today. This is an absolutely fantastic field full of incredible looking cars and incredible drivers with fantastic results. I cannot wait to see how things go here when we go live in just under 8 minutes time for 161 laps of racing here. Now, before we go towards the green flag run, we're going to take a moment here to have a chat to our pole position driver, lead driver of the pole position car, Andrew Gilliam, joining us in the comms box now. Well, Andy, you guys managed to get pole position in the shootout yesterday, and it was a fantastic performance from you. Just take us through your thoughts here, starting on pole for the big race.
Oh, it's an awesome bragging right to have. Fastest shootout. It's just the fastest lap of the weekend. It is just the most spectacular session to be a part of. It's just awesome. But as we all know, anyone can win it from anywhere. So I can't get complacent now. We've still got 1,000 kilometers of racing to smash out as well.
Indeed we have. Let's review your pole position lap here. You only had one shot here in the top 15 shootout, and with that exit from Murray's it starts, and from this point on, Andy, the focus was forward, wasn't it?
It was, until just here I locked the rears coming into the corner, and I had to turn in early just to like make the apex. So I was kind of, full send into turn 1, a little bit deeper than I would have wanted, and got out the other side of it, and I was slightly down on my optimal, so I really had to pull the rest of this lap together to make it work.
Into Griffins then. It's a very important corner to get right. You have to hug the inside because of the crown in the road.
Yeah, you almost have to underdrive it in. Like if you try to use too much brake pressure, the fronts just get overloaded. And coming into the cutting here as well, just trying to read that inside front, maximize it without underdriving the car. And then through here, short shift up to 4th, slide up to the Fujitsu sign, just incredible.
Yeah, an incredible section of the mountain, this one, and it's all about managing the weight transfer, lifting off, maybe tapping the brakes into McPhillamy Park. Did you do that?
Yeah, just to weight up the nose a little bit just to get the car in, and then coming down the Skyline here, banging on the limiter, and then just sliding the rear. Actually went in just a little deep here, ran a little wide, sort of hurt my exit a tiny bit from the dipper, but it was still a good sector overall. And then I got the car exactly where I wanted it for Forest Elbow. This was probably my best corner of the whole track. It slid right up to the Falcon sign there perfectly. And
that looked under control.
Yeah, no, at this point, I knew I was, compared to my Opti that I'd set in the previous session, I was absolutely dead on Anderson's time at this point here, and I knew I had to get the chase. And the final corner, absolutely spot on. My heart rate was up. I got the apex here perfectly, and I knew I could get this lap in. I literally said to myself, pull it up at this final corner. You've got this, pull it up. And I hit the brakes here, got the marks. And then it was crossing the line and about 30 seconds of straight cheering afterwards. It was one of the best laps.
Yeah, such a fantastic view there on board the top of your car. And one of the finest laps I've seen around here in a top 15 shootout. Well, we got 4 minutes left to go, Andy, and now, I guess, for you and Tally, it moves on to preparing for this start. Can you give us any hints as to what your plans are going to be going into the first stint? Just try to get the best start possible and stay ahead?
Well, I like to think of it as like 111 lap qualifying session for the last 2 stints of just absolutely sending it. So we'll be just racing smart. If someone's faster than us, there's no point in slowing both of us down early in the race. So we're just going to keep into our rhythm, run our own pace, do what we need to do to set us up perfectly for the last 2 stints home.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck, Andrew. Congratulations once again on pole position for you and Michael, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you later.
Cool, thank you. I'd also like to shout out to Rob from Sideways Photography, who also has a charity page in Mullets for Men's Health. So make sure you share and support that great cause he's going for this weekend.
Mullets for Men's Health, remember that. That was Andrew Gilliam there, pole position for the 2022 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Well, Dan, now we can have a little think about the format for today's race. Of course, it seems simple enough, the Bathurst 1000, 161 laps. What more is there to it? Well, actually, quite a bit. We've got to concern ourselves with minimum and maximum driver time.
We do indeed. So the way things work this year is that the teams must complete at least 2 driver swaps over the course of the race. Both drivers for every team must complete at least 54 laps once the race is complete to be classified, and each driver can only do a maximum of 65 laps at a time for a single stint. So you've got to make sure the critical lap, if you've got sort of a slightly imbalanced driver pairing, therefore, is going to be the one to watch out for that there. We are also guaranteed at least 1 competition caution safety car during this race. Always like to make sure we think of the virtual kangaroos bounding around the mountain. Make sure that they don't get in the way. And if they do, which in this case is guaranteed to happen, we'll need to bring the field back together at some point. You and I do not know when that will be, so that will come as a surprise for us. But it is here noted this time. And of course, you see there, grid set by qualifying and the shootout yesterday. Technically, there is a procedure that the drivers have been going through whilst we've been gearing up for this one. And here is the Zoom feed. I'm actually there in the top right of screen. But then we've got ourselves Ben Christensen, as we saw, driving in the number 9 ANZ Motorsports car. Sebastian Flock on the 84 ERT machine there. And we've got Blake Warboys in the 63 WKMP machine. The pedal cam for Tom Hins there, centre middle, looking there for the Jinx Shifters 209. Got Hayden Veld for the 888 Synergy Sim Racing car there in the middle right of the display. Dan Stevens is joining the race control team today, and you can see him there bottom left, and it's Matt Bowler for the number 2 Drop Bear Beyond Blue car, bottom right of our Zoom wall. For today, we'll check in with those drivers over the course of the race. And of course, if any other drivers who still have a chance to jump on and add their webcam, they're welcome to do so as the race progresses. And, well, I forgot to wave during that one. Apparently, if things go well for my boys there in the number 2, you might see my face on screen later on again this evening. But, well, that will have to be quite the wait and see for that one there.
Yeah, of course, full disclosure, Dan is part of the leadership team of Drop Bear Motorsports, so it's all right. In a commentator sense, we do tend to put our race commentator's hat on before our team hat. In the past, I've had my team, Fusion Sim Racing, competing in the Bathurst 1000, and I think we actually finished second one year after a late race crash, so I had to try and control my excitement there. Either way, we've got 30 seconds left in this session, this preliminary session where they set the grid. It's not as simple as just importing results from yesterday because we had the shootout to contend with. So what race control did was they set up the grid setting session with every driver lining up in inverse order at the end of the lap, and then they let them go one at a time, and as they crossed the line, they would run a time that would reflect their actual starting position for the race. So all of the drivers went through that well, and we'll get things going here for the Bathurst 1000. We are in the session now, and we're getting ready. Drivers getting onto the grid. and the race admins wishing all of the drivers a good race. The Oceanic Sim Racing Administration team, Simon Black, Michael Korolev, Henry King up in there as well, with Daniel Stevens joining race control there from Middle Finger Racing. This is going to be an epic undertaking, Dan.
It will indeed. Drivers will have to make sure they remember to start these cars manually. No driver in-game assist permitted, which means that you have to make sure they're fired up. But at the same time, whilst our gridding procedure isn't any longer than usual here today, it'll be 2 minutes on the grid timer for this one. I don't want to fire them up too early in case those motors are a little bit sensitive. We do know these cars certainly can take a bit of a beating on the rev limiter, but we have seen engines blow coming down into the chase, among other places around this circuit. So drivers making their way to the grid. It's going to be Michael Taliancic who starts that 201 Pursuit Sim Racing car from pole position. Not much of a surprise there, given what we've seen from the PSR boys so far in the endurance campaign. Richie Stanaway starting the Sim Black 62, Thomas Freeman in the 718 racing car, and then Ethan Grigold, the first of what I would consider the primary drivers, starting at a P4 in the ERT 117. Running at top 10 real quick, it's Ethan Warren in the Trans-Tasman 22, Sean McNamara in the 95 SimSport 951, Brenton Hobson in the SSR 88, Adam Briggs in the Synergy 143, Luke Rosella in the Synergy 888, and Damian Johnson in the Synergy 033 to get this race underway. Coming down to 5 seconds to the starting orders from Barney here, Reese. Let's get this one underway in just a moment's time.
Let's get this underway indeed. The timer hits 0, the revs rise, and everyone's ready on the line locker, ready to go. It's the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2022, and we are racing. A really good start from the Sim Black's entry. Richie Stanaway is going to pass Michael Taliancic for the lead round the outside, coming into Hell Corner. Tally cannot overcome him, and that's a great exit from Ethan Grigold, drawing alongside the 201 again for second as everyone makes their way through Hell Corner for the first time, side by side between Andrew Dyson and Kobe Jones for one of the minor positions in the midfield. And there is Evolution Racing Team 117 getting up into second. So it's third there for the pole position car so far. A position loss for the 718 racing car. Thomas Freeman has got all kinds of pressure behind him as Ethan Warren tries to line him up in the Trans-Tasman Racing 22. Through the cutting then, and on board here with Ethan Warren as he tries to chase down Freeman and get that car into the top 3.
Here we go, first time up the mountain for these drivers as a group. Let's see, we've got side by side further on back between the TriStar and Phoenix racing cars. Goodness me, that almost ended up with one of them in the fence, but they're both going here. The Phoenix 79 is going to hang on ahead of the TriStar car. It's Rehan Lineage starting that machine in the 79, and Blake Neck starting the TriStar 380 as we're now single file across the top. Just want to give a quick note, I caught one of the cars at the back of the field. The Americans down under machine unfortunately did stall it off the start. The 079 074 of Adam Walker has dropped down 13 places to the back of the grid, unfortunately for them. But their car is clean. They didn't get collected off the start, so they've got that going for them, at least. Quite slow going back towards the front of the field we look, because here we are, Ethan Warren checking out the rear of Freeman's car side by side into the chase, and Freeman is going to give that one up and make sure we keep our noses clean here towards the end of lap number 1.
If you're assertive towards the start of a race, you can basically run by guys at this stage as we check out Synergy and Synergy, the 88 and the 143 fighting over 7th spot. Brenton Hobson has started that 88 and Adam Briggs in the 143. There is car number 1. Josh Anderson and Madison down. They are still quite a ways down the field, but they've already gained 4 positions. They're already coming into the pits. Something's gone wrong. Black flag for Madison down.
Have they jumped the start? That was the only reason they're getting a black flag, because there is no instructions from race control. And likewise, the 95 SimSport 952 of Hayden Sell has been issued a black flag. Hayden Sell, Mitch Campbell, they're in the pit lane already. So, 2 cars making an error with the start procedure, it would seem.
No,
if we can get a chance to confirm what's happening, but both cars actually coming to the pits and they're stopped in the box.
That is odd. That is really odd. I don't see any potential for a jump start, but they did go by the Americans down undercar, but stalled on the grid. That's the reason why Adam Block is at the back of the field. Yeah, that is a mystery. I don't know why that penalty has come in for the number 1 car.
I see why Hayden Sell's got it. Unfortunately, Sell actually did launch a little too soon in the 952 and jumped ahead of his pit box, possibly when the red lights came on screen for him, unfortunately. Let's have a quick glance at the number 1 machine of Madison down. If there's any clue as to why that car's picked up a penalty. Honestly, yeah, neither. Ooh, was there a little fraction of a jump there from Madison just before everyone gets underway? No, a bit weird. Yeah, I can't explain how he's picked up an iRacing infringement there because, yeah, certainly doesn't look bad, but penalty served. Cars back out on the road, but down in 50th place once again for the number 1 car. Well, pardon me, they didn't actually start this race back in P50. They were in 48th for this one, but now got their work cut out for them today, given they also have to make their way climb up, which, well, you'll need a safety car or two as there's someone around in the chase. I can't quite see who it is, but they're slow. Who is it? 632. Daniel Misdale, and that looks like that's gone into the fence nose first for good measure there. One of our simracing.com DPR machines pairing with Riley Bilson in that one. Let's jump to our first virtual racing school replay to see if we can figure out how that's come undone there. Let's go.
Into the chase, side-by-side contact, it looks like, with one of the ANZ Mustangs, and just caught the curb. Oh yeah, got caught from behind. I'm not sure exactly which car that was. The 04. That's quite unfortunate there. Rear end contact for them, and off into the gravel and the grass. Big old shame. We're right on board with the 04. A bit of a check up there for Benjamin Smith, and didn't have much time to react there on the exit of the chase. We also saw that Trans-Tasman 22 is now up into 3rd place. We saw them passing the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 car on the way into the chase last lap. So that's your top 3 at the moment. Evolution Racing Team, Sim Blacks, and Trans-Tasman Racing, all being driven by veterans of the Australian touring cars on the iRacing service. And have a look at how much Ethan Warren is now harassing the back of Richie Stanaway. He's so late on the brakes coming into Forest Elbow. Slight lock-up on the way in, I think, for Stanaway. Warren cannot line up the throttle on the exit, but he does have the slipstream down Conrod Straight. Ethan Grigold is starting to jet away from the rest of this field. Evolution Racing Team has a great run of results at Bathurst, but we'll see what they can do to hold on to it from here. If the potential pace here from the number 22 is anything to go by. No passes into the chase in the top 10 for the time being, but have a look at how close Warren is getting.
Right on the rear bumper continues. That pressure on Stanaway so far as we jump on board with the 22 and look forward here at Murray's corner. Looks a little bit more composed, a little bit more gripped up there, does this car, versus the Sim Blacks Mustang ahead, I would dare suggest at this stage. Just going to check back in with the number 47 Trans-Tasman machine. The Ellis Ford coming. Kurt Stenberg, pardon me, is currently driving that car. It was the Ellis who registered the car earlier on. We're moving back to a virtual racing school replay to see what's happened here for Denny into the chase. And, well, a little narrow, it looked like on the way in. Grabs a bit of grass on the way out of the chase, and we'll let the service slow down. Send it Sim Sports, Rob's Falcon Esports, and the Jinx Shifters 209 all getting by as a result. So this is 3 spots from where that car started now back in P26 recently. But the pressure's still on once again for second here as we return to live pitches.
Stanaway versus Warren. And what a fight this is already turning into. We're only on lap 4 of 161, and these guys are harassing each other like it's the last lap. Simply fantastic to see. The issue, though, is across the top of the mountain in particular, it is incredibly hard to pass, and Warren is not going to have any chances to get by unless there's a mistake from Stanaway, and even then, he's going to have to avoid going into the number 62. There's potential to make a pass down at Forest Elbow, but you would want to save the pass for the run into the chase, because you try and pass someone into here, you've got the entirety of Conrod Straight to be slipstream back past. So looks like there's a redress ordered from race control for car 99. on
Yes.
on car 143. So that was an incident that happened between Dylan O'Shea and Adam Briggs. Simracing.com DPR 99 and SSR 143. Something's going on between them. We'll see if we can get a replay of the incident that triggered that redress order from race control, but evidently there was contact and an unfair pass, and they'll have to sort that out very shortly. Here we go, Virtual Racing School replay. Let's see what we've got. And it was on the way here into turn 1. No.
A little earlier, I think at the end of lap number 2, if I'm seeing my timing displayed correctly. They're going to pick it up here. It is coming down into Murray's corner. So O'Shea late on the brakes there in the 99, fires it in, hits it to the side of Briggs, and just enough there to unsettle the 143. And instructed to push those places back around.
It looks like he's already done it and immediately repassed.
Oh, here comes the redress now.
Yeah, redress right into the cutting. That is a difficult place to get a redress done, but Dylan O'Shea satisfying race control's demands, and they can go back to racing. Redress served. All right, battling going on all throughout the field. The battle for second is still going off with bumper-to-bumper racing between Richie Stanaway and Ethan Warren, but for fourth on back, it is simply fantastic. All of these cars in a line. Taliancich, Freeman, McNamara, Hobson, Rosella, Briggs and O'Shea rounding out your top 10.
Have drivers here, of course, out to the top 10, looking in with Burke, Johnson, Jones, and Costello, all on the rear of this sort of extended train, as it were. Pushing with Adam Briggs can now close back up onto the rear of Rosella to really make it one unbroken train from P4 back to P14 at this stage. But O'Shea is still there on the bumper of the 143. I presume going to be looking for another chance up the inside. You think at this stage clearly wants to press a bit of the pace and come back into the chase once more. These cars approaching but not quite hitting 300 kilometers per hour here in the slipstream for most of them. You're banging off the limiter in top gear. Now that's a change of position there. Matt Bowler currently starting the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue car. Has got past Brian Borg in the Premier Racing Team 017 machine. They were the other way around at the top of the mountain. There's a little bit of a hit check between the Banter Alliance car of James Chastaneuf, who is behind the wheel.
Oh,
Ben
safety
Smith.
car.
Oh, hello. What has happened here? Is this...
Is this the competition safety car?
Well, I can't see a reason for it in terms of cars off. So this might just be it. And look at the flurry of cars that are responding to the early safety car call to take some free service here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, only on lap 6, and we have our first safety car of the race. Now, if you're new to the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, the admin team uses a random number generator to give a lap number where a safety car will come out. And there's a possibility, and it's looking increasingly likely to me, because I'm not seeing anyone stopped out on track, it's looking increasingly likely that the random number generator generated 6. So on lap 6, the safety car is out. And wow, what a shuffle that has created back in the field. We were briefly focusing on the 94 as the safety car was confirmed. I just wanted to mention, Dan, Jared Filsell already making up 16 spots after being disqualified from qualifying yesterday. They are motoring their way forward in this field, and these guys up at the front should probably start looking over their shoulders in about 2 or 3 hours' time.
Indeed, our biggest mover from the back of the pack by far. The other cars that have made progress so far include Jake Maloney in the TTR number 29, but they've actually opted to come to the pit lane during this cycle to get a free stop complete and just top up the tanks and so forth. That will probably actually be very valuable here for those guys, because it will give them the option to go out to probably lap 65 with another 2 stop, well, another just 1 stop, and then change over drivers and hit that maximum stint length time. As we look there at the back of the field, the Synergy cars faking towards pit entry, but no one taking that option here from the front of the field. They're going to hang on to their track position where they can, and it looks like it's going to be about our top 20 all staying out on the road as the safety car now awaits the leaders here on Mountain Straight.
Yep, they're just coming up now. Ethan Grigold will lift off the throttle and slide and glide up to the back of the Logitech G Virtual Racing School safety car, driven by Nick Parker, part of the crew at Oceanic Sim Racing. We use the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 for our safety car in this series, if you're curious, and it is a manual safety car indeed. We don't use the AI-controlled iRacing safety car because manual safety car allows admins to do more stuff that would be reflective of a real-life Australian touring car situation. So we shall see how things go here, and whether or not there will be more drivers deciding to come into the pit lane here under caution.
There will indeed. Your top 34 have stayed out on the road, but several more drivers take to the lane here on end of lap number 6, start of lap number 7. So walking you through the list in total, it's now the Synergy 027 with Jamie McKnight currently behind the wheel. The 95 SimSport number 43 with Ben Morris driving. The number 21 ERT car with Bailey Frid behind the wheel. They came all in at the end of lap 5. Then end of lap 6, Chad Lewis in the ERT number 96. Kurt Stenberg in the Trans-Tasman 47. And Tyler Blackburn in the Analytical Race Alliance number 13 also came in. In between them there was Cameron Veacock. He also pitted on lap 5 in the SSR 134. And then Dan Hall in the ERT 923. Adam Blocker in the Americans Down Under machine. Greg Favell there in the Type Van Esports Endurance. Daniel Misdale on the DPR 632 after that little contact. Obviously, possibly touch up the car there as well for good measure. Michael Angus for a second, and David Kirby, the Fishing Motorsports duo, towards the rear of the field. TTR 29 with Jake Maloney as well. And then Madison down in the TTR number 1. And Mitch Campbell, 95 SimSports number 952. Rounds out the back of our 50 drivers, all still circulating in this race. All of them starting the race. It's the first time in V8SCOPS history, I was informed before we got underway, that all 50 drivers who pre-qualified and pre-qualified for the race, all able to attend and start this one. So we have not required or needed to call up any of our reserve teams for the event today.
That's a pretty significant stat there, Dan, because we've been running the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 since 2014. And pretty much every single time there's been at least 1 or 2 teams that have had something come up and they haven't been able to make it on race day. And as you said, they would have to call on one of the reserve teams who didn't pre-qualify fast enough to make the cut for the weekend proper. But wow, everyone who took part in pre-qualifying and managed to get in is here today. But how many of them will be here at the end of the race? Bathurst is a track that picks and chooses who it favours. It destroys cars. It makes life very difficult for many people. And it's got a big reputation as one of the most difficult tracks in the world for a reason. When will we see our first retirement is the question on my mind.
Yes, that could be the case, and while we certainly don't want that to be the case by any means. And once again, another Synergy car faking the pit entry, but nope. That's Luke Rosella aboard the 888. Will not be taking that car down the lane, but he'll certainly give off the impression he's thinking about it at this stage. But no, listen here on board with these cars. Everyone maximising the clutch coast and minimise the fuel burn. Blake Warboys currently here in the WKMP 63 machine. We do have drivers who will take to the lane here at the end of lap 7. Start of lap 8, it's going to be Thomas Hins and Ben Smith in the HJR 209, the Analytical Race on Oz 04, who will be drivers who will, I think, now be the last of those opting to take an early pit stop in this one here. Reese, pit exit closed as usual procedure here under manual safety car rules until the train makes its way on by. Now, just looking up there at the Phoenix racing car, if you could go back there. But yeah, have a look there at the sides of the 79 already there. That scuffling with the TriStar 380 on lap 1 clearly has made its mark, quite literally, on that vehicle already.
Yeah, interesting to see, but other than that, it looks like the car is clean, so probably only a minor tap there. The car should still be okay to drive for round lineage, so We'll see what happens, and we're just getting confirmation from race control now that racing will resume at the end of this lap. The safety car is going to pull away at the entry to the chase, I believe, and or somewhere down Conrod Straight, and then the field will fall under the control of Ethan Grigold. Man, I just got another view there on the production feed of that damage to the left-hand side of the 79. I think I might have to... Yeah, I think I might have to take back my earlier remark. Looks like the right rear has gotten a bit of a tap, and there's a big graze down the left-hand side. So who knows? Maybe Rayhan has got his work cut out for him here, having to hold off that WK&P car behind.
Yeah, that is going to be one to watch. If that car starts to sink, or if it can still swim here in this opening phase of the race. You can see it has dropped back a couple of spots from where Rayhan started the car already. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come for them. As we said, we know those guys can be quick, and we know they are looking for a good result today, but might have put themselves in a bit of a rough spot to get things underway. On board with the Logitech G Cayman GT4 safety car, currently being driven by Nick Parker. As we look back, the race leader, and the instructions coming through now. 80 kilometers an hour pacing speed for the field here. Also rules in place regarding the restart zones as the safety car accelerates away here at the very start of Conrod Straight. To walk you through those rules for the drivers here today, should we get further safety cars. The leader may not accelerate back to racing speed before the Armorall Bridge at pit entry. There is to be no overlap by any driver before the apex of the final turn down at Murray's, and no overtaking of anyone before the start-finish line as well. So safety car will be well clear of the field, and there's also to be no weaving at this point either. Now the safety car is pulled away, so everyone lining up, 80 kilometers an hour max once you're on the bumper of the car ahead. Close up those gaps and get ready to respond to the race leader, which, based on what we've seen in supports and what you generally think of Bathurst as well, Reese, would presume Ethan Grigold will wait for the apex of the final turn and make sure he gets the best run off the corner, try and compromise Stanaway's exit ever so slightly to increase his margin at the front once again as we come down into the chase now, in the hands of the race leader as we approach that restart zone.
We approach it indeed, and very good point you make there, Dan. It's a trend that we've seen many times before as drivers going right at the apex of the final corner. The safety car is in, and now we approach. We're in the acceleration zone now. Let's see what Ethan Grigold does here into Murray's corner and gets on the throttle just at the apex of Murray's, and green flag flies. We're back to racing. The V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, and pretty good start from Grigold, but Stanaway and Warren stayed with him. So the top three are together. Michael Talianchet's still in the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 car. He's got the 718 racing car behind him. Both of those drivers losing spots there in the top five, and have a look at how much time they're losing already there. Stanaway right on the back of Ethan Grigold as they come into Griffins. That was a really good run through the corner for Stanaway. So let's see what he can do across the top of the mountain. I don't think there's going to be much in the way of passing. There rarely ever is across the top of Mount Panorama, but looks like the pressure is on. A little bit of a reset there from the first start of the race. Stanaway might start to put the pressure on here.
I think he might. See though, who builds up the pace best, and we said that there, Reese, and look at the gap that Grigold pulls here on this first flying lap back at speed, and look at how Ethan Warren resumes the assault on the rear bumper of the 62. Down through the S as we come once more, and see these guys working their way down the hill here. You've got to be absolutely precise with your lines down the bottom of the S's into the dipper, making sure you open up that corner as much as you can, and then down into Forest Elbow. Again, crucial to line up this exit as you can. And is that the 143 cars found the fence potentially there? The elbow. And yeah, we're being told it's hit some damage, and pardon me, actually had to open the door for the DPR 99. Didn't find the fence. But there's one of those passes, and it was an absolute send from O'Shea. I think just for the sake of watching that one back, we might want to grab a replay if we can, just before we come into the elbow between those two cars. Now, there's some damage I wasn't quite aware of there. Where has Adam Briggs picked that up?
That is the question. We'll check out the Virtual Racing School replay. The damage was there on the car already when we come to it, but we'll see what happened to him out of Forest Elbow. Was there a pass from behind? Yes, actually. The DPR 99 diving up the inside, and Briggsy's like, okay, that's happened, and I'll have to run a little bit wide and potentially lose another spot as well. Either way, looks like Dylan O'Shea wasting no time trying to make up spots. Looking here, back to live pictures at the top three, Ethan Grigold, he's... Oh, dear!
On for fourth.
Yep. And looks like, could it be done? Actually, looks like Taliance are just going to defend this here from Thomas Freeman coming into the cutting. Bit of a narrow entry, but that has really compressed everyone behind. Now Sean McNamara in the 95951 is looking at a potential fourth spot here. He's dragging the Synergy Sim Racing and DPR cars along with him.
Yes, indeed. While this is all happening, the Taipan Esports Endurance entry, Greg Favell, the number 14, shared with Damien Cairns in the pit lane for reasons, pardon me, as yet unknown, but we're going to keep our eyes on all of this here as this train makes its way down the hill. Your top three now well and truly clear of everyone else. The gap from Taliance, which is the leader, at 3.5 seconds and growing rapidly as these guys work down here. O'Shea shows the nose once again into Forest Elbow. This time it was Luke Rosella ahead of him, but what that's done is slightly compromise the exit, it seems, as they make their way down Conrad Street. You can see a small gap just behind, but there's also a gap here, as you see, between Sean McNamara and Thomas Freeman. So the field spreading out a fraction here with the exit off of the elbow. Let's see if anyone's up for a move into the chase. Maybe there between Hobson and Rosella. No, but it's on between Freeman and Taliance once more. But Tally's going to get the drive off the outside. McNamara wants a piece of it. He'll go around the inside before we get to Murray's, and then goes to cover off there. So Freeman back, Rosella up the inside of Hobson in the meantime there at the final turn. That's going to expose the 88 to the 99 here into turn one, you'd think, as well.
Yeah, well played from Sean McNamara. Just slipping his way through into fifth spot. We'll see if he can hold that off the end of Mountain Straight as they're side by side behind. The 88 trying their best to make their way through there. They were briefly side by side with the 99 there as Dylan O'Shea made the pass, and a little bit of a defensive line potentially coming in there from the Synergy Commodore in the black and white, but they all fall back into single file now as they negotiate Griffin's Bend for the 11th time here. What a train of cars it is behind Michael Taliancic. This pack stretches all the way back to 23rd place, and it could stretch back to 24th place soon if Jared Philsell's pace is anything to go by. That number 94 starting from the back of the grid. Philsell just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:04.004. Look out for him.
Look out for him indeed, because this train now stretching from Taliancic in P4, effectively back to P23, and yeah, making P24 in due course as well. Information coming through from race control. No further action for contact between cars 03 and 632, so that was with, actually 04. I think it's meant to be, yeah, Ben Smith, is it 04 Benjamin Smith, and 632 Daniel Newsdale on board, Dean race incident down at Chase, and further update on number 14 Taipan Esports Endurance car is still in the pits, and I'll tell you why. On lap number 9, Greg Favell lost control coming up into Sulman Park and slammed into the fence there on the right side of the mountain. So unfortunately for them, they have now been in the pits, and they're going to go 2 laps down in a moment's time. While I've been talking, Luke Rosella's gotten through on Thomas Freeman. The 718 racing car is looking quite vulnerable at this stage of the race. There's trouble there for the Phoenix Racing 79, and one more dramas there for Rehan Lineage.
Yep, that was a few spots lost in turn, and Jared Philsell's just made his way past. Check out what happened there to Rehan. Coming down Conrad Straight, was there a move put on him here by the 096? Yes, there was. As into the chase they go, and there was a bit of contact, and Leonage got sent off the track. So the number 53 went by, and there's Jared Philsell saying, all right, there's a freebie. Thank you very much, mate.
Is indeed on board here with the 096 Send It Sim Sports entry. Christopher Ireland behind the wheel, coming up into the chase. Yep, gets there and just runs the Phoenix Racing Team car off into the dirt a little second there. And of course, no further invitation needed for both Brad Newman and Jared Philsell there. While we're on the replays, up at Griffin's Bend, the, pardon me, who was it? It was the 888 Synergy car, Luke Rosella, making his way through into the top 5 now on Sean McNamara. You see just in behind, Thomas Freeman now under pressure from Dylan O'Shea, but in turn, Brenton Hobson, Wayne Burke, and Adam Briggs all still lined up, keeping him pretty honest here. And just behind them, not too far back, Damien Johnson and Kobe Jones. So it is 5 Synergy cars lined up from P9 to P13. They can hopefully set themselves up for a crack at that DPR machine that's been sitting ahead of them all the time being. What this is all done, you might tell Ian such a small breather, but watch out, Luke Rosella's coming. I reckon he's going to be coming quickly if the way he got past McNamara at the start of lap 12 there is anything to go by here.
Oh, a little bit deep it looked like there for Richie Stanaway through the chase, but he's hooked up the exit very nicely. We'll check back here in the field, and the number 53 following the 94. There is the K&P car. They're trying their best. Yep, Blake Warboys making the move very nicely. The TriStar car just behind him. But have a look at Jared Philsell in the number 94 just behind. You see him there making his way into turn 1. He is motoring his way up through the field. Change for position 25. It looks like Pursuit Sim Racing's Rob Carmichael's made his way past Ben Christensen there. And that was done very nicely at turn 1. But tell you what, position made up again for Jared Philsell. He's just gotten past Christopher Ireland and into 21st spot. They're going to be in the top 20 here, potentially by the time they get to lap 20. And then they've got all of these drivers to try and make their way past. I mean, look, this is a freight train right here. I know that I say that a lot, but just look at how many cars are running in single file here. It's like they've only just started lap 1.
It is indeed, but look who's gotten through to P number 4. Michael Teliancic has been displaced, and it is now Luke Rosella who has the chance to lead the train. And to be honest, I would suspect we watch cars start filtering through and the train shuffles one car back, because it looks like Mike T might just be holding up leading group here. And in comparison, there's 3 wide into the elbow further up road. McNamara, O'Shea and Freeman, they all get through somehow, and Freeman loses a spot in the process. We're on board in the meantime with Sebastian Flock further on towards the rear of the train, but how on earth we didn't have a car in the fence? It's lap 13 of 161, and we're getting 3 wide moves into Forest Elbow. O'Shea and the DPR 99 have been absolutely lethal down there now. That's twice they've pulled off good moves as a result of their ambition and aggression. At the same time, it's been well executed so far.
Yeah, indeed. We'll get that on the Virtual Racing School replay. So Sean McNamara at the front of this train, running a little wide on the way in, almost a move there for the 718, but slipping up the inside is the number 99 of Dylan O'Shea. Perfectly executed there, and amazing that they kept it so clean. Into turn 1 then, 718 under pressure from Wayne Burke and the number 89 here, and look who's going to try and follow him through here. Adam Briggs in the 143. Just on the verge of bump drafting his teammate, but from what I hear, you're not allowed to do that necessarily. So they'll have to keep it nice and clean here, as up the inside into Griffins goes the 718 car, and that is position lost again there for the 89 of Wayne Burke at the wheel. Goodness gracious me. We're starting to see moves happen now, Dan.
So, of course, in all of the chaos there, down Collins Straight, Thomas Freeman also lost a spot to Brenton Hobson in the 88 machine. So the pack starting to splinter. Good to see there the Taipan Endurance number 14 has gotten back out on the road. For them, unfortunately, they are 3 laps down on everyone else. Still running in this race, though, is what counts. It will probably be safety cars due to other moments on track, and that will give them a chance to maybe work their way back into things. On board with the 62 of Stanaway in P2. Ethan Warren continuing to hound the rear bumper of this Mustang as we check out the shot from behind and look at the slipstream pulling Warren along. Stanaway will cover the left side of Conrod Straight, though. Into the chase we come, and he's through. Stanaway lifting out a fraction there, I think, just to facilitate that pass and tuck on in for his turn in the slipstream now there aboard that Sim Black's Mustang.
Yeah, and a turn in the slipstream even this early can definitely help you later on. Whoa,
Phil Sell.
Yep, making another move there, up into 19th place, passing Blake Warboys in the WKMP 63. Also a change for 6th. As Dylan O'Shea has just made his way past Sean McNamara, and that looked like it happened into Murray's. McNamara not going to fight it too hard, coming into Hell Corner. That Simrig's number 99 is really motoring their way forward, certainly showing that their race pace is very strong. Something might have happened to McNamara here, not sure. Looks like it was just a really good out-braking move here from Dylan O'Shea. Into the corner he comes, and yeah, that is very well executed, and he pulled it up on the outside of the corner as well, just to make sure that McNamara couldn't get back by him.
The car showed good pace across the top of the mountain in qualifying and the shootout yesterday, maybe lacking a tiny bit in clean air down the straights. We'll have to see if that is the case here now that there's a bit of a gap to Mike Taliansich up ahead. A lot more things to consider though as we continue to check out this rookie car. It is starting to fracture a bit now that Taliansich has been dislodged from the absolute front of the train. The drivers scrapping here in the midst of it all. The question is, where will Paul reappear in the bottle if it does? Focusing in here on that SSR 89 machine. Berg currently leading teammate Adam Briggs around here, eyeing up Thomas Freeman's 718 machine here at this point in time. So far, it's going on the move, it's not ahead. And Briggs has hoping here perhaps to give him a chance to have a go at that Mustang ahead, down into the chase, perhaps with a swap. As they currently are here. So,
okay.
Nice and calm at the front of the field here this time. Chase.
Indeed. Well, I just did see another move being made there by Jared Filsell. He's gotten by Sebastian Flock. I think we're going to be seeing at least one move by Jared Filsell every lap until he gets around to the top 10. Then he's probably going to have a slightly tougher time of it. The number 94 that started at the back of the grid is now up into 18th place. I wanted to highlight something from earlier as, oh dear, that's the number 1 getting involved in this big fight further back in the field. This is the battle for 31st onwards, and oh dear, this isn't looking good. Number 1, Madison down at the wheel. He's having to back off here. That car's having a lot of trouble making their way forward. Down is trying his best there to get things done, but you know, the likes of Maloney, Cox, Stenberg, Frid, etc. Are proving to be very difficult to make their way past for him, which is a real shame so far for them. But I wanted to just quickly mention...
number 1, where have you gone? Madison down. Are you about to drop out of the race server?
Oh, yes. I only just noticed that myself. I was wondering why it was on blimp view. I think there might have been some big problems for the number 1 car as the scuffling goes on back in the field. We'll get confirmation of what's happened to the number 1 car pretty shortly, but it looks like they might have dropped from the server. Okay, I'll just get it out of the way now. Random safety car this year was set to time, not laps. And the number generated was 12 minutes, 46 seconds, and there's confirmation. Madison down, connection dropped. Very unfortunate there for the 3-time champion and his teammate Joshua Anderson. They could have done so well this year, but now they're already on the back foot. If they even get back into the race, it's almost guaranteed that they'll finish at least a lap down.
Yeah, well, so safety cars could be their option, but all things considered, we saw no safety cars in the Phil Byron 500. We saw 1 safety car at the Imola 500 as Jared Filsell's made his way past Ryan Borg and Matt Bowler on this lap now. So that might have been a 2-for-1 deal there on this lap as it's on between Burke and Freeman as out of Murray's corner we go, and the 89 gets clear there with a bit of a slide for the 718. Tries to get the pressure on here into held corner, but on the bumper, that certainly though should have that place mostly consolidated for the time being, and actually looking like that 89 SSR car is pulling away in a straight line from the 718. This is another car that looks very good over the top and defends it all the way to the white line as late as he can though to cover things off from Adam Briggs. I think potentially another case of setup philosophy. We definitely saw cars in the shootout where top speed in a straight line varied from about 288 to 295 kilometers per hour, and the 718 car was one of the cars on the low side for top speed there yesterday, and looks like that's carried over into the race today.
Yep, certainly has. Number 89 across the top of the mountain. See what he can do to try and catch up. Seeing a couple of changes for 34th and 35th, and then for 43rd and 44th. Stenberg battling with Bailey Frid, and now making sure that Maloney is able to get past Cameron Beancott as well. Look at the check-up there in the minor positions in this field so far. It is so interesting seeing TTR cars so low down in this field. You usually see them around, you know, at least the top 20 and top 15 upwards, but it just hasn't been their year so far. If you're not talking about the likes of Braden Myers, Ethan Warren, etc. But you get a replay here of Daniel Misdale. Something might have gone wrong from here, coming up to Reed and Stallman Park. Did he clip the wall here? No, he managed to.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he did. There we go. Yep, all right. And okay, he managed to keep control, which is good, but that looked like a fairly hefty hit. I think the front left might be complaining.
Yeah, will be off the spot. Result of that one there. Just going to see they lost 3 spots across the top to Ben Smith, Chad Lewis, and Michael Angus. In the process of all that, the number 1 Trans-Tasman car has returned to the track, and in fact there you go, 3rd on the road, but 1 lap down on your race leaders. It is Josh Anderson behind the wheel. He was ready to take the wheel of that car back as soon as he could, so well, it's not completely over yet, but they're going to have to then find pace on Ethan Grigold and their compatriots in the 22 if they want to get back on the lead lap and then have a chance at resetting. They'll have to make their way through the field once more again. Towards the back half of the top 20 for a moment here, we've got Andrew Dyson, Chris Coxhead, Matt Bowler and Brian Borg. They've all now been passed by that number 94 of Jared Filsell. He keeps on coming and he won't stop coming, it seems, up this field today, as this opening stint has certainly been an exercise in maximum attack whilst making sure you make these moves cleanly as well as efficiently here, Reece.
Yeah, and to continue that all-star reference to Jared Filsell, I guess you could say that they came by the rules on Saturday and they hit the ground running today. That wasn't very well executed from me. I'll just move on very quickly from that. But Jared Filsell, he is just on an absolute charge here today, and he's already gapping these cars. You can see that. What an exit from Forrest Elbow. He's going to be picking up a draft from the Synergy pair up ahead of Damian Johnstone and Kobe Jones. These guys fighting over 12th spot. And, well, I predicted beforehand that Jared Filsell would be in the top 20 by lap 20. Well, it looks like he might be in the top 10 by lap 20 at this rate. This is incredible driving there to come up from the rear of the field. Number 63, Blake Warboys, at the front of this train, further back, and this is the battle for 19th onwards. He's got Flock, Neck, Ireland, Newman, Lineage, and Carmichael behind him all the way down to 25th spot, and it's going to be difficult for him to pick up a draft from here. Brian Borg is about 1 and a bit seconds ahead, so there'll be a tiny whisper of a slipstream for Blake Warboys, but probably not enough to try and keep these guys behind. But you see that there's a pass being made just behind him. Sebastian Flock having to yield to Blake Neck in a straight line, but he's got the inside here for Griffin's Bend, and the inside is where you want to be for this corner, and Blake Neck stuck on the off-camber, low grip outside of that turn, had to yield.
And indeed, it's one of the places you just can almost never afford to be, and look at this, Brad Newman's going to take advantage of the option there. Christopher Island got through as well. Newman's going to have to hang it around the outside of the exit of the cutting, but he will get ahead neck wolf yield there for Silverman Park. They climb up to the top of the mountain, and we've already seen that TriStar car, and well, look, it's now just come back in line just ahead of the Phoenix Racing Team car. We saw those two almost side by side through Silverman Park on lap 1 of this race. Neck, though, he's looking like he's having to really hustle that car up on the curb quite a bit there. McPhillamy, if he isn't careful, he's going to struggle. Coming towards the end of the first stint as well here in this race for these drivers. We'll see the leaders here how far they can stretch the tank with that opening race safety, that opening safety car, giving a small respite to the field burn. Back towards the front, it's on here between McNamara and Wayne Burke. McNamara has actually done well here, but it's been Wayne Burke coming through here to try and catch up. Meanwhile, it's Brenton Hobson who's on the bumper of Mike Taliancic for a couple of places ahead. So up to P8 for Burke, down to P9 for McNamara. It's actually been a bit of shuffling still, and Shea in the meantime has gotten through on Taliancic. Also, we've been looking further on back as well, so that 201 is dropping back a little bit here at this stage. Again, nothing on Mike T, but does seem to be just a bit off pace compared to him. Trouble at Murray's corner. The 84 ERT is almost in the fence. The TriStar car has been caught up in that one there as well, and I believe I saw there the Phoenix Racing 79 also involved in that one, I think. Flock gets it going once again, but let's go to the Virtual Racing School replay to figure out what has happened here in the full Sudoku. So Christopher Island and Sebastian Flock on the exit of the chase, almost coming together here. Single file on the way down to the corner, and then Island's going to look to the inside. Now it's going to be Island that makes the mistake. He does. Yep. He dives in deep, but Flock's trying to turn in because he wasn't quite there, and then almost gets Blake neck in the TriStar car. In the end, the 84 is in the gravel for some time, but gets back out and going, though down now all the way in 29th place, 11 places down on where they want to be. Look at this, though. Ooh. Almost too wide into Sulman once again. This time between Andrew Dyson and Matt Bowler. DPR versus Drop Bear as they make their way across the top. Brian Borg lying in wait there in the Premier 017 as we check out the feed here from Bowler. With for those of us who have seen some Zoom feeds from Bowler across multiple series here in SimSpeed, the ubiquitous fan in the background there, Reese, unfortunately doesn't have his biggest fan with him today. It seems it's gone back to a bit more of a plain appliance look this time round.
Yeah, no appearance from Bo Albert on the air circulation device today. Well, either way, he's got a good draft from Andrew Dyson, has Matthew Bowler, so he can stay with him, but has to keep an eye out for drivers behind. And have a look at that. This fight up towards the top of the field looks like a position for fourth. For sixth, Brenton Hobson has made his way past Michael Taliancic here. So the pole position car back into 7th. And the meme is alive. Mr. 6th place, Brenton Hobson, is in 6th place.
He is indeed. So let's see if he can go catch up to the cars ahead. It's Dylan O'Shea next, about 2 seconds up the road. Meanwhile, look who's closing in on the race leader. Now to these clear of the Simblacks car, who's well and truly dropped away to the tune of about 3.5 seconds. Ethan Warren closing down to half a second on Ethan Grigold. So good opening pace from the 117, but that 22 machine coming alive to at the end of the first stint here and dragging Josh Anderson along with them as well. So Anderson in position here to potentially make gains, although it looks like they'll still need a safety car and these drivers to pit before that TTR number 1 car can get its lap back for the time being. And look at those lap on lap gains here. Half a second there or thereabouts for the past 2 laps in a row for the 22 there, Reese.
Yeah, that is an excellent gap that's being made up there by Ethan Warren, and I have to say, looks like ERT might be in a bit of trouble here. The lead has closed magnificently, and they have absolutely left the Simblacks car behind. That car behind them is Josh Anderson and the number 1 who took over from Madison Down after his disconnect. So that car is technically still a lap down. but there's potential here for them to get back onto the lead lap, considering Anderson's pace is pretty consistent with these guys. Goodness gracious. You know, every time they go into the chase, every time they go over that curb and go airborne, I have this little jump in my chest, like, oh my goodness, are they going to make it? Confirmation from race control of a pit lane penalty for the 096. That was the car Christopher Island is driving for hitting Sebastian Flock at the final corner just a lap or so ago. Race control is right on it in terms of penalties, so we'll see what happens from here. For the 096, they'll be on the back foot, but then so is the 84 being involved in that incident too. Let's think about the lead then. By the way, Dan, nice slipstream for Ethan Warren as he tries to chase down Ethan Grigold. But from here on out, until you get to the exit of the elbow, a pass is way easier said than done.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the question is, what does the TTR 22 stand to gain from staying in line, even down the straights here, as there's the 096 Send It SimSports machine serving that drive-through penalty, getting that one out of the way as soon as it can. What is potentially gained by pushing on to the race lead here at the end of the opening stint? That is the equation here. Can the TTR car potentially save an extra lap of fuel, perhaps? If it sits here in behind with the slipstream up and down the mountain and over the top for good measure as well, that's a possibility here. I guess it depends on just how marginal that car was when it comes to getting an extra lap out of it already. You would think, as both of these cars are giving it their all at this stage, lapping in the mid to low 205s. The only driver that comes remotely close to their pace is none other than Jared Philstow, who's just gotten past Adam Briggs as I was talking. And has that actually happened halfway down the mountain?
I think maybe. I'm going back to check. No.
Apologies, no. I saw it happen. I swear it changed in front of me as I was watching. I was like, that timing makes it look like it's happened on the mountain. No, he got it done before they began the climb. But he's going to go for Thomas Freeman now and get that 94 into P10 by the end of lap 22.
Yep, well, he's just done that now. Phil Sell into the top 10 now, and he's looking at 9th, just up ahead. That's Sean McNamara in 9th place up ahead. Could this be a move at Murray's corner if Phil Sell gets the move done? I mean, I'm absolutely stunned every single time. Like, you know, I've been calling races where Jared Philsell's been competing for a very long time now, years in fact. And I was there for his incredibly dominant run where he won 3 drivers' titles in V8SCOPS with, you know, barely any competition at all once he got out in the front. And I am still amazed at the pace he manages to pull out of these cars. His level of talent is just a step above almost everyone else in this field, bar drivers like Brady Myers, Madison Down, Ethan Grigold, etc.
Go first driver to the pit lane, and this might be an indication of where the pit window is at. 22 laps complete. The Evolution Racing Team 84, Sebastian Flock brings the car to the lane. Now see, and indeed he will jump out of the car. Scott Campbell getting on board, probably a little early here, I would think, but I would say that perhaps a bit of damage there. Might want to clean that car up a fraction if they can manage to do so without going a lap down. There's a lead, as you can see here, coming down to Forest Elbow, and the 84 has got about 1/3 of a lap now left before he get caught up. Time is ticking up on the pit timer here at least, so shouldn't be too much longer, you would think. And yep, 39.5 seconds for the 84. He'll be out truly ahead of your race leaders as they come down to the chase once more. And well, this is quite telling here. That gap between Ethan Warren and Josh Anderson there on the road is closed up, so certainly slowed down a fraction in behind Grigold, and Anderson in prime position to potentially go for a lap back, or at least just go a lap longer since sitting in the pit lane for an extra lap. As Phil Sell's looking at McNamara further on back, late under brakes in the chase. He gets the job done. McNamara not going to fight that one here in the opening stint.
Okay, so from 50th to 9th, just incredible stuff there from Jared Philsell so far in this first stint. I mean, it's probably the finest first stint I've ever seen in all my time calling the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, but taking nothing away from the rest of the drivers here who have certainly given him a heck of a challenge to try and make his way through this field. Oh, have a look at this gaggle. Oh, take it easy. 209 on the inside of the 087. Oh dear, up the inside they go, and the 47's going to try and go for it as well. A little bit of a slide there from 087. Kurt Stenberg trying to find his way through all of this. Matty Jones definitely getting hung out to dry here on the outside of both Murray's and Hell Corner in that 087 car.
Despite all of the shuffling and moving there into the final turn, there was barely the barest hint of contact there. As it's going to be Cameron Veacock up the inside potentially here. It's going to be late under brakes for the 134. Gets to the inside line though, and that sends the 087 down a spot in the 44 after dark car with Alex Court's going to get a nose ahead. But they're side by side into the kick at turn 3. Surely who yields? The answer is neither will yield. So we're going to go side by side up into the cutting. Yeah, but now, Jones just seconds.
A spin as well there, just up ahead too. Oh, that's created a big gaggle. Oh no!
Oh! Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I wasn't aware of the 027 ran. Jones has just flick spun the car and almost taken out a train of cars that were coming through. The 027 will have to wait. There's a possibility race control will look at that one there. But the timing was incredibly close there. The 087. Let's have a look at it here on the virtual racing school replay. And just a case of trying to put the power down to match Alex Court through the cutting. And yeah, spins around, stalls out to there. Oh my goodness. So the Smart giving a helping hand there in the 027.
Yeah,
I think
Smart was trying to avoid Jones spinning and yeah, there we go.
Spun it the right way, but yeah, incredibly close. If he'd been doing that half a second later, good chance he gets hit in the rear. That's what Richard Smart for a second. And it was Christopher Ireland moving across to avoid the spinning Jones. Unfortunately puts the 027 in the fence front and rear. We'll go back to live pictures because the pit stop cycle has begun. Michael Taliancic, the first car from the leading group, down on the lane in the 201 machine for Pursuit Sim Racing. And up on the jacks, we'll see if he stays in the car for the time being. No, Andrew Gilliam will be taking over the seat for that machine.
All right, well, obviously Tally is going to have to jump back in the car at some point to satisfy the minimum laps requirement there. And just returning briefly to the big incident we just saw, I don't think I could blame Christopher Ireland for spinning Christian Smart around. He was on the outside of Smart coming into the cutting and wouldn't have seen the spun Matty Jones, so would have tried to hold his line. And it all happened so quickly, no time to react, and no room for error on either side of the track there, thanks to the concrete walls. Just really unfortunate all up there for Jones and for Smart. But yeah, I'll reiterate once again, Dan, when Matty Jones spun that car to get back going, he was very lucky that he didn't take out about 5 more cars.
Absolutely. That would be watch, see if things happen in due course. All right, end of Conrad Straight on lap 25. Grigold and Ethan Warren nose to tail. We're being told, yeah, could be into the pit lane here this time around. These cars, of course, did not pit under the safety car, and Grigold's going to be in, but it looks like Ethan Warren and Anderson both have got a 26 lap in them here, although, of course, Anderson 1 lap short in comparison. Grigold's been leading this entire time, hasn't had the benefit of the fuel save, and indeed, a flurry of cars from the top 10 are going to be in there. Rosella, O'Shea, and then we're going to have McNamara and Freeman in as well. And let's see, Simblacks of Richie Sanaway's in as well. So there we go, about half the top 10 making their way down onto the lane as a result of this stint there. There goes the Phoenix Racing 79 from further on back as well. It's on further on back into the chase as we watch this here. Who peels to the lane? It looks like it's going to be about every other car so far down onto the lane to get their first disturbance underway.
Interesting pit cycle, to be sure. And that earlier call by the Pursuit Sim Racing 201 to get Andrew Gilliam into the car, you know what I'm thinking? they might be going for a tyre undercut there. They probably had a couple more laps of fuel left in the car and they could have afforded to go a bit longer, but you put your faster driver in the car, you get an undercut of a lap or so. The track is 39 degrees Celsius, so it's fairly warm, so a tyre undercut is certainly possible once you get some fresh rubber on the car. Gilliam is in the car and he is on the start-finish straight here. The Simblacks car has just exited the lane side by side with Darren Lobb in the 99. That's going to force a little bit of a check-up, and Hayden Veld taking over the 888 just behind there. And there we go. Andrew Gilliam now in with a shot here at getting back into the top 5. So undercut hasn't been hugely successful for these guys so far, but Gilliam's race pace certainly is nothing to sneeze at. Meanwhile, we've had a bunch of driver changes through the field. There's been driver swaps in the 951. Dylan Rudd taking over from Sean McNamara. Cory Shepard's taken over from Thomas Freeman in the 718. Dylan Pereira replacing Ryan Leonage in the 79. Zach Ski trading places with Rob Carmichael in the 124. And the 117 is now being driven by Bo Cubis. That was the race-leading car that was started by Ethan Grigold.
Oh, Hobbo!
So Cubis now in there. And what happened to Hobbo?
He absolutely had it in to the pit lane on a 45-degree angle is what he did. He was pushing it that hard on entry, but everyone else into the lane with the exception of Andrew Dyson in the DPR 41. So they're going to go for a 27th lap in this race before they come to the pits. That will be curious to watch. Let's have a look at it here. Just as we get to the pit limiter line for Brenton Hobson, you can see it even. We can't quite see it from that angle, but even across the wall there, you can see it's a jump on the brakes. Let's go on board with the 88 and see how it goes. Oh my! Drive-through penalty. The 143 of Jordan Ross.
Oh goodness! Thank goodness Hobson pulled that up. But yeah, drive-through penalty for Jordan Ross. And was that an iRacing assigned penalty?
Yep, it is. No
speeding into the pits.
I'm going to presume so. I will go back and have a quick look at that one there. He was behind Jared Phillips, so clean air for Briggs on entry. Gets to the pit limiter line, and oh dear, that's an 80km/h entry across the cones.
And
under the timing range.
60 is the pit lane limit, right?
50 even.
50. Oh yeah. So
he doesn't, and so the big issue is that he could have potentially avoided the penalty by slowing down under 50, but he chose not to. So that car will be stuck in the lane, and still watching the penalty time tick by here for the 143. They're going to come out quite a ways down of where they should be in this race. They're currently already down in 43rd place. They will stay on the lead lap here by the looks of things, but they're going to be at least 3/4 of a lap down here. Pardon me. Our actual race leader, I'm corrected, is the, where are they? There's actually a lot of cars here who yet to pit, pardon me. It's down in P13 for the 22 of Brady Myers. And the TTR car taking the race lead away from the ERT machine in the pit cycle, despite having very similar pit times. So an overcut working quite nicely there for Brady Myers. Both cubes not quite up to the pace of Ethan Grigold, it would seem, as the race leader comes down to the lane to make it a 27-lap opening stint for the DPR 41.
And of course, here is Jake Maloney in the Trans-Tasman number 29. Remember, they had to pit at the very end of lap 1, and they also came in again under safety car. So they've still got a few laps to go on this stint. Last time they pitted was lap 8. So we'll keep an eye out for where they're going to come out when they eventually come in, but they are not the effective race leader for the time being. There's been a bunch of driver swaps in this last pit cycle. Jordan Ross taking over from Adam Briggs in the 143. Harrison Dengate is now in the number 63. Rick Kuznetsov is in the car replacing Brian Borg in 017. And we've got Forzan El Nabi in the 033. He's replaced Damian Johnstone in the Synergy car there. And El Nabi, of course, a former winner of this event, Ross Rizzo. So definitely potential there for him. Brody Kostecki, meanwhile, has taken over the Simblacks entry from Richie Stanaway. We've got Dean O'Brien replacing Brad Newman, Daniel Hall getting into the 923. Crucially, car 94 no longer being driven by Jared Filsell. James Scott is now in the Boost Mobile Synergy Sim Racing car, and they're back in 24th for the time being.
And interestingly, in behind the 951 and the 89 and the 88 once again. So they were ahead of a couple of these guys early on. Well, they were ahead of the 95 SimSport car here before they came to the lane. And the answer there is about a second slower on the pit transit. Phil held up also on the final lap. This run did come down the lane. McNamara, so I pulled that car in a lap earlier. So potentially a nice outlap from the 951, although as reinserted amongst all of these cars here in this battle pack, as they're getting back up to speed to try and chase down Brenton Hobson, who is about 0.6 of a second to Tom Freer, who's jumped aboard the 89 ahead of them here. Still very easy out on the road. So yeah, keep our eyes on. Now it's the top 9 who are off sequence. As Brady Myers takes the TTR 22 up to P10, but there are still a total of 14 cars off sequence who are yet to take the first full pit service in this race. So quite a few positions to shuffle out here in about 5 or 6 laps time.
Yeah, that counts pretty much everyone ahead of Brady Myers at the moment, so the entirety of the top 9. We've also got cars currently running 11th and 12th, Michael Angus and Benjamin Smith, Chad Lewis in the Evolution Racing Team 96, and David Kirby in the Fishy 307, and Mitch Campbell in the 95952 down in 16th place. Everyone else is already good for their pit stop cycle, but all the cars that I just listed off sequence, and we can expect them in the pits very shortly.
And how about that? So Josh Anderson, having come down the pit lane, did he get down the pit lane a lap later than everyone else? I would think so, because of course not getting stuck there with Madison dropping out of the disturber. But pardon me, he has not yet come into the pit lane. So no, as part of that dropout, they took the option to get pit service complete. And crucially, they are back on the lead lap of the race, but they will need to come in about 12, 13 laps time. So the number 1 car, not in a bad place, all things considered, but we'll need to figure something out strategy-wise and hope for a bit of fortune here as more decisions, I should say, coming in from race control. We're seeing, I can tell you a couple of ones here. We're seeing on screen there a warning to the PPS high octane car for a breach of something on pit entry there for them. I'm not seeing that one logged in the notes just yet. I'm seeing, I believe, unsafe re-entry, which would be the flick spin up at the cutting after finding himself around a couple of laps ago, lap 24 to be precise for that car. Racing incident between McKnight, Jones and Christopher Island as part of the whole kerfuffle that caused all of that thing there. There's also been an incident between the 209 Jing Shifters cars, obviously behind the line, and the ERT21 of Bailey Fridd driving back on lap 25. That was deemed a racing incident there as well. So control busy at this stage, but doing things mostly calm and quiet. We only had one manually issued penalty so far in this race in Servo.
I'm looking at the pit entry for Matty Jones in the PPS high octane car as we check out Higgins and Stenberg fighting over 3rd and 4th on track, and it does look like there was some pretty aggressive cutting from Matty Jones on the way into the pits. Was going outside the white lines on his way through the double chicane that makes up pit entry here at Mount Panorama. So we'll have to wait and see for more details from race control on what exactly happened there. Either way, this is a pretty big rivalry going on here, fighting for 3rd and 4th. Thomas Hinz and Kurt Stenberg, they've raced together for quite some time, and they've certainly had a couple of comings together as well. But we'll see what happens between them here on the way into the chase. Will Stenny go for the dive up the inside? No, he's too far back. Remember, these guys will be pitting very shortly in just a few laps' time. So they'll want to try and sort out their positions now for the time being. Stenny, of course, is at a bit of an advantage here. Having a slipstream down the long straights, he can afford to save a bit of fuel. Moving a bit further up, actually it looks like the 9.5, number 43 of Ben Morris has made his way into the pits, but we check out the number 88 going into the chase. Yes, yeah, just completed a pass, did Brenton Hobson. And Hobbo has been in the car from the start of the race. Hasn't handed the car over to Michael Schreier yet. Have a look at this gaggle of cars. Defense on the inside from one of the cars up there. And Cory Shepard, well, this is the first time we've seen him for the time being on the Zoom feed. He is running a sequential stick shifter as they use in real life. One of the few drivers who's actually doing that. Most drivers in this series use paddles. So it's amazing to see the kind of pace that Shepard's been able to get out of this car, even with one hand on the wheel at certain points. And he's also right foot braking and heel towing as they do in real life. It's amazing the talent it takes to wheel one of these cars around, and there's many ways you can do it, but Shepard is doing it the way they do it for real.
He is indeed. Meanwhile, I've just watched Andrew Gilliam slide one up the inside of the ERT 96 on approach to the cutting, but it was very close to the fence there between those two. It's just ahead of Shepard here, who's trying to get past Dylan Rudd in that 9.51 entry for 9.5 Sim Sports. It's Chad Lewis behind the ERT 96. So here's a bit of left foot brake as well from Shepard, so back and forth on the pedals there depending on what he needs. But yeah, it is certainly interesting to see. You can get away without using the clutch, of course, in these cars with the downshifts, thanks to the ability just to lift the throttle when the dog cut gears on these things. But see here, opting indeed with the full pedal box. O'Shea with another dive further up ahead into the elbow, this time on the 307 Fishy Motorsports car of David Kirby, pardon me, Darren Lobb, apologies there, is behind the wheel of the 99, but it's backed up this little group here. Instead, we've still got cars who need to get their first pit stop, proper pit stop that is, out of the way. And it's all action here on Conrod Straight. Hayden Veld going for a move here, gets past Kirby, will get past Lobb as well, thanks to the run being unimpeded off of the elbow there. So Lobb gets a spot the corner, but Veld makes it 2 for none down Conrod Straight.
Indeed. And it looks like Kurt Stenberg has gotten by Thomas Hinz for second on the road as well. We're going to check out how it happened here. Nice slipstream up Conrod Straight and then down Conrod Straight as they crest the hill. They were side by side on the way into the chase, and Hinzy lifted off a little early, gave it to Stenberg there. If you've got a car going on your right into the chase, it's often better to just let them go, because it's very hard to fight a move without losing a lot of time. More cars in the pits meanwhile. We got the Evolution Racing Team 21, 93 and 96. We got 9.5, Mitch Campbell in there. Analytical Race on Oz, the 04 of Luke Mitchinson. Americans Down Under as well. Philip Krause still in that car. Matthew Brunt taking over the SSR 134. And then Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsport car, putting his 307 into the lane as well. Plenty of pit stop action going on down the field, and I was really struggling to figure out who was doing what. Oh my goodness! Oh, okay, that's what happened to Jordan Ross a short while ago. Well held, but across the grass he goes in the chase. They've had a tough race, the 143, haven't they?
And indeed, low speed on pit entry. Now long ways down the field, still in position 38 for this car. Now they're just getting back in position of sorts as we continue to watch Hinz and Stenberg. Surely at least one of these two will be in. It's the 26th lap of a stint. No, both cars will be in. So 25 laps for Hinz, 26 for Stenberg on this run. The final car to come in will be Tyler Blackburn. He follows them in. This finally cleanses the field, with the exception of Michael Angus further on back in the Fishy Motorsports 205. But we'll see here, oh dear, off pace coming out of the chase. Don't think he is. He's coming in at a decent rate of knots, thankfully, into the pit lane before it holds up Hayden Veld or Darren Lobb all that much as we watch here. Gets that in, doesn't cut too aggressively, and then hard to the left for his pit box. The race leader is once again the Trans-Tasman 22 in the hands of Brady Myers. And look at Andrew Gilliam charge his way up to third. O'Cubis has dropped in behind P4, and then here comes this gaggle to round out our top 10, plus a couple extras there at this stage. And then looking back here, P14 and 15, DBM and Premier Racing Team cars. But this is where the action has been all race long, and now finally cleaned up a bit and have a chance to go at each other without other traffic getting in the way for the time being.
Well, Hayden Veld is the one leading this train, with Darren Lobb taking over the 99 from Dylan O'Shea and trying his best to replicate some of O'Shea's epic moves up the inside at Forest Elbow in that first stint of the race. Hayden Veld, meanwhile, he's got eyes forward. He's got clear track ahead of him and not much in the way of distractions ahead. He's going to be avoiding focusing on his mirrors too much. Meanwhile, as they make their way down through the S's into the dipper, very difficult to get the exit right here. The car always goes up on two wheels as you make your way across there. Flicking back briefly to the 718, Cory Shepard taking that car over and into 10th spot, trying to line up a move on Brenton Hobson in car 88, and they've got James Scott in the 94 just up ahead of them as well. That Boost Mobile Racing 94 is now up 41 places.
Continues its relentless charge forward today as that there from Tom Freeman to the inside of Darren Lobb through the kink at the chase, alongside under brakes there. Unfortunately, there's a bit of blimp cam going on, but he's going to go round the outside. Is Freer and makes it stick. Very nicely done there. And what it will do is say Scott, come on through. There's an option here, but he'll have to go the long way around at Murray's. But he's going to be well clear there. In fact, Darren Lobb's got no response, it seems, at that particular corner, although he will get a better exit off the final turn. It means we go 2 by 2 almost into Hell Corner. No, James Scott will finally cover that one off, but it means that we've got now side by side between Hobbo and Shepard, neither of them willing to give an inch here and set up for a run on Lobb. So that 99 car just taking a bit of heat there. A couple of corners in a row as we go up towards the front of the group here. No, 88 Hobson, pardon me, side by side with Shepard. Dylan Rudd looking for an option in. Oh, around the outside, Shepard. That's what you've got to try and do, but that does not pay out. Oh, Rudd's gone up with him there as well, but into the fence for the 718. I think he gets away with just a glance there off of Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, maybe some minor physical damage to the front left side of the car. Yeah, you can see the wheel is sticking out just a tiny bit potentially. That's unfortunate there for Cory Shepard, but them's the breaks sometimes when you go into Griffin's and you're on the outside. He was trying to hug the inside of the corner as best he could, but Hobbo was there and maybe a little bit of understeer for him as we have the number 1 car into the pits. Joshua Anderson brings it in after being forced to take over from Madison down a bit earlier than he would have liked. That car was down in about 43rd position, and they're down to 47th at the moment as they come into the lane. Brady Baldwin, having taken over the high-octane racing car from Matty Jones, will pass them, and we'll see if there's a driver swap and Madison down jumps back in. I would say, though, it'd be smart to keep Ando in the car still.
Staying in. The question is, the race leader's coming into Murray's corner any second now. Do they send the number 1 out in time to stay on the lead lap and take your odds on a safety car? Don't think so, because the leader's coming around the final turn. If he can slot into P2 here on the road, this might work. He's away, but so is Myers, is clear at turn 1, but Anderson will follow him out here up Mountain Street. So only the race leader ahead of the number 1 car. So it looks like indeed full service taken at 45 seconds stationary. But well, thankfully gets ahead of basically everyone. This gaggle of cars is still lined up. But it's down to the 888, the 89, and then the 94. And James Scott is still looking pretty hungry for places. And Tom Freer is the next one on the menu.
Indeed. Will it be rare, medium, or well done for James Scott? We'll have to wait and see. No chance of a pass here on the way in, but up 42 spots. We should also highlight another car that has really worked their way forward magnificently. The number 29, Jake Maloney, has handed the car over to Emily Jones. As far as I'm aware, the only female driver in the field, and we've watched Emily race for quite some time. She has a great amount of talent under her belt, and now up into 20th after starting pretty much dead last. That's really good to see. And now they're trying to line up Dylan Pereira, who's taken over the Phoenix 79 from Rayan Leonage. And that TTR Mustang is looking mighty clean, I have to say.
It is indeed. Don't forget also that Maloney was one of the drivers to opt to take a pit stop under the early safety car. So Emily's only been out there currently on the third lap of the stint. So they are in a favourable position. If we get perhaps another safety car soon to jump forward a couple of spots as drivers come into the lane, of course, due to taking a shorter stop in that particular position. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, yes, they are the leader of everyone who's on that ultimate strategy by quite some position. The next car on that sequence is the Jinx Shifters 209 with Brett Roxton currently behind the wheel. Darren Lobb looks to really be under some serious pressure now here towards the back half of the top 10. Forzen El Nabi next, trying to line him up, and will look late under brakes and Murray's note. Just a show of the nose there from the 033. Will tuck back in line, try and straighten up, because what it does is make him a little vulnerable to teammate Kobe Jones there into Hell Corner, but no, nothing happening this time by, at least between these guys, of course. I'll set up and go once again, and yep, sometime probably down at the chase. Scott has gotten on through on Tom Freer, make that 43 places gain, and well, definitely odds on making it 44 gained by the end of this lap. El Nabi shows the nose again. He is going to go for it though at Griffin's Bend this time. Forces it in late. That puts Lob up on the higher side. He slides it round, trying to hang on here, but El Nabi through. Kobe Jones follows suit around the outside. He's going to have a nose ahead through the kink, and he will be ahead for the braking zone. The cutting. Oh, he runs it in too hot though. Reese is going to lose the spot back, and Dylan Rudd might just have a say-so and take his place for the good measure.
Oh man, that's a shame there for Kobe Jones. Position gained and then 2 positions lost. That's a real shame. Coming through the cutting, Dylan Rudd actually working his way through very cleanly, very nicely there. Position change meanwhile. Looks like Brett Loxton has overtaken Dean O'Brien for 25th spot. And man, that Lobs Falcon Esports number 53 is looking pretty sorry on the left front. Brett Loxton, of course, recently taken over that car and will make his way through very nicely. And well, checking out the 427 here, Andrew Ritchie and James Chastanerf were wondering if something has potentially happened to this car at some point, because they're down in 33rd, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they were running a little bit better than that earlier.
Well, let's have a quick look at the numbers on the timing display for the 427. They're currently on their 11th lap of the stint, so they made it to the end of lap 25 at this point. Anyway, so on sequence everyone, and the car looks nice and clean, like a couple of other cars around here at this point as well. Also nice and tidy so far. To be honest, I think they've just had a quiet race so far, and gone up a couple of spots and others have pitted, and then dropped back into where they were at this stage. Oh, okay, there has indeed been something that's happened. All right, well, we'll come to that in a second. We've actually just jumped back up to the Jinx Shifters 209 and the TriStar 380 with Brett Roxton and Sam Muir, but it looks like further on back there we were watching the ERT 923 with Brad Ryan aboard. He's just gotten past the 95, one of the 95 cars. It's a 43 machine, yes it is. As, oh hello, in the dirt, that is their motorsport cars way off in the air at the end of the bottom of the chase. Aaron Gilbert aboard that car. It looks clean though, so have they had a big slide out of the chase there and gone almost, if not all the way to the fence there in that car? They dropped in front of the ERT 96.
Yeah, I was going to say Aaron Gilbert looked like lost the rear on the way into the chase, and then he could not recover the slide. He ended up going towards the inside of the chase. As a result of that. So we'll see what happened to him here. I can confirm that for the 427, they also had an incident at the chase. They got past, and there was a bit of contact made, and they gave up 2 more positions as a result of that.
Also happening live.
Okay, we can get to that in a moment. We'll see what happened to Aaron Gilbert first. Loses the rear on the way in, and slide, full opposite lock, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and cue up the 9.5 Sim Sports 43, Craig Schultz into Griffin's Bend. Lap 37, it's come unstuck, a bit of contact there between those two for good measure. So, whilst we're looking at the replay, Gilbert, that's what's happened there. As we've gone to the replay, unfortunately, it's stuck there on blimp cam for a second, unfortunately. Oh, there it is, down at the very bottom of blimp cam. I just saw the car get loose. It was the 43 machine. See if we can try and figure out why it's gone blinky. When I see it, there it is. Under brakes, the analytical results go. Oh, the after dark sim racing machine though comes in with a vengeance, nice and late there under brakes. I reckon that might be a bit too late though for the 44, and we might see them being sent back down the order a couple of spots for that one. There we go, back to live pictures. Emily Jones has just made a move on Henry King. That 29 machine up to 18th place now at the start of their 38th lap in this race.
Very good, consistent race from Emily Jones and Jake Maloney. Well, we've gone through one heck of a race so far. 38 laps on the board, 37 I should say, 38 coming up at the end of this lap. We're going to step aside very briefly here on SimSpeed TV, but the coverage will continue. We're going to do side by side. You'll be able to see the live action still as we are on break. Stay here with us here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the Bathurst 1000, part of the 2022 Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible?
You're watching the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. What a brilliant opening stint of the race it's been. We've already had our first random safety car early on. Pit lane penalty, meanwhile, coming in for the 44 incident with car 43. And that involved the 9.5 SimSport number 43. Was the incident at turn 2 that we caught just before the break. The 44 is the after dark car that ultimately tagged the 43 and put them into the fence on the outside. We're taking a look at the 718 machine driven by Cory, Shepard, as they are trying to chase down Kobe Jones in the Synergy Sim Racing WP Concreting number 25 Mustang. This is the battle for 12th. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me. We're going to be taking you all the way through to the finish with Jay Kennedy on production behind the scenes. Hope you've enjoyed the race so far, and if you're just joining us, welcome. It's been a fantastic race so far, and whatever you've missed, you'll be able to catch up with later on our YouTube channel, SimSpeed TV. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook or Twitch, this is one heck of a race, one heck of a track, one heck of a set of cars, and one heck of a driving performance from a lot of these drivers, as we saw both of these guys getting into the grass out of McPhillamy, Dan.
We did. If we could potentially go back to lap 40 as well, possibly between these two on screen, up Mountain Straight. We just missed it whilst I was watching it here, still sitting whilst we were on that short comms break, but we just missed it on the live pictures. But these two have been going at it hammer and tongs, and so it was Kobe Jones behind Cory Shepard. Now, Shepard's car really demonstrating here that they've tuned this car with a lot of downforce to try and give it straight line stability. But then watch this here as we come up Mountain Straight, defending from Jones, who's got one heck of a slipstream and a very fast car in clean air. Moves over, try and get opening in the corner, and just barely hangs on to the 25 for a moment there. I thought he was going to lose it, but no. Goes once, goes twice, but gets it gathered back up, and then has enough power there to get back on the attack, and has gotten ahead in the meantime once we were coming back from the break. So they've lost touch there with that group of cars ahead, which is now the top of the group of 6th through 11th. It's Hayden Veld still leading the group, and then in fact it's actually quite a lot of cars here from Synergy Sim Racing in P's 6 through 9. We've got Darren Lobb rounding out the top 10 of the DPR 99. Dylan Rudd still on his tail in the 95 SimSport 951. As further on back there, the WKMP car of Harrison Dengate, that's gotten up the inside of Phil Worley there at turn 2 and sealed the deal to come up to the cutting. So a lot of action up and down the field, Reese, wherever we look. Also looks like the Premier Racing team, number 7, is finally back through on the DBM number 2 machine. Cole got through back in the early phase of the race, but they've been nose to tail for the most part. Just ahead of these two cars we're currently watching here on the screen. We're currently fighting over 16th on the road.
Indeed they are, and about 10 positions behind them. We don't have to go to them now, but we have received news about the Evolution Racing team number 21. Marcelo Rivera is currently at the wheel of that one, sharing the car with Bailey Frick. Apparently Marcelo is having some hardware issues with his PC as he chases down Lee Ellis, who's taken over the Trans-Tasman 47 from Kurt Stenberg. Rivera's just managing the car behaviour at the moment, but apparently dealing with screen freezes, as that's a problem there. The 951 and the 99 have come together. We saw some fantastic performances from the 99 with Dylan O'Shea at the wheel earlier in the race. Darren Lobb's taken over from him. Dylan Rudd taking over the 951 car. They have come together at the chase, and we'll figure out what happened to them here. Looks like side by side on the way in. Oh, okay, yep, contact there, but they managed to hold it up, and then, oh, big slide for the 951, just came into him again. Oh, no. You don't want to see that. That is horrible there for both of those drivers. I mean, really well held there from Darren Lobb, but unfortunate there for the driver of the 951, Dylan Rudd. Just wasn't able to hold on to it when he got to the corner proper.
Indeed. So, unfortunately, both cars dropped therefore out of the battle pack there at the back end of the top 10. So, we're down to 6th through 9th, and it's all SSR amongst those guys now. Dylan Rudd has recovered to P14. Darren Lobb has dropped to P17 in the meantime. We head back to the front of the field for a moment here because it's been slow, steady, but measured progress here from Andrew Gilliam, closing down on Brody Kostecki there for second place. Coming back here for a second with the cars running around in the mid-20s there. Marcelo Rivera's finally gotten through on the Alice for now what is P25. Actually, Diego gets through before turn 1, and they actually nearly switch back here. We'll see Rivera goes early to defend, so yeah, nice clear intentions there from the 21, and nice and white lines it. Ellis, though, nose ahead under brakes here. Reese could almost get in, but no, opts to roll back out and make sure he avoids the issues there. As behind, Jamie Stowe rolled up the inside of Sam Ewart to take P27. Suit Sim Racing number 155 off the TriStar Racing car. We'll come back to the live pictures here at the fight for P2. Also important to note, your race leader is still Brady Myers. But if we check in with the 22 real quick, you'll see there's a car directly ahead of them at the moment. And it is that number 1 TTR machine of Josh Anderson. He's been able to get that lap back. And I believe now, happily towing around Brady Myers, potentially helping that 22 save an extra lap of fuel in the process.
Yeah, that we've seen some comments talking about big brain racing in the chat. Well, that is real big brain there from the Trans-Tasman Racing crew. Got a car a lap down that can run on pace with your top guys. Well, put them in front and drag them along, assist their strategy going forward. And also, it means that the number 1 car is back on the lead lap. So for the time being, that's a good position for them to be in if a safety car ever comes out. Remember, that number 1 car started with Madison down at the wheel, but unfortunately, not only did they get a iRacing assigned penalty right at the start, Madison Down also had a disconnection problem from the server, so that number 1 car is very much on the back foot right now, and a safety car could really play into their favour. But we'll see now this second place fight here. Brody Kostecki taking over the number 62 from Richie Stanaway, and Andrew Gilliam taking over the 201 from Michael Taliancic. And this car we're looking at now, that 201, is the Endurance Cup Championship leader. It's our championship within a championship here at V8SCOPS. We assign Endurance Cup champions for the driver pairing that competes in all 3 races and without change, and has the best overall results. The reason why we're not seeing the likes of the number 94 in there or the number 62 is because they had to make some changes to their driver pairing, and so they're ineligible. Looks like they're, I've seen it too, Dan, problem for the 89. They're back down into 9th place now. Tom Freer has had a little bit of an issue down at the chase, it seems.
Massive wobble on entry. In fact, he's going very slow all of a sudden, even now as he's supposedly recovering that car. Well, that might just be the slowdown he needed to serve on the exit for cutting. We'll see here, comes into the chase all looking calm and under control, but he's up against the white line and the rears don't quite pull up there, so opts to cut across. So we'll see the 888, the 88 and the 033 go on by, and building fact, I think just having a slowdown there into Murray's Point. So he's up against the white line. He just grabbed the grass, maybe, which has helped get that car to rotate on him there. That would be the plausible explanation. But he has hung on to number 9 for the time being. But he's now 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11 for your mini packs in and around that half of the top 10. Meanwhile, that's as close as Andrew Gilliam's been just to date. Inside 0.2 of a second there at Skyline as we make our way back down the mountain here on lap 45. 61.
Yes, and some very heavy curb usage from both of these cars here. Of course, Brodie Kostecki and Richie Stanaway, with plenty of real-life racing experience. They compete in the big Australian touring car series in the real world, so they got plenty of real-life experience in this kind of car. And they definitely love having a lob on the sim as well. Andrew Gilliam, meanwhile, coming from a bit of a different background, as with many sim racers. And I think that's the beautiful thing about sim racing, is the fact that pretty much anyone from any background is able to jump in and compete. As long as they have the hardware and a PC to run the sim, they can compete with some of Australia's, some of the world's best at a nice competitive level. Looking a bit further back to the number 88, still holding on to 6th is Brenton Hobson, but he's starting to get lined up here. Actually just got through, I'm being corrected here, on the 888 of Hayden Veld, the fellow Synergy sim racing car. And it's a trio, actually a quad of Synergy cars, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th here. And this is how the move was made here for Brenton Hobson. Back up into 6th place. Hayden Veld already carrying a little damage to the side of the 888 car there, but that move looked like it was nice and easy done there from Hobson. And of course, all of those team cars running in a line, they can afford to chop and change a little without losing too much time. A very slick squad at Synergy Sim Racing. Under review, the incident that we caught between the 9.5 and simrix.com DPR cars at the chase. So we'll see what happens there. Looks like Race Control is going to take their time picking that one apart. And I've got to be honest, Dan, we couldn't really call it ourselves, as oh no, that's contact between the teammates. Lock up there from the 033 of Forza Milnabi, and goodness me, very well held by both of those cars, but they have lost touch with Brenton Hobson now, and they'll be under threat from the 718 car, who's rapidly lining up this trio, this actually quartet of Synergy cars.
Yeah, don't count out Kirby Jones. I was going to say it's technically an SSR quintet at one point there, but they have now that small little blunder there gives that breathing room to Hobson, about 1.5 seconds advantage now has to mind his own business for a moment here. And she'll even try and go close, focus on closing down on Bo Cupis, who's still running in P5 in the Evolution Racing Team 117. And I mean, it's quite interesting there, after running there in the lead of the race for Ethan Grigold, Cupis obviously not quite at the same pace as Ethan today, but if you're staying in the top 5, you're certainly doing something right around the mountain here as looks like Free is lining up El Nabi in chase for a second, but no, rolls back out. So although it's going to be Kobe Jones who has to get out from behind Free there under brakes to not run into the back of him there, maybe a bit miscommunication seeping in there between the SSR boys. It would seem as back to the fight for second, and Gilliam is right on that rear bumper. The gap is still at 2/10 actually, pardon me, as we come over the crest here on Mountain Straight. Looks to the inside for a second, but no, too far back to really force issue. Kostecki will happily take the racing line through Griffin's Bend.
Yep, pulling the old trick of trying to psych them out by moving around in the mirrors and try and distract them. But Brodie Kostecki, racing in the real world at the level he is certainly familiar with those kinds of tactics, and he's evidently not letting it get to him. But Gilliam is pressuring him massively across the top of the mountain. The 201 has looked incredibly quick across the top of the mountain all day long. And I mean, just a quick car in general. We'll have to wait and see what they can do, as it looks like there's a pit stop for the 84 ERT entry, Scott Gamble. He took over from Sebastian Flock at the last pit cycle, and something might have gone wrong for them here. No, it's actually the end of a stint there. It's a conventional stop for them, but evidently something happened for them down here.
Let's have a look, see here. The
car ahead.
the 208 Jinx shifter car being advised. An issue there. It just rolls out early. Okay, so nothing too nefarious there. It seems.
No dramas.
Just stepping aside, but yes, Scott Campbell completes a 24-lap stint for the ERT number 84. So that's your bare minimum full throttle number, I think, for the start of action thereby, after what we saw in the early stint with the safety car and so forth. But that car was Sebastian Flock aboard, came in early, shortly after their contact with the SimSport 396 down at Murray's Corner in the early 20s. Race back up with this fight at the rear half of the top 10, and look at Cory Shepard here. I think they're stuck, unable to close down on this SSR train, who are running a much faster straight line car today, Reese. And just even with all of this slipstream for him, he just can't stay with them down the straights. He can close back up under brakes and across the top of the mountain, but there's only so much that can do for you here.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I've got to say, we've seen a trend with Cory Shepard in particular when it comes to car behaviour. I think he was just giving us a thumbs up there. G'day, Cory. Good to know that you're in watching the stream as well. Something that we have seen is the fact that he has a car that is very good in qualifying, but a little unstable in the race. They seem to have gone the other way this time. As you mentioned earlier, Dan, they seem to have gone for a bit more of a high downforce setup to get some real corner speed out of that car. But of course, up Mountain Straight and down Conrod Straight, it's harming them a little bit. Still, they're keeping in touch with this Synergy squad up in front of them. And if there's a problem between these cars, then they'll certainly be there to take advantage. Starting to close up again between Hayden Veld and Forzan El Nabi here at the front of this train. Brenton Hobson is skipping away from them and not going to be picking up much of a slipstream down the straights here, will Hayden Veld, which means he'll be vulnerable to an attack from our former V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 winner, El Nabi behind.
El Nabi up the pace here, it seems, relative to Veld here, although in saying that, Veld's doing a good job. Certainly the B driver for the 888 car today. Luke Rosella has trouble down at the chase for Aaron Gilbert in the ANZ Motorsport number 9. The race leaders were coming through, or the race leader, I should say, Singular at the time, was coming through. He's off in the grass, will gather it back up just as that pack of cars, the SSR train, is going to arrive on the scene in a second. But let's have a look here at what happens. He was with another car there, the PPS High Octane car in behind with Brady Baldwin aboard. You see Josh Anderson, then Brady Myers get on through, and side by side with Baldwin here at the chase. Oh, a bit of a pinch down there, and unfortunately around goes the number 9, just trying to stay clearly out of the way of the race leaders, and then up on the apex curb to force the 087 off the road, but unfortunately they've still come together as there we go. First taker. Again, remember Taliancic came in earlier than everyone else on that first stint by a lap race, and it was 2 laps for some, and once again 24 laps to a tank here in flat out conditions. So once again reaffirming that stint length marker here, end of lap 48 for your 201 machine here, as El Nabi looking for the spot on Veld, will go up the inside and brakes, but Veld's going to try a contest under super deep at Griffins. That was unnecessary, you'd have to say, between teammates surely, but thankfully all cars out of the wall. But look at Shepard behind, really hustling Jones and Freer there back of this group, as they still a single file for the time being. But it feels like coming to the dying laps of this stint, people are going to really try and hustle on for a couple of extra spots.
Indeed. Well, I think Shepard, it's an interesting situation for him because, yeah, running that slightly higher downforce, less straight line speed setup, it means that because he's so close to these cars, he's getting a good slipstream off them. But he's obviously really quick off the top of the mountain, and he's having to back off a little bit. That can work in his favour, though. He could afford to save a tiny bit of fuel. So, you know, the story is not over for the 718 as, that's side by side there in this pack of cars with the 47 and Henry King and the Jinx Shifters car up front. Brad Ryan there making the move, and that's a problem there for Henry King. He ran wide in the cutting, and it looks like he's pulling over to let these guys go. I think that car got a good amount of damage from there, and I think Henry King taking the option to just dip out there.
Yeah, that definitely looks off pace a bit there, as the next of your lead drivers to the lane will be the 62 Simblacks machine another 24-lap stint. So, well, that's basically confirmation right there. And several of your top drivers in. Bo Cubis is bringing the ERT 117 to the lane. Aiden Bell, the AAA SSR car, is in. Going to see here who can stretch an extra lap, potentially, but a lot of these cars here are going on their 24th now. Look at this, though. Lap traffic for the number 1 as he continues to drag around 22 of Brady Myers, thankfully, though. It's Matt Whitaker aboard the Snow High Fishing Motorsports car. Yes, it is. Gets on through nicely there. Cutting, but traffic after dark sim racing and the 632 DPR here across the top of the mountain will hold them up just a couple bit more. And, well, with this pit cycle underway, Myers obviously in the race lead. P2 now in the hands of the 94 SSR Boost mobile car. But for how long, we'll have to see. They haven't quite made inroads on the top 4 just yet. It's actually, pardon me, no, they were through up into effective P4, so they can catch up to the podium places as out comes Gilliam.
Have a look at that.
And clears the Simblacks car with the pit cycle. Oh, the race leader just nearly got involved with the After Dark car at Frost Elbow.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, and that After Dark car already coming under the attention of race control today. Myers still in the slipstream of his teammate Anderson, running in 43rd, but clearing the After Dark car. That was almost a disaster, though, down at Forest Elbow. Looked like the After Dark car just going wide there, and yeah, man, on the exit there was a tiny bit of contact between them. Meanwhile, we're hearing the 124, the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 car. They've got a mechanical black flag. They are down in the pit lane now at the moment. Rob Carmichael's brought that in. Not too sure what's gone on for them there. I'm going back to check. They've been in the pits for a while, about a minute or two, and it looks like it was contact somewhere across the top of the mountain. I'm just going to check. That's odd. It doesn't look like any big hits for them on the last lap. So I think maybe they just glanced off a wall, and that somehow damaged the car enough for them to get a mechanical black flag.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Oh, he's clipped the inside of the wall at Forest Elbow, the apex wall there in the 124. That's a surprisingly severe amount of damage. The car is certainly, it was a little dented in the left front corner.
Well,
and
pit
it's about
stops.
about 15 degrees right hand down steering damage.
Yeah, wow.
So
that's very unfortunate.
It was not very damaged, but I'm just wondering if that was all there was. Comes into the pits immediately to Zach Ski, jumps out, Carmichael gets in. I'm just wondering, well, there's no sign of a blown motor.
There's potential that it could be a blown tyre for the 124. That can give you a mechanical black flag if you blow a tyre, and it is possible to blow tyres in iRacing now. Has been for some time. So yeah, that's potential as well. Either way, they got a mechanical black flag for some reason, and now they are on the back foot. We've also gotten news that car 44 has been ordered to redress car 632. Apparently there was an issue between them. The redress has been done and noted by race control, so that sorted things out between those cars as we see the race leader come into the pits. Brady Myers bringing it in. 25 lap stint on the way into the lane versus 26 earlier. We managed to go a lap longer last time by, and we'll see what this pit stop is like. Sorry.
Yes, well, they've done a good job there. Pulled that extra lap of fuel out of the car thanks to Josh Anderson being able to run ahead of Brady there for the majority of that stint. And off the lane goes the car. It will be Ethan Warren in that case, surely jumping back behind the wheel of the 22, and indeed Tom Freer currently in P2 brings it down. Another 25 lap stint for him as well. Now have a look at this here. Bo Cubis has had a bit of a bad stop. Another 4 seconds longer than everyone around him here at the front of the field. Has sent the 117 back amongst the SSR cars, but also critically, have a look at who's jumped a couple of these SSR cars to be jumped forward to the 718 of Cory Shepard. and matching these guys for the most part on pit stops. He's undercut the SSR 25 and 033 by a single lap, and that's the difference fresh tyres can make here around the mountains. Cubis wide through the chase. That's going to, it's going to run, back up El Nabi. Nowhere to go just yet for the 033. Goes to the inside though. The Murray's corner, and Cubis is not looking to fight this one. Will slide on back in behind. So unfortunately, 117 trying to slip here on this 10% go at this point of the race.
Well, meanwhile, there's 3 cars in the lane at the moment. The Synergy Sim Racing 89 just exiting the lane there, and Andrew Dyson in the DPR 41, Jamie Dyke in the Fishy Motorsport 080 also in the pits as well. Dyson's pit stop completed, 45.2 seconds stop, and Jamie Dyke still getting things done there. Looks like Race on Oz, Luke Mitchinson, has made his way in as well and has handed over to Benjamin Smith. Meanwhile, we check out the number 29, Emily Jones, at the wheel of this Trans-Tasman racing car. Jake Maloney, of course, starting that machine. They're currently in the lead on track, but will be due for another pit stop in about 6 laps.
6 laps, we can stretch it 5 laps if it's going to be in a flat-out run for Emily on this tank. And coming up to the end of lap number 20 for the stint in this car. Your net race leader, though, only 12 seconds back and setting some purple and green sectors on this run up the mountain is the 22. Once again, though, Cory Shepard fastest down the S's and through Dipper. That's 718, really good on that part of the descent of the mountain. So, there you go, lap number 20 in the stint. 20 laps complete, sorry, for the 22. Josh Anderson still lapping there aboard the Trans-Tasman number 1. So they're still down in 28th place, unfortunately for them, but Anderson only on his 19th lap of the race. So keep that in mind. There's still at least another 6 laps in that car's fuel tank here. And well, crucially, being able to range extend like that at this point in the race simply means that if the safety car comes up, they'll be sitting very pretty indeed.
That they will, and they'll be hoping that a safety car will fall into their lap and that they will not be the ones involved in doing that safety car or allowing it to come out. So the cars that have yet to pit for the time being, the leading car at the moment, the Trans-Tasman 29. Team Jinx Shifters 209, Brett Loxton at the wheel running 3rd. They're on the 20th lap of this stint. Marcelo Rivera in the ERT 21 also, as that's a pass being made by the 017. Of course, there's plenty of passing being made here. Rick Kuznetsov making his way past the number 13, I believe, race on Oz machine. But also, just going down through the top 10, Marcelo Rivera has yet to come in. Brad Ryan has yet to come in. So they're 6th and 7th. Lee Ellis in the number 47. We should expect him in about 4 or 5 laps' time. And Reina Costello, last car in the top 10, yet to make a stop.
Indeed. Just a loss. Safety car has been called by race control. Hello there, and this is a 2nd competition caution. It's going to pick up Emily Jones here as the race leader. Now, this is interesting to see. So the magic number is not 1 today, but at least 2 on the dice.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And that's a very quick response from the Sim Blacks car. Richie Stanaway bringing it back in after just 4 laps out on track. They will top up the tank from there, and this could benefit them later on with that little bit of extra mileage available later on.
It will indeed. The race leader was not picked up in time by the safety car, however, so Emily Jones cycling around and actually possibly problematically is stuck cycling at safety car semi-pacing speeds in behind traffic here. The 427 Banter Alliance car there, I believe it's, and the question is who is aboard that one. If I could find 14, it's Andrew Ritchie still aboard. Ben Smith ahead of them in the Analytical Race 04, and Brewster Carr Varlo in the 096 Descendant Sim Sports. So this might just backfire a little here for Jones, depending on where those other cars come back out. Where have you come back out? In black 62, they're already exiting the cutting in that car as they make their way up the hill. And I really get the feeling here, and given that a full pit service is basically required for that number 29 machine, we're going to be hurting here what will be their in-lap for the time being. The number 1 TTR car of Josh Anderson. They come to the pits yet? No, they're still circulating.
So they'll be on the back of the train now, or roughly in the middle, depending.
They're currently in P20, and what looks like they're doing here is just to ensure that they don't somehow go down, or not somehow, but don't go down a lap by being caught behind the leaders, who then choose to come into the pits. They're going to wait it out here, an extra lap at least, wait for the leaders to be picked up by the safety car at the very least. Probably come in this time by here in lap 54 as Andrew Gilliam's bringing the Pursuit 201.
Jones in too.
Yep, that makes sense. The 29 was nearing the end of its stint. 22 laps, only a couple short there, as field is being released to pick up Ethan Warren in the number 22 Trans-Tasman machine as your race leader. Several cars close to going a lap down, or going to be a lap down, might just get their laps back. We'll have to see what race control decide with the lapped cars now stuck behind your race leader. Second place on the road is going to go to the 888 of Hayden Veld. So gains made there by the SSR crew, not opting to come to the pits on this pit cycle. Mike Taliancic is back in the car. Pardon me, he actually, driver swap for the Pursuit Sim Racing 201. Taliancic getting back aboard 201 to get more laps ticked off for Mr. T. Likewise, then away to back aboard Sim Blacks into 207.
Yes, and speaking of the Sim Blacks and a couple of other cars, so yeah, we did see the 201 come in, Taliancic back in the car. The 88 has also come into the pits, Brenton Hobson handing over to Michael Schreier. But the Boost Mobile Racing number 94, James Scott, also came into the lane once the safety car was called. So now they're effectively on the same strategy as the Sim Blacks car. And considering all the cars in between them and the race leader, Hayden Veld, 888, 718 Cory Shepard, 033 Forzen Elnabi, and SSR 25 Kenneth Latter, they were all 4 to 5 laps into their stint now. They were about 3 or 4 laps in when the safety car was called, so it looks like they're going to be staying out. That means that Richie Stanaway is going to have to find his way through those cars, and we see the last pit stops there for all of these cars. We're on lap 55. They last came in on lap 50, those drivers. So Stanaway now will have a bit of extra fuel mileage, but when the safety car comes in, he's going to have to try and fight his way through to get back to the race lead. And I get the feeling that the Synergy Trio plus Cory Shepard is not going to make it easy for them.
That is true indeed. Also, I can see what will be done about the traffic there. It's currently stuck between the race leader and
the number one's made a pit stop.
Good.
Meanwhile, looks like Down's taken over from Anderson.
As indeed. So looks like there's some belief there that the issues for Anderson Down have been resolved for the time being there in the number 1 machine. And well, he's indeed back in the Sturtle with what looks to be a good connection. All things considered. So see here what Madison Down can do. Certainly needs to get laps on the board here today. As all the safety car trains just checking the front to nose to tail contact there for those in the mid pack, actually in and around James Scott's car. Carmichael and Lee. So your top 10 for the time being is as follows. Let's run you through all those cars at the moment. So yeah, Ethan Warren, number 22 Trans-Tasman car, lap number 4 of a stint, currently leads the race. Then it's Hayden Veld in the 888 for Synergy Sim Racing, coming up to the end of lap 6 for their stint. Cory Shepard in the 718 racing car is third, although you can see they are way back there 7th in the train at this stage, but thankfully for them, behind Veld, also 6 laps into a stint. Was Nabi 033 SSR, 5 laps complete on their stint. P4 Ken Ladder, also 5 laps complete in the SSR 25. And then we've got the Sim Blacks 62, Richie Stanaway now in P6, although they've come into the pits under the yellow here to top on up. And Bo Cubis did not come back to the pits in P7 for the ERT 117. 6 laps complete on their stint. Robbie Gibbs in the number 2 Drop Bear Beyond Blue car. 5 laps complete on their stint, have not pitted. Sean McNamara, P9 in the 951, also not pitted. And Blake Warboys up to P10, WK&P Sim Sports number 63 there. Also not pitting during this safety car cycle. The next 10 cars though, Reese, quite a lot of those drivers have opted to take an extra splash and dash here.
Yep, definitely looks like it. And yeah, the likes of Lobs Falcon Esports 53, Race on Oz 04, and Pursuit Sim Racing 2, positions 39 to 41 there. Cameron Veacock has also brought the SSR 134 in, and they've gotten a pit stop. And a stat for you here. The fact of the matter is, every team now has made at least one driver swap so far in this race. And we've still got to consider, remember, it is a minimum 54 laps for a driver, and also drivers cannot drive more than 65 laps in a row while they're in the car. So remember those numbers. We'll remind you of the format here. And we also want to say a big fat hello to Stephen Sandman Clark, who has popped up in the broadcast chat. Sandman, of course, a very good friend of ours here at SimSpeed, and was lead V8SCOPS commentator for a time. I've worked with Sandman for a very long time. Excellent guy, brilliant commentator, always brought the hype to every single round. It's good to see that Sandman's still around, and I've got to say, mate, we should get you back in the box sometime. It'd be really nice to have you on board again.
Indeed. Unfortunately, a commentator from before my time on iRacing, but I guess one can hope to say that the torch passes from commentator to commentator as the time goes by here. So it looks like the entire field now back and bunched up under the safety car at this stage. The exceptions to that statement, we've got the Pursuit Sim Racing 124 with Rob Carmichael back on the lane. And based on the fact that they're pitting again, but it looks to be it's also a lengthy service, it seems. Yeah, maybe picking up some damage repairs again on that car. Still looking a little dented in the left front corner, but at the same time, still may be the tyres, the situation with the tyres. We are not going green at the end of this lap currently here, so it will be another lap before we get going in a couple. So end of lap 57, we will restart this race. Just listening in.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on in the background in race control. They're just sorting out certain positions.
It sounds like we're going to get some wave arounds here to release these cars in behind the 22, amongst others, further down the train, I think, if I'm hearing this correctly.
Okay, well, we'll see how all of that works out on track. Michael Korolev has made his speech on the InSim text chat, on the InSim voice chat, sorry. And we'll see what happens here.
I believe it might happen up Mountain Straight at the earliest, so wait to see.
So the 43, Craig Schultz, the only car that didn't pit under this cycle, or under the safety car.
They're also 4 laps down on your race leaders.
Yes, so they're being commanded to let people go.
Yes, so all cars 1 lap down, I believe, are going to be given the wave rounds. That includes the Synergy 134 there of Cameron Veacock, Alex Corton, the 44 After Dark, Daniel Misdale in the DPR 632, Jason Benson, the Wheelie Bins 091, Matty Jones in the PPS High Octane 087, and Ben Christensen in the number 9 ANZ Motorsports. I believe will all be given permission to pass the safety car here on this time, get the cars one lap down, back on the lead lap, and get us back up to 47 cars. And indeed, instructions given. The 43, in addition, as we said, there is in the middle of the group, but they have been asked to step aside since they won't get a lap back here. So, yep, just moving the 43 out of the way of the lead lap drivers as well here. As Craig Schultz will shuffle on to the back of the train.
All right, well, hopefully we have sorted all of that, and we'll be able to get back to racing very soon. Looking from the back of Nick Parker in the 00 Oceanic Sim Racing Logitech G VRS safety car. And there's your leader just behind them, the number 22, Ethan Warren, taking over from Brady Myers. And I'm really looking forward to the start of this next stint of racing, because as we've mentioned, we have got a few drivers in between Ethan Warren and Richie Stanaway in the Simblacks car in 6th, who decided to stay out under this safety car, under this pit cycle as well. So we're hearing that racing will resume at the end of this lap, so get ready for green flag, Dan. We're going to see if Richie Stanaway can try and fight his way forward and try and get up into 2nd from 6th.
It is indeed. Now, my apologies. It turns out, yeah, all we've done there in this end of the safety car period is just move the 9.5 Sim Sports 43 to the very back of the train. Ethan Warren is going to get a chance to restart this race with 4 lapped cars between him and the 888 of Haydenveld in 2nd place currently. I also want to point out there's a bit of controversy and inquiries to Race Control at the moment regarding the Trans-Tasman number 1, because they were sitting obviously right in front of your race leader. They've been under blue flags for that entire stint. Now, the rules regarding blue flags are a fairly strict blue flag interpretation beyond what the iRacing rules say. As we watch here, the field actually coming down out of Forest Elbow a little bit quick as they all then form up to safety car speeds. But getting back on the rules thing for a second here, Reece, it's a strict blue flag rule, much like you would see in real-world events like Formula 1. Should you be under blue flags and unable to break away from a lead lap car, you'd be expected to pull aside and yield if you're clearly unable to demonstrate a superior pace. Now, we would definitely say that the number 1 had pace equal to the race leader.
Yeah.
But can you conclusively argue that they were holding up the race leader at this stage? It's a bit unclear. We don't have any instructions from Race Control on that front just yet. Hopefully we'll get a confirmation as to whether that be investigated further or not, as there are several inquiries to them so far about it. But we'll get news on that hopefully in due course. The race is now in the acceleration zone, at least in the hands of Ethan Warren, who's back behind the wheel at 22. He is going to wait for the final apex. Goes a little bit early there at Murray's. And we are back under green flag here at the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Second restart of the race is go.
It is indeed, and it's a pretty good advantage for Ethan Warren on the way into Hell Corner. 2nd and 3rd, Cameron Veacock Cameron Veacock down in 42nd place, actually. The lap cars have not really been let go there in between the race leader and 2nd place. So a really good advantage for Brady Myers, as that was side-by-side contact there between Veacock and Court, fighting over 42nd and 43rd on track at the moment. They make their way through the cutting, and we check back to the 307 Fishy car and the number 1. Let's see then what we can do to keep things clean here. 208 and 84 side by side through the cutting. That is almost sorted there, and they work themselves out nicely. So Hayden Veld running second. Oh dear, oh dear,
Oh, no.
oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's a problem for the 209 and a problem for a Mustang just behind
That's
as well.
ANZ number 9.
Yep, they're stopped.
That signature silver scheme in the fence backwards at Stillman Park. Although it looks like they are going to get going again, thankfully. And the damage visually is not that substantial. The 209 Jinx Shifter's car, though, has received a mechanical black flag. So how has this occurred here? Oh, side by side as they come up into the Stillman Park, and it's going to be the 209 getting into the side of the number 9. And actually, very fortunately for the number ANZ car, it's pulled up just far enough across it. Okay, so there we go. We've got the PPS high octane car. Is that being given a hand there from one of our lead lap guys? Remember that 087 is a lap down and was in amongst the train here. So if the 209 tries to get up the inside of the number 9, that was perhaps a bit dicey on a lap 1 on a restart, pardon me. It sends the field scattering. You can see that thankfully the number 9 car far enough off to the right side of the road. It does not get collected further. Mechanical black flag though for firing back into the left side fence at Stillman Park. So Thomas seems to have to bring that machine into the pits for what looks to be lengthy repairs. We keep racing at the front of the field. Veld and Shepard are making their way forward. They've been joined by 4th and Elnavi. So second, third, fourth on the road. Have 2 lap cars still between them and the leader. And Ethan Warren is checking out at the front. It's 3.5 seconds with this traffic also involved here. Veld clearly wants to get a hustle on, but he's looking pretty steady and confident here at this phase of the race, despite the pressure from behind.
Yeah, and Veld's going to have to try and find his way past as there was an attempt at the cutting just off screen from Forzan El Nabi on Cory Shepard, not able to make his way by, but Shepard is definitely in it here. Got Veld for position up ahead, and then they've got 2 lapped cars of Jason Bentz in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car, and then Alex Court a little further up the road in the After Dark number 44. So there's going to be some difficult work to be done here, and they're not going to be able to make their way past these lapped cars as they make their way down the mountain. They are going to have to keep things clean and get by on Conrod Straight. But have a look at that. Veld getting held up in a big slide on the way down into Forest Elbow. That crest is definitely difficult at the best of times for any car to keep the car straight. So down onto Conrod Straight they go. And now Jason Bentz will lift off and let these guys by on the way into the chase. There's a gap he can slot into just behind El Nabi here. With the number 25 of Kenneth Latta just behind them there. So let by nicely. And Bentz almost getting into the rear of El Nabi on the way into the chase, but pulled it up well enough. And now there's only 1 lapped car in between these guys and the race leader. Checking in with the Simblacks car, meanwhile.
Oh, trouble down at the chase for the Tizzy R47.
Oh,
the Ellis out in the dirt.
Oh,
and
dear.
he's going to stay away from the wall. Same thing, but that's a nasty rejoin angle. Going to have to be a very slow and painful rejoin to the circuit there for Ellis. I saw him getting some grass under brakes on the way in here. And look at this. The 923 RT, and actually it was Ellis hopping up on the curb. That unstables the car initially, but it looks like the 923, for good measure, moves across just as Ellis kind of needed the space there to make sure he was confident enough to pull that one up there without getting tripped up, and that's not been the case. As there we go, change of position, Shepard and El Nabi through on Veld, and they've also gotten past Bentz there as lap traffic. I wonder if that's all played a part there together. They've been trying to make their way through. Not quite. These cars are not quite what it's saying. Okay,
Yeah.
also, it's on everywhere. And Madison Downs trying to get through some of the ERT cars. Back in 25th place now for the number 1 machine. Trying to press on forward. Eyes everywhere here on this restart. It's a busy, busy bit of racetrack once again.
It is. I can confirm that the reason Hayden Veld lost those positions was Shepard got up the inside of them on the way into Griffins. And we know how difficult it is to maintain the outside line there. Veld slow on the outside. That allowed El Nabi through as well. So they've sorted themselves out for the time being. And on to Conrod Straight. Once again, Shepard in the slipstream of Alex Court as he tries to pursue Ethan Warren in number 32. And Hayden Veld will have to get back into a rhythm here. I was touching on just before we saw that incident for Lee Ellis. The Simblacks car has not made any forward progress since the green flag flew. Stanaway is currently stuck behind Kenneth Latta here in the number 25, and we're seeing that that incident between 087 and 99 is under review as, oh yeah, that's a problem for WKP 63. Blake Warboys way out into the gravel trap on the exit of the chase. What on earth is going on there?
Oh, there's more trouble too. An ERT car has gone off along with the 143 SSR machine. Several cars coming unstuck here on this restart. Lap 61 of 161 begins, but drama everywhere it seems where we look. So we're going to look first at the 143, and it was, I believe, the 923 machine here. So let's see what happens. It was Adam Briggs aboard. Comes down into the chase. That's all fine. Oh my!
Oh my God!
The rear.
Oh my God! Wow!
Oh dear me! I believe it's Dan Hall aboard that 923 car. Has come in like an absolute rocket ship. The issue, Blake Warboys trying to clear the 99 DPR car and gets spun around on the exit, really hard into the tyre bundles there. Somehow, neither the ERT or the 143 picked up mechanical black flags, despite a collision speed probably somewhere in the neighbourhood of 150 plus kilometres per hour.
Okay. as we now try to continue, looks like the 6-1 something or other letting them go there.
DPR.
Yeah, 632. My apologies. Oh my lord. Okay. Well, Dan Hall, I think, might be under big investigation from race control for that one. Way overshooting the braking zone for the chase and absolutely collecting the 43. Meanwhile, further up, it looks like finally the number 63, Richie Stanaway, has made his way through into 5th place. Has overtaken Kenneth Latta on the way into the chase. And the drivers up ahead have already cleared Alex Court in the number 44. So Richie should expect to be let by soon. No further action for that incident earlier between 087 and 99, but I think there might be some action for the 923 car. Looking a bit further back, 96 ERT on the exit of the chase alongside the number 1 car with Madison down at the wheel there into Murray's corner. And Madison trying his best to make up spots here. Gotten up into 20th place and will be trying to line up Rayan Leonage in the Phoenix 79, the youngest driver in the field. Meanwhile, the battle for second on track at the moment. Shepard still holding off El Nabi, but Forzan is looking quick.
Will be. I think once again we'll see El Nabi have a proper chance. If you can stay nice and tidy over the top of the mountain here, expect to see that 033 lining up I think down on the rod. Great, but again, Shepard's car looking quite nice here. Coming up off the restart, picks up a couple of hundredths, about half a tenth there in the initial phase across the top, and then a little bit back and forth here between these cars. El Nabi seems to have the better straight line speed or top speed through various points on the track here, but that's a bit deep into the esters. Compromised the run of fraction there. In fact, watch that diamond just blow out past 6/10 of 4.5. There, so now a long way back to try and make something work here. I suspect even the Shepard's lower top speed, that should quite the arc of 43 on this particular lap of the race.
Well, the magic number has been reached. We're on lap 62 and we have 100 laps to go in V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. We've already had probably 2 Bathurst 1000s worth of incidents here in those first 61 laps, and looking at the way these guys are going, there's probably going to be more. Number 2, Drop Bear Motorsport machine, Robert Gibbs at the wheel of that car, will have to make way for the Boost Mobile Racing 94 with James Scott at the wheel, and the number 94 back up into 7th place after coming into the pits under that last safety car. and definitely working their way forward again very nicely. And the 117 is going to follow them through there, or at least attempt to. Bo Cubis on the inside of Robbie Gibbs, but outside into Griffins, this might not work out too well for Bo. Gibbs definitely with the straight line speed level, and he's going to have the advantage here on the inside. I think Bo Cubis is going to have to wait a little bit longer to get that move done.
Yes, we've been sitting on the bumper of the 25 machine of Kenneth Ladder currently there, but be that either just a little bit rhythm unsettled there by Scott coming through. Maybe whether this is Cubis turning back up a bit here at the stage, we'll have to see that unfold. Well, hopefully all goes well on mine. I'm currently being pelted by what looks like golf balls of hail here in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne currently. If I just look out my windows, and oh dear, actually makes things a bit hard to hear at this stage personally. But well, I do have a UPS. Oh no, Cubis has found a pitch at the top of Skyline.
Oh dear. Okay, well he's made it back onto the track. Has to make room for the 091 as they're going through on track, and now it looks like that's the 99 potentially just behind them. That was a big problem there for Cubis. Just got unsettled under brakes coming down the hill, and it's a really easy mistake to make here at Mount Panorama. Just had to take to the tarmac runoff down there. We switch back our attention to the 94. James Scott looking at 6th place here, trying to pass Kenneth Ladder. Will it be a move up the inside into the chase? He pulls out, but he's not far up enough to get the move done, and Ladder has to check up a little bit there behind the number 44 of Alex Court. Lapped car there, the After Dark machine. And it looks like that checkup has not worked in James Scott's favour either, but Court on the brakes nice and early, lets them go. Unfortunately, balks Robbie Gibbs a little bit there, forcing him to take the outside into Murray's. Let's see what they can do then. Exit of Hell Corner. If James Scott can nail this and get onto the right-hand side of the track, then he'll be able to get by Kenneth Ladder into Griffins, but looks like the exit is pretty level between them. There is a small amount of slipstream happening for James Scott, and he does pull out. Will this be an out-braking move? Gets on the brakes a little later than Ladder, draws level with him at the turn-in point, and he is through up into 6th. Okay, so before the safety car came out and they took their pit stop, they were effective 4th. So I think they're still on track here, potentially, for a podium at this stage. And making notes about your hail issues, Dan. You do say that there's hail coming out. Jay says that it's sunny up where he is in Bendigo. I'm in Perth, and the sun is blazing down.
Okay. Yeah, it's calming down at the moment. It got pretty bad, but it seems to have calmed down outside. Hopefully I'm sounding okay now. I've just been advised of some interesting microphone problems. Apparently I can't escape that curse. I literally bought a new headset to try and avoid those problems this week. And alas, it seems apparently the problems continue to evade. He's up the inside of the elbow, rubbing the fence for good measure goes Robbie Gibbs on Ken Ladder. Gets the job done. So it's obviously not the normal move, as we mentioned earlier this afternoon or this morning. It was this afternoon by race time, I should say. Of course, when you make those kinds of moves, you expose yourself to then getting counter-attacked down Conrod Straight, but it looks to be, on this particular instance, that particular move has worked in the favour of the number 2 machine. Ladder unable to mount the counter-attack on this time by. He is also having to worry about that 951 machine. Sean McNamara aboard the car there in heat number 9 at this stage. This guy's continuing to stay in the top 10 quite solidly here. Now, oh yeah, pardon me, so I know exactly what you're watching it. For some reason my brain blanked and like, hang on, why did the ERT car fall out of the top 10? I literally called it about a minute and a half ago.
Yes, indeed. Well, when we start getting into the mid-phase of a race like this, especially when, it's Bathurst and so much happens every single lap, it's very easy to get lost and to run on maybe 2 cylinders out of 8 in terms of mental energy. I definitely know that. I've done quite a few Bathurst 1000s, in fact, just about every single one of them so far in the lead role in the comms booth. So Goodness me. I mean, I've done so many of these races and it never gets old. There's always action all the way through. We have 90-something laps to go. This race is not even half over, and we are going to get some fantastic racing to come, as that is the 091 going off at McPhillamy. Goodness me, Jason Benz going for a little bit of an adventure. And there is a penalty that we were expecting. Evolution Racing Team 923, and Dan is not going to be too happy with that, but I think understandable, that penalty, considering how much he overshot the braking zone for the chase and collected the Synergy 143.
Yeah, overshoot there, unfortunately, a bit of an understatement in this particular instance for that car there. So the 923 will end up down that, which is still though running on the lead lap for the time being. Gilliam passing for Mike Nancy, apologies, passing the dark car lap traffic for the 201, trying to make their way back into the top 10 with the pit stop and driver change under that safety car. It's put them a little further back than they'd probably like. Actually, it's in the clutches of the number 29 Trans-Tasman car. Now, Emily Jones still aboard that car for the time being. So we really wanted to watch as well here in this next phase of the race. Let's play on the outside in. We're going to get back to the top 10, although being on a slightly different strategy of the race. Here we are. Taliancic, Jones, and the 89 of Wayne Burke, followed up by Kuznetsov, who's been sitting around P16 now for some time. There's actually a long way back to the next car. The next car in position is the 88 of Michael Schreier. He's a long way back relative to these guys here at this stage.
Indeed. Oh, okay. A little bit of slight there for Emily Jones through Stallman Park. But she's holding on really nicely. We've had some good comments coming in for that car, saying that they're the best performer in the race. I would certainly agree that they're a contender for that. Number 99, meanwhile, trying to make their way through here. Dylan O'Shea behind the wheel and chasing down Sean McNamara and Kenneth Latter. Oh, that was a slide there on the way into the elbow for McNamara. He gathers it up though. And still, it's not the most optimal exit, so it looks like O'Shea might find his way past here at the chase, but McNamara staying in the middle of the road, and the bump draft gets on there for Dylan O'Shea. He's going to have to try and force the issue here at the chase. Now he's going to lift off slightly. Will he be able to make it past under brakes? Oh, the block is on there, and the 951 will maintain position for the time being, but I think it's only a matter of time before that changes. Meanwhile, number 41, Andrew Dyson at the wheel with Philip Worley. They have got a gaggle of cars behind them. The 201 of Michael Taliancic, outside line into Murray's. That's not going to work. The pole position car dropping a few places out of that one. They are back into 16th.
On that, between the mirrors of the 117, the 201 was all it took to disrupt Taliancic under brakes, locked up the left front tyre into Murray's corner, and slide straight past the apex alone. To the next best line, which could try to run outside of someone there. Dyson through on a Hubis there. Now Emily Jones gets in the front of the screen. They're trying to hang around the outside of Griffins. There's still not anywhere near enough rubber out there to make that even half possible. Though, again, it is possible if you can squeeze the driver on the apex line to the curb and get yourself the tiniest bit of the crown for yourself. And that will take a lot of confidence, a lot of trust in the driver on the inside for good measure to not just push you out as a result. And to be honest, in a field as close and competitive as this, the odds on that actually being an option very slim, unless you can be the one somehow to put more mustard into the situation. Trying to set it up there. We'll see how long this train takes to catch Andrew Dyson again up ahead in that 41 car. So how long it takes the train to catch, or whether it's Dyson able to make a little break forward here, although he's got 2 seconds to find catch Sean McNamara, who is now behind Ken Latter and Dylan O'Shea. So those three ahead, the 25, the 99, and the 95. They're actually shuffling back and forth on Conrad. If you can switch up to them, I think it'd be good to get our eyes on that. Because look at that there. We've got lap traffic at the back. The Whitney Bins car hanging on to the rear of that trio, as well as O'Shea up the inside at the apex of the chase. Almost has the job done, but he's a little deep. Latza tries, but not able to get there. So McNamara's going to go for the outside at Murray's.
Well, McNamara slipped up a few positions in a similar way earlier on in the race, didn't he? Not going to happen for him this time, but O'Shea overshooting Murray's a little bit. That's going to allow Ladder back by, and it looks like McNamara made a mistake as well, and that's going to allow Bensi back by. And oh my lord, there's so much passing, so much side-by-side running going on around here. Yep, everyone else joining the party here with Dyson now on the back of Sean McNamara. And just behind him, Emily Jones has managed to break free of that fight behind her between Synergy 89 and ERT 117. So Emily might be a factor in this battle pretty soon. I also want to note there's been a few position changes further up. Forzan El Nabi has gotten by Cory Shepard for second place overall. Benz letting these drivers go on the way into the cutting. And also, the Simblax car has been passed by the Boost Mobile 94. So Richie Stanaway running 6 at the moment. James Scott now up into the top 5. And there is the battle for second on track.
Indeed, so Shepard hanging onto the back of El Nabi for the time being, but again, strong over the top is the 718, but expect to see, even with the slipstream, El Nabi should be reasonably comfortable down Conrod straight. At least that's what the early part of the race suggested. We'll see if that holds true here for the time being, if things don't flare up elsewhere. But Dylan O'Shea's on the bumper of Ladder. He's looking for the elbow, I reckon, here. Keep watching. No, Ladder covers it off down into the elbow itself. So this O'Shea trying to get over under here on the exit as they go down Conrod straight. And yeah, just Jason Pence in that group. O'Shea looks left, has to look right as Ladder moves it across to cover off that line, but coming up to the rear wing now as we crest Conrod straight, now side by side, and nose ahead through the kink. Ladder turns in though, so we're going to go side by side all the way to the brake zone and the apex proper here at the bottom of the chase. They'll go out of the chase side by side, but O'Shea with the preferred camber of the road on the inside there will take the spot away. McNamara thinks about the outside again, but it didn't work last time around. I don't expect it to work again. So they go single file, and Benz has to try and get out of the way of everyone here so this lead pack can keep on doing what they want to do. Actually, there you go. Wayne Burke up the inside of Emily Jones and Benz, for good measure, takes a spot off the 29. As the 091 still in play with the group here.
Yeah, Jason Benz has a very tough job to do here. He's got to let these guys go, and he's actually letting them go there down Mountain Straight. We check back in with the second place fight. Forzan El Nabi versus Cory Shepard. Cory was just over a tenth quicker the last lap by 2:05.022. The biggest pace is still with the number 94. James Scott was the fastest car on track last time by 2:04.588. We'll see what Shepard can do here versus Forzan El Nabi. They are very aggressive over the curve there at the top at McPhillamy Park. But El Nabi, it looks like the slightly better entry to the S's. Shepard, though, pushing incredibly hard under brakes to try and keep the 033 honest. And we have news of a safety car. It looks like this might be yet another random safety car. So the time drawn for this safety car was 2 hours and 37.5 seconds. Or 2 hours, 37 minutes and 50 seconds. My apologies. So, yeah, just highlighting from before, in the past, we had used the random number generator to generate the lap that the safety car would come on. There's been some controversy in recent years, people accusing people of, of colluding with all that sort of stuff. So we've switched to time, and immediately into the pits comes the number 22. That, I think, a very good decision. And it looks like they're being followed in by El Nabi, by Shepard, by Veld as well, and the 94 as well. I mean, look, let's just say everyone, just about everyone, is going to come in, and that looks to be the case so far.
Yep, these drivers are between 18 and 20 laps into their stint as the game is on there to maximise pit entry. So yeah, we're way too close to the end of anyone's stints here at this point in the race to even contemplate the option of doing something different. So we'll see just about everyone pull on in. Will there be any lap drivers here who make sure they stay out and get some laps back? Looks like the 43.95 SimSports car will, well, unfortunately, it's still 4 laps down.
VCOC and Benz definitely did.
They have gone. They're still being held by the safety car, though, at this point. There are other cars coming through, but the race leader is the 22 and back out on the road once again. Chad Lewis is not taking a pit stop in the ERT 96. So there you go. Just as I say that, well, everyone's going to take a pit stop. We're too close to the pit window for this stint in the race. Trust that there will be one to prove me wrong, and it will be the 96 ERT car to do so for this time in the race.
Okay, so Chad Lewis now a factor in the top battles, and this is how things stand here. Thomas Freeman has taken over the 718 from Cory Shepard. They've re-emerged in 5th place. Looks like Jared Filsell is back in the 94, just up ahead of them, and they have moved up into 4th. It looks to me like the 033 has gotten a much better stop than the 888. Remember, those... well, actually, no. The 033's gotten a better pit stop than the 718. My apologies. And to the tune of about 3 seconds quicker stop there for Forzan El Nabi and Damien Johnstone. Johnstone now in the car. Thomas Freeman now has a car in between himself and the car they were fighting with, but I think well executed. And oh no, this is huge. It's a mechanical black flag there for the 201. That's the car that started on pole position, and they've pulled over to the side of the racetrack. Michael Taliancic was remaining in the car.
Up Sulman Park.
He's blown the engine. Oh no! Oh, that started it. He went way too deep into Griffins and clobbered the wall, and I think that has set into motion this sequence of events. Taliancic trying to continue on, and then he'll come up to Sulman Park. The engine temperature would have been rising at this point, and up at this point, Sulman Park, wait for it, boom! That is the pole position car out of the race for the time being.
And almost certainly race done.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, dude. Wow, my God.
He even lifts out of it there coming up the hill. And it's actually quite shocking there. The impact into the wall at Griffins, don't get me wrong, that's decent. But just going back to look at it really quickly in terms of what he was doing speed-wise at the wall, it was into the corner at the apex at 150, contact with the wall at not 110 kilometers per hour, but angling in at about 30 degrees on the left front corner. And well, the damage is done. 201 is parked, and it will go at least a lap down, it seems, before it is given permission to tow, let alone the lengthy attempt at any repairs for that car.
Can we bring up the Endurance Cup standings for a little bit? Because I think this might massively affect... Yeah, it will. That they will lose the Endurance Cup because of this incident.
They will. They were 6 points clear of the 89 pairing of Wayne Burke and Tom Freer. Now, they are currently... those cars are currently... Where is the 89? It's currently running in P9 at this stage. The cars ahead of them on the road. Cars in contention in and around them on points include the 143 SSR car, but unfortunately the 143 is still in the wars and well down currently in 40th place as well for Jordan Ross, having just taken an additional pit stop for that car. You then can see there the 95 SimSport number 951. Dylan Rudd currently has that car sitting in P16, so they're in with half a chance. But yeah, it is Wayne Burke now sitting in the prime position to bring the 89 to the top of the Endurance Cup standings. That car is running in 9th place currently. DPR 41 could be in with a chance. P11 for them at this stage. And then SSR 88 is in P12. Schreier currently behind the wheel. I would say at this stage, the cars there from 2nd through 6th are the ones to watch for the rest of the race when it comes to the Endurance Cup title here. And yep, the safety car is bringing the field up. Italians just still waiting for clearance to tow. That car will be going no less than, I would say, 5 laps down before we see it back out on track.
Oh my goodness, God! And we've thanks very much for the help from Scott Nolan in the broadcast chat. Taliancic was on the clutch trying to save fuel coming down into Griffins, and you know that is a valid strategy to save fuel, but it also means that you don't have engine braking, you don't have the drivetrain friction helping to slow the car down at that point. So it seems that Tally was just going too fast at the apex of the corner, and that is why he clobbered the wall. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with damage here in the sim, impact damage can cause the engine to blow because it can knock a few things out of alignment. It can, you know, shock the drivetrain. It could also block off some of the intakes as well. We've seen drivers have gearbox issues as well from similar kinds of contact. FGM Cast coming in clutch there with that message in the YouTube chat. But oh my lord, I can't believe that. You know, this is just incredible. You know, there's a huge change to happen here in the middle of the race. And the car that started on pole position, you know, Andrew Gilliam, when we talked to him at the start of the broadcast, he was so optimistic about this race. He was looking forward to it. He's only gotten pretty much a couple of stints in, if that, during this race. And he likely won't get a chance to get back into the car again.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, unfortunately, we'll see the race over. Well, now we're hearing lap cars about to be instructed to move over. The question is, are they going to be released? No, pardon me, the 14, the 43 once again, Greg Favell and Ben Morris, still 4 laps down on the race leaders. They will be instructed once more to move aside to the rear of the train in order. So otherwise, lap cars again will be required to hold place, I do believe. So, just seeing, oh, the field's backing up though massively in the mid-pack as they come down into the chase. A lot of cars right at the rear, actually, pardon me, all stacked up massively and had to really back off there to avoid contact. We've got more cars. You can see the 923 and the 143 there rejoining the train, but they're going to arrive on the scene pretty quickly here if they're not careful. 96 ERT is going to come to the pit lane here. Chad Lewis will actually take that pit service. And it looks like, yeah, the 14 Taipan Esports car. The number 9 ANZ Motorsports entry also to the lane. Everyone else staying out. So it will just the 43 95 Sioux Sports car being 4 laps down that is needing to head to the rear of the train. And it looks like it already is, barring 632 of Daniel Mustard, exception there to that one. There, so we should go green at the end of this one here. The field looks to have been ordered appropriately now, Reese, for the most part. And I just see the 143 SSR car head for the pits as well. They are at the back of the train and back of the lead lap, so any opportunities for Jordan Roster. Looks like also doing some extra damage repairs. They were just in on the previous lap here, so they're trying to really patch up that SSR 143 after a couple of scrapes and bangs in this one already. And that's my fault there, apologies. They've got Reese heading off to take a short break here under safety car. And that's on me for not checking the chat here on my end, but I'm playing that so cameras up to try and get other things happening at this stage. But now, I believe I just heard safety car will be in at the end of this one here, so we will get back underway with lap 73 of 161. 89 laps remaining on the board. Then we can go green once more. So again, a little bit of lap traffic will play a part here in the mid-pack. We've got the After Dark Sim Racing car circulating in between positions 17 and 18 in the train. They've got Brady Ballman, the PPS High Octane car, just 2 cars back between 19th and 20th on the lead lap as well. So a little bit of traffic there to worry about. Christian Smart too, between 29th and 30th on the road as well. So no wave rounds for those cars, 1 lap down only. And it is 41 cars on the lead lap out of 50 starters in this race. We have lost the Jinx Shifters 209 car, and it's now been in the pits for 12 laps, or 30 minutes. And well, the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing car has only just gone 1 lap down and been in the pits, well, towed to the pits 4.5 minutes ago now. Confirmation from race control, we are going green at the end of lap 72 here. So we will be getting this one back underway, and timely arrival from you once again, Reese, as we're checking out here the Synergy 143, which opted to take another pit stop here under safety car. Same for the Evolution 84, with the instructions for the rest of the field to get back racing. These cars taking as much fuel and damage repair, it seems, as they can manage here multiple times under the safety car, it seems, fixing their cars up. Best they can manage.
Indeed. Well, safety car is pulling away. Ethan Warren in car 22, leader of the race. And have a look at that. In the midst of all of this, Jared Filsell and James Scott up into third. Considering the pace that they've shown over the course of this race, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a go at taking the race lead here. With the majority of the field coming in under safety car, we did hear from Brenton O'Brien, the manager of Evolution Racing Team, that decision by the 96 to stay out under safety car was a strategy call for short-term pain, long-term gain. Well, they have come in now, and it looks like they will have a good amount of fuel mileage here, just pitting before we go green. Now then, Ethan Warren is going to lead them away. They will enter the acceleration zone momentarily under the Armorall Bridge, and from this point on, Ethan Warren can go anytime he likes. Damian Johnstone in the 033. Well, this is going to be a pretty fantastic start to the 73rd lap of this race. On the power, across the line, green flag, we are back racing, and that was an excellent jump from Ethan Warren. Has cleared Johnstone by 7/10 as he makes his way into turn 1 for the first time. Jared Filsell on the attack. The 89, meanwhile, fighting with Robert Gibbs in the number 2, Wayne Burke in the wheel there. Wayne is going to try his best to catch up to Brody Kostecki in the Simblacks car. But there goes Jared Filsell up the inside of Damian Johnstone and into second place. That looked easy from the outside. I'm pretty sure it was anything but from behind the driver's wheel. And Jared Filsell now will be chasing down Ethan Warren to try and get into the lead after starting 49th place, 49th, sorry, at the start of this race. The weekend for the 94 car has been an interesting one to say the least. Fractions in qualifying disqualified them and put them towards the back of the grid, but they have been fighting their way forward all race long, and there's potential for them to get back into the lead before we reach the halfway mark. We've got confirmation that the 201 car that started on pole position is out, as that was a lock-up there for the 22 of Ethan Warren, but he manages to keep it going for the time being, and he's starting to gap Jared Filsell coming down to Forest Elbow, just giving themselves a little bit of breathing room as we come onto Conrod Straight.
Also, watch out in the background. You saw Bobby Gibbs fighting with Wayne Burke, but in the result of all of that, it was Madison down in behind Gibbs, who made the move at Griffin's Bend. Watch out for the number 1 to start following the 94 through. It's been taking them a little bit longer than the 94 had to, but they're here now, and they're inside the top 10. P8 for that car as Freeman gets to the rear of Rosella at the S's, puts that car into the grass with a little bit of contact, and Rosella able to hang on, but will slide back behind the number 1 machine, behind the number 2 machine as they set on through. A little bit of a look there indeed from Kostecki, the Simblacks car. From Freeman not able to make anything work at the final turn. Further on back, I'm seeing the Lobs Falcon Esports car at the inside of Phoenix Racing at the final corner there. They're still side by side as they head up the straight. There you go, 951 up the inside of the 41 machine there. the spot for Dylan Ludlow for how long, because he's going to try and fight it back. And the Premier 017 of Brian Walker's getting involved. There's the 79 and the 53. Well, look at this gaggle of cars. We have to keep our eyes just about every single which way here, and something will happen somewhere else all the time.
Yeah, exactly. There's something happening everywhere in the field at the moment here off this race start. There is fourth, and it looks like it has been taken by the Sim Black's car. Brody Kostecki finding his way past Weinberg and Thomas Freeman. But, oh, that's a big train of cars. It stretches from fourth all the way back to 13th, and they are massively propped up as they make their way across the mountain. Madison Down, three-time champion of this series and a Bathurst 1000 winner in the past. He is currently up into 7th there. It's been a massive fight back for this car as well. Madison Down and Josh Anderson have been performing magnificently today, and their hard work is certainly paying off. They've just got to keep it nice and calm here. But I tell you what, with the pace that they're showing, with the form in the past that these drivers have shown, with their past results, I would say that they are in contention for a podium at least.
No doubt about it. And yeah, I've just seen Tony Ansich left the server a couple of minutes ago, but Andrew Gilliam follows him out as well. But eyes on the number one, eyeing up the number 718 as the 47 TTR machine. A little further on back, and we're being advised he has hit the wall across the top of the mountain, and the damage on the right side would suggest no, as we should try and keep an eye on everything that's happening up down the field. I can tell you, by the way, Madison Down through on Thomas Freeman at the chase. Whilst we were looking back here at the rest of this field, we're going to see here what's happened to the 47. I've got the inside of McPhilly Park, and destination, oh boy, gets it hard into the fence, and a mechanical black, and he gets a mechanical black flag for that one there. Unfortunately, Lee Ellis has gotten both sides of the car into the fence there, and misses the tyre bundle on top of the mark, and the only bit there for him was hard concrete for him. Seeing back to live pitches, Rosella trying to recover here, past on Gibbs on this lap, and it's going to be Michael Schreier there, I believe, in the 88, having half a look. So this time up the hill here, cutting just behind though, it will be Jake Maloney past Ken Latter there at the cutting to try and get the 29 car pushing further forward as well. That car's up 39 spots, the 11 is the 29. So again, TTR showing up in force with numbers here at the front as we get into this middle third of the race.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, we're rapidly approaching the halfway point, and we still have no idea who's going to finish where in any position. The fighting's been so hard over the course of the last 74.5 laps, and that battle for the lead is still ongoing. It looks like we'll keep our eyes peeled on this one, but I want to note that Jared Filsell hasn't made many inroads on Ethan Warren since getting up to the back of him. The gap remains about 3/4 tenths of a second, but the slipstream is on now for the 94. There's a lot of overspeed. He's not going to go for the move at the chase this time.
So save surely now for the 94 is just if you're on pace with the car ahead, although definitely quicker last time around as it so happens, and maybe just sit here for a couple of laps and get a bit of extra fuel if you're marginal to make an extra lap. Just like we saw in the opening stint from the 22 with the 117, and making things work. A bit congested down here at the chase for a couple of cars. Phoenix Racing number 79, Americans down under, and the 124 Pursuit Sim Racing Entry Plus. Another race on number 13's in there as well. The Banzer Alliance car. As it's Adam Blocker currently on board, if I just saw that correctly for a second. It is indeed. Unfortunately for Adam, getting shuffled back a couple of spots here at the start. That was 76. Around turn number 1 again. Hello, how's the 718 racing car just dropped in back to that?
There was a redress ordered by race control. Thomas Freeman had to let Luke Rosella back by, and I presume it was for that important chase some laps ago.
I did hear something on the race control radio. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the order balance quite right today, so will be ordered for the redress, and then up now. There's something happening. The 41 machine. If the replay is that looks like way in, but that's not too good. Just keeps it off the wall, though. I'll allow the 21 ERT and the 95-2 Marcelo Rivera and ASL past that car. Now down to P19. Moment there. That race. Back to the front of the field, and like which we go. So down up to P6. Only 6 seconds off the lead, less than now. He makes his way up to the rear of Wayne Burke here, Reese. He's continuing to push, try and close up the margin. Runners at the very front of the field.
Yep, and of course we did mention that there were some questions being raised over the blue flag rules early on, with the number 1 being in front of the 22 and getting those blue flags, but we haven't heard any news beyond that, so I guess we can presume that race control is letting that go for the time being. Not too sure though. We'll see if there are any further updates from that. Meanwhile, the number 29 Trans-Tasman entry of Jones and Maloney just continuing to fight their way through here and well clear of this gaggle of cars. The number 29 now up into 10th place. Jake Maloney and Emily Jones have gained 40 positions here now, and they are getting pressured still by the SSR 88. Michael Schreier at the wheel. Meanwhile, here's this gaggle of cars. The Premier Racing Team 017, Brian Hall getting it done with Darren Robb at Griffin's Bend, and will be turning his attention forward to the 117 and the 951. Ethan Grigold is back in that ERT car. He's taken back over from Bo Cubis, so we'll see if they can fight their way back forward after a bit of a shaky run in the car for Bo Cubis. They're down 10 positions. I also want to just highlight that the Americans down under car. Something's happened to the number 2, the drop bear motorsport machine. We're just hearing.
Blinked. It's blinked.
Oh no, looks like a technical issue there for the number 2 car. It looks like they're running out of the race. That's a shame there for Robert Gibbs. Either way, we shall see. We shall see. I just wanted to highlight that the Americans down under entry of Adam Blocker and Phil Krause has been having a pretty good race so far as well. They are trying to find them up 11 spots now. They're up into 26th, and that's pretty significant for them after stalling on the line and having a poor run in the first half of the race. Blocker and Krause have wasted no time trying to fight their way forward. So kudos to them.
Yeah, well, they are doing what they can here as they are continuing to try and make gains. Yeah, confirmation. First the number 1, now the number 2. Dropping out of the server. Oh dear, the After Dark car! All guys have lost through the S's.
Oh, that's at the chase.
Has the 44. Yeah, sorry, not the S, the chase. Get the right. Scott Barton aboard the car. How did he end up down? He was out to the left side through the kink, and good grief, that's
Well, that'll
do it there. Okay, right. So racing with the PPS high octane car. Now they are racing for position amongst all this here, and bang! There in the middle, and you can see he tries to stop it. Well, he ain't stopping that car when it's come loose at 290. Actually, does pull up in time. Yeah. So the confirmation here that the high octane car and the 44 After Dark car, they're racing each other amongst these drivers on the left, and oh yeah, just slight coming together between the two of them. And everyone fires off as a result. Actually, the 44 fires off as a result.
Right, we can just confirm as we have a look at David Kirby's view of this. Have a look at this. The contact is made, and 44 goes airborne. I think it's very fortunate that no one else was collected from that. It would have been an incredible view for the TriStar car at the lead of that pack. But yeah, we've just got the news, Dan, that for car 2, Robbie Gibbs' power went out. So very unfortunate.
And Matt Cole was not sim to replace him. So that car is not coming back out on track anytime soon. So unfortunately for my boys, they're going to be down.
Oh no! Caught the grass on the entry to the chase. That'll be a big hit to the wall or a car.
I think he's escaped. He's got, well, not escaped, as in he's escaped making chaos there. the 033, I just saw white and I was like, not the number one. Not after everything that Madison and Josh have done to try and get back into this one here. Somehow, Damien Johnson does not kill anyone else. Okay, replay time. That's 2 laps in a row. We've got... Oh, gets across, entry through the kick, and then, oh my word. And then on the brakes, hopping over the divots. Thankfully, it's able to straight line it across just to serve the mother of all slowdowns on the other side, I would presume, but he'll fall to the back of the little group and carry on as if that wasn't the biggest Code Brown moment I think we've seen on board with Kostecki watching that happen. And thankfully, Johnson's pace means he comes out well clear of the Kostecki yellow, and then able to gather it up plenty of time. So well done, Damien Johnston, to recover that one there. But releases Kostecki to P3, and Burke 4th, Madison down up to P5, and Rosella Johnston in 6 and 7. Jake Maloney also closing up on that group there as well, 1.9 seconds between the 29 in P8 and the 033 now at the back of the group that we see here on screen with us now. This way, Maloney might just catch up. Almost, it's a couple of tenths faster per lap, so we'll take time. 3, 4, 5 laps at this rate. Based on that pace difference, but we'll get there eventually. So no further action for the contact at the chase between the 087 and the 44. Now 2 laps ago, and fair enough, they just came together in the middle of the chase there at Reese, and unfortunately spat the 44 out the wrong side.
Yeah, difficult part of the track to race side by side. Sometimes stuff like that will just happen. Either way, there's your 3rd place car. Brody Kostecki at the wheel of the Simple Axe machine, and as you said, released into 3rd thanks to that incident for Damien Johnstone. A bit further behind, number 21, Evolution Racing Team 21. All
trouble
news
for
of the
027 at the
027.
top.
It needs a tow. Pole position, we'll see if there's a safety car from this.
It's parked up in Skyline off the racing line, but there is surely no way we skip a safety car on this one. It will be the first one for a cause, and sitting there off the line, but there's no way
Safety
with
car.
manual safety cars you leave this car here and allow it to tow. And indeed, there we go. Our first safety car for cause. Let's see what's caused Christian Smart to come undone here. Oh, there we go. It's already gone wrong. Let's rewind here and watch it from the park.
Okay, so up across the top, heading towards McPhillamy. Looks all nice and dandy here, but does he catch the... Oh, does he catch
What?
the outside? Did he hit the wall on the inside? Nope, got loose over the curb. Yeah, pinball, ricocheting across the wall. And how lucky was just about everyone else to avoid that? That was the Synergy 143, I think, that had to really take some avoiding action. Man, what an incident here for Christian Smart. He and Jamie McKnight have already been in the wars so far today.
Wide.
Yeah.
And then curb, trying to put the power down to recover. And once, twice, thrice to the fence.
Yep, and Jordan Ross will get his view on board of this. How's this for reaction times? Just trying to find that little bit of space on the left-hand side. It would have been 50-50 whether or not he would have made contact here. But you see Smart go off just up ahead, bam, and bam to the wall, and then whoop, okay, I'm going to go this way.
I mean, you had to second guess himself there as to whether the 027 would fire itself across towards the left side of the circuit once again if it had enough energy to bounce back across, but thankfully committed it to the left side of the track as the 027 ended up sort of staying mostly right side of the road. Your race leaders have come back down the pits, only 11 laps into the stint, but going to get this these cars topped up and take advantage of this extra safety car as we are. You can see here, so basically everyone in, although the 44, and did the 44 after dark car actually take service there, or does it just happen to trend it down the lane at the same time there? It did take service, my fault, yeah, it did. As everyone into the lane, so we should see the 22.
One car stayed out. the 155 of Pursuit Sim Racing 3. The Americans Down Under, and the Americans Down Under has stayed out as well. It looks like Jared Filsell is going to come out in the lead. He's already out of the lane. That was a very quick pit stop for them. 18.5 seconds. What's happened to the 22? They took a driver change. Yeah. Okay, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with how driver changes in iRacing works, it is a flat 30-second time to switch drivers in the sim. It's the same for everyone. So that's the reason why the 22 has had such a long stop. Brady Myers has taken back over that car, and now we shall see whether or not they can fight their way forward. Jared Filsell staying in the 94, only had to stop for 18.5 seconds, so they are the effective leaders at the moment. But Americans Down Under and Pursuit Sim Racing 3 in the first 2 positions on track right now.
Yep, they are. We're on the 12th lap of their stint. It is the case at the current time, so they will hold some track position for a little bit here. But knowing Jared Filsell and his pace difference to these guys probably at this point, I would expect Filsell to be past at least the 074 by Griffin's Bend once we restart, and probably past the 155 by the Chase. And that's a somewhat neutral estimate. I'd like to think that Filsell won't do anything crazy and go for earlier moves. Then again, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe a bad run for Blocker off the apex of the final turn. We'll see him past at turn 1 for all I know. But yeah, certainly the 94, now the net race leader. Kostecki does get through, and now we're approaching the lap where we come into the second half of the race.
Yep, we are exactly at the halfway point right now. 80.5 laps have been completed. So, half down, half to go. The elapsed time in the session is 3 hours and 11 minutes. We should have roughly another 3 hours worth of racing to go.
Yes, indeed. Especially if we see more safety cars as well. So, yeah, first driver coming unstuck and requiring us to bring out the Velocity Achieve Virtual Racing School Cayman GT4 this time. The question is how drivers will continue to respond, because conditions are pretty pleasant out there, I'd have to say. 22.5 degrees Celsius. Air temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. Track temperature, that's come down since the server went up earlier today. And, well, looks like we're going to go green at the end of lap 82. At the earliest, that is. Just see how things go. Also, just going to check here. We've got the number 2. Okay, the number 2 has come back out on track. Robert Gibbs actually has been able to get back in the car. Power loss was momentary for him at his place, unfortunately. But yeah, back and able to get ready and get back to driving. Unfortunately, yeah, currently sitting in behind the 25 SSR car, which is roughly where they were when they came to the pits. Oh, well, they dropped out, sorry. But now sitting 2 laps down in 43rd place, unfortunately. And the 3rd last car circulating on track at the moment with the number 14 Pipe Pan Esports Endurance car, the other one out there along with Ben Morris at this stage. Both of them still 4 laps down on leaders. So another pit stop for Damien Cairns there in the 14 to try and reset that car once more.
Oh boy. All right then. So safety car will hopefully be in shortly and we can get back to racing action. We haven't received confirmation just yet that racing will resume at the end of this lap, but we're thinking that might be the case. We saw the Taipan Esports car of Damien Cairns go to the pits, but it seems that there's been a slight issue for them. No, it looks like they were waiting for everyone else to go by because the pit exit was closed, of course. That's how it works, Reese. Remember the rulebook for Pete's sake. All right. So, update on drivers and teams that have had issues here today. Excuse me. Pursuit Sim Racing 2, Rob Carmichael has been in the pits now for 5 minutes, and looks like there's been another issue for those guys. They had to clear a mechanical black flag before. Also Trans-Tasman Racing 47, that mechanical black flag for Lee Ellis and Kurt Stenberg has put them out of the running for now. Same for simracing.com DPR 632. The Synergy 027, Christian Smart and Jamie McKnight, they unfortunately were the ones who brought out this safety car thanks to that massive smash at the top of the mountain. They're out. Pursuit Sim Racing 1, the 201, the pole sitter. They've been out now for half an hour and they will not be returning back to the track. And it's also a retirement for the Team Jinx Shifters 209 of Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinds. Those are your retirements so far. We still have 44 cars left running in this race. And in terms of lead lap runners, we still have around about 38 cars still on the lead lap.
Do indeed. Right, so I'm just seeing here, trying to make a read on some things. Also got brought the YouTube chat on stream. Try and get a read on what I've missed out. Noticing apparently my microphone continuing to be a bother, because apparently when it comes to my microphone and audio situation, nothing is perfect, and I can't get it right with whatever I go. So thank you, Elgato. Thank you, Corsair. One day maybe I'll figure out the magic solution. Doesn't involve an arm and a leg and lots of expensive bits and pieces. Safety car not pulled away here on Conrad Straight. We are still letting the number 2 drop bear car needs to cycle to the back of the lead lap queue. So that explains that there. And yes, one thing I forgot to forgot when it came to what's the magic word that I'm looking for here? Rules. Is that the cars that have needed to tow due to their damage, which includes the 201 and the 027, they will not be allowed to come back onto the racetrack. The permission to tow is therefore the equivalent to a retirement in this race. So even if they did opt to carry out the damage repairs, the manual requirement would be still a no further participation in this this race. So yeah, all clear, or all in the correct order now according to race control. So we will go back to green at the end of lap 83 here, Reese. So one more circuit around the mountain at under safety car speeds, that is, before we get this back underway again.
Indeed. Well, Robert Gibbs has returned to the racetrack. Meanwhile, he got back into the session, and currently running in 43rd place is the number 2 Drop Bear Motorsports car. So we'll see if safety car comes in at the end of this lap. We presume so. The lights are no longer flashing on the front of that Porsche Cayman, so that means, yep, we've just gotten confirmation that racing will resume at the end of this lap. So that means that Pursuit Sim Racing, Teo Serrano, is going to lead the field away. And we see another pit stop for Scott Gamble and Sebastian Flock in the Evolution Racing Team 84. Daniel Misdale also completing a stop there in the simrigs.com DPR 632. He's waiting for the pit exit to open there. Looks like that car has managed to make its way back out on track, and they are free to go. They will come up to the back of the train momentarily. Those guys, unfortunately, 5 laps down thanks to a mechanical black flag and associated repairs for them.
Yeah, 10 minutes in the lane for the 632. Unfortunately, means it's been a long one for them. Seems like no surprise that the 84 Evolution Racing Team cars opted to come back to the pits. They have been running a strategy there of pitting just about as late as they can on every safety car and making their way forward from there. It's currently Scott Gamble behind the wheel of that one. So we'll see what he can do. But by making that late stop, it does put them in behind all of the cars that were moved to the back who are multiple laps down, which is to say the number 2 Drop Bear, the number 43 95 Sim Sport, the number 14 Type 8 Esports, the 632 DPR car. Your 4 laps, or 4 runners more than 1 lap down, still circulating, and therefore are required to go to the back of the train every time we have a safety car across the course of this race. So, so P3 onwards on the same strategy once again. We await to see how long it takes Jared Filsell to dispatch of the 155 of Teo Sorono and the 074 of Adam Blocker, but also on top of that, of course, how they interact with the rest of the field. That will be the other thing to keep in mind here as the drivers who have been up the front of this race look to press on here and get back to racing each other after this one.
Indeed. Well, safety car has pulled away. Teo Sorono assumes control of the field, and Adam Blocker will go. It actually looks like Teo is going at 90 down Conrod Straight, but they're supposed to maintain safety car speed, which is 80. So I don't know if there's...
That's 95. He needs to back that off.
Yeah, he's going a bit too fast. That could bring him under fire from race control. He's just touched 100 on the way down into the chase. You could see that all the cars behind are still maintaining 80. Jared Filsell there is doing the right thing in keeping the everyone checked up there at 80 k's an hour. But he's being told to close the gap by race control. It looks like yeah. Oh dear, okay, so
yeah, it's a messy
Sorono's
one.
Gone early. It's a messy one, okay. There's been some discussion there in race control, and oh dear, the restart is on, and Jared Filsell already with some gap there over Brody Kostecki. I get the feeling that race control might not look too kindly on the 155 and the 074 going too fast there. I think Jared Filsell was following the spirit of the rules there and maintaining 80 kilometers an hour, but he would have to... he would have to keep the gap. It could be no more than 5 cars gap there in the rules coming under safety car. So I think Filsell will escape penalty, and he's going to try and come up here on the top 2.
He's already on them.
Bend. Already on them, and quite the gap here as it's side by side between Adam Blocker and Teo Sorono for the lead. Blocker's going to try and take the lead around the outside of the cutting. Jared Filsell just sitting behind here and trying to make his way through. He's going to go side by side with Sorono through Sulman Park, Reed Park, etc., and he is up in the 2nd place. Oh man, more controversy here from V8SCOPS. I mean, look, I'm not in race control, but I would think that Jared Filsell won't be penalised. But I would say that Blocker and Sorono might be up for it because they exceeded safety car speed coming down Conrod Straight. Either way, the move is almost on here for Jared Filsell in car 94. If he nails the exit here, he should be able to blast by down Conrod Straight into the slipstream of Adam Blocker. And with this, potentially a move at the chase. The gap is closing. The gap is closing further and further. Pulls alongside Adam Blocker, and he is ahead. And that is going to conclude an incredible drive to the front of the field from the 94 after starting 49th
in this race. You're not wrong. And yeah, look, there was that there's an instruction there as the field was heading into the chase to close up the margins. Now, technically, there is a rule about minimum distance between cars, but when the leaders are not following the safety car speed instructions, I mean, what rule are you meant to follow? And I think that, there is no way you penalise the 94 for maintaining the maximum speed requirement, and therefore meaning that the maximum car distance requirement is obliterated by the actions of others there in the formation. So, yeah, unfortunately, we surely will see the 155 and the 074 at the very minimum some kind of license point penalty. Probably drive down the pit lane as we check in with the Zoom feed. Blake Wall boys there. And it looks like that's Yes, okay, so hash browns indeed. You can actually see several more there down on the floor on the left side of Cam. Oh, smile for the camera, Blake. Hope you enjoy it. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, everyone, yes, I can confirm, everyone that's currently on our Zoom call for this afternoon's race, none of them are currently driving in their cars. So we'll take the best of what we can get at this stage. So appreciate, hope you enjoy lunch there, Blake. It reminds me to probably have something to eat at some point soon myself, but we'll wait for a potentially moment in peace. Again, one of our other drivers, not drivers in the Zoom call, Dan Stevens, you can see here watching on with the powers of the far chase cameras. Keep his eye on the action and provide an extra pair of eyes on what's happening out there on the road. Meanwhile, left side of your screen, got ourselves a bit of fighting going on there. What have we got? We've got the 952 machine of Hayden Sell, Mitch Campbell. Where are they? The Mitch Campbell P24 racing there. The Really Bins Mayhem Republic back on the lead lap after a while there on that down. Jason Benz behind the wheel going past Campbell there for position. Luke Mitchinson and Jordan Ross in behind, all fighting for that same spot, as well as it's going to be Mitchinson around the outside of the chase there.
Nice.
Thanks to the compromised entry there for Campbell. So make it 3 spots lost. So Jordan Ross gets on through as well, the 143, trying to continue the recovery drive here after competing trips to the pit lane. Keep patching that car up. It's been down the lane 6 times in this race already, but that is not the most in this race. The actually goes to the 83 ERT car. It's in the lane 8 times so far in this one, whereas there are some drivers here who have only pitted a single 4 times in safety cars in this one. Meanwhile, look at this here, trying to get on through past Adam Blocker, who's continuing to put up a bit of resistance, but top 4 now through. It has given Phil Sell 2.5 seconds of freedom at the front of the field.
And I tell you what, Scott Nolan is right on the money here in the YouTube chat. Phil Sell has just smashed the fastest lap of the race record. He has run a 2:03.492. That is absolutely ridiculous pace from Jared Philsell, and I've said it before many times, I'll say it again. Once Jared Philsell gets into the lead of a race, there is no stopping him. Philsell in clear air is almost unmatchable in race conditions. That is incredible pace from the Boost Mobile car, and I do feel like Brody Kostecki and Richie Stanaway in the Simblacks car here will feel a bit hard done by how that restart went for them with all the confusion over safety car speed. They're going to lose a position here to the number 1, and that is Trans-Tasman Racing 1, almost in the lead, but they're side by side on the way into the chase, and Kostecki, he's put the foot down, and he's decided, no, I'm not going to let you go just yet, Madison. You might be a 3-time champion of this series, but I've got my own race to run here.
The question is the race run better from P2 or potentially P3 and follow along suit? We'll have to let that question play out a little bit longer as we're watching Brian Borg trying to set up Dylan Rudd in the 951 car, whilst also not making himself vulnerable to either Michael Schreier or Hayden Veld behind in the 88 and 888 SSR machines. These guys have been together now for quite some time, and well, of course safety cars helping keep them all somewhat together with momentary resets and all. But you can see here, it's a mostly unbroken train from second place. We'll get back to P10 for Ken Latta, and then 11 through 16, and then 17 through 23. How the timing sees the gaps. And then next gap back there to 24, 25, 26. Actually, no, back at 24 through 29 apparently. It's side-by-side action there. Fishy 307, Michael Whiting, sorry. Up the inside of Matthew Runt there for 31st place. As back to the front we go, and that's Madison down, still hanging on to the rear, but oh man, 1.3 seconds gained by Jared Philsell on that last lap. Yeah, these guys here racing each other like this will hold each other up if they're not careful.
Yeah, there's potential here that Brody Kostecki is saving a lot of fuel. We won't know exactly how things stand until we enter the final 40 or so laps, but there is potential here that you can do a bit of fuel saving in the clear air, and you can try and get a bit of extra fuel mileage to put yourself in a good position for the final stint of the race. Madison Down has been struggling to find his way past Brodie Kostecki here, and there's a chance that he might be doing a bit of fuel saving as well after his attempt to pass him at this location last lap did not work out. But it's a pretty good exit from the chase for Mad. Is he going to try and go for it at Murray's? He's staying middle of the road, but no, he's going to stay behind Brodie Kostecki for the time being. I mean, this is a race for second at the moment, as Phil Sell still going way faster than anyone else. Just set a 2:04.097. That is almost a full 1.2 seconds faster than how fast Brodie Kostecki went.
It's exactly 1.2 seconds faster. Oh, trouble at turn 1 between Phoenix and one of the ERT cars.
Oh,
the 21
okay.
ERT has come unstuck. Oh dear, and indeed the 155 Pursuit Sim Racing car has been given a black flag from race control for the restart procedure infringements there. Now, does Adam Blocker get one? I'm waiting to see if the 079 gets the same penalty because they followed the race leader. The question is, do you penalise the car for following what the leader did and getting a temporary advantage?
Yeah, looks like they
will be getting a penalty. Yes, both cars have been noted in. Indeed, there it is in the actual game. So here we go. 79 and 21. Oh no, the 21's there and has just been squeezed up against the white line. He's not willing to move into the grass, so around Dylan Pereira and the 21. Where is that car?
It was Bailey Frid at the wheel.
Bailey Frid at the wheel. Yeah, as Frid's ended up ahead of Pereira in all this year, as he was able to mostly recover the car. On board with the Phoenix 70. Pardon me, Harrison Denker in behind all this. On board the WKMP 63, and of course I didn't have the zoom cameras up, and yeah, just Pereira not quite aware of the distance between himself and the white line, it seems, and as a result just collects Bailey Frid, who was well enough alongside, it seems, to have been in that space on the outside there into turn 1.
Oh man, well then, drama all around here, and yeah, confirmation that those penalties have come in for the Pursuit and Americans Down Under cars for that restart ruling breach, and there's no surprise there. I think that's a completely fair decision there by race control, and there is the penalty being served by the Pursuit car. Americans Down Under still has yet to come in for that penalty. They're currently still running in 5th, but they are going to have to serve it within 3 laps, otherwise they will likely get disqualified. Interesting note from the YouTube chat here is there's a problem there for the 718, probably a poor exit from turn 1, putting Cory, Shepard and his teammate down a fair ways. Where are they at the moment? Oh no, we've just gotten some news, unfortunately, from the Evolution Racing Team 117. There's a problem here. Internet went out for Ethan Grigold, and Bo Cubis has taken back over the car, and I think that it's been triggered. It's been triggered by that very same hailstorm that my co-commentator Dan Yeaman was talking about earlier, and unfortunately it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit for Dan to come back in, because someone's just triggered a smoke alarm test in his location. So I'm going to carry for a little bit. Okay, Dan, it looks like the smoke alarm test is over.
Yes.
All right.
All over there. Yeah, the reason the 718 had a bad run down the mountain straight is because Dylan Rudd absolutely fired it up the inside at Hettle Corner and took the place off him there. So that's what was up with that one there. As we on board with 22 of Brady Myers, still in behind Adam Blocker in the 074, and rolls out of it through the chase. So not going to fight this one too hard. Obviously no need to. Staying in touch with the other 3 ahead, it seems. So happy to ride here for now, save a bit of fuel, as Blocker pulls off to the pit lane. Serve that drive-through penalty issued just last time around from race control. Interesting to see that Phoenix Racing Team asking for a review of the contact we saw there between themselves and the number 21 ERT car, but I just don't see that going the way that perhaps the Phoenix guys would appreciate. And,
Sorry,
Go on, yeah. I was just say, yeah, an incident there where I just don't feel like they're going to be clearly in the wrong there, as it were, as we continue watching this scrap. We've got Triple 8 going up for the 017 into Griffins.
Indeed, a little bit of contact there. Some news about the Evolution Racing team number 96, Chad Lewis. Unfortunately, his connection dropped. And Rainer Costello is entering the car at the moment, getting ready to take it back out. That's a real shame there for the 96 who tried that strategy call under a previous safety car to stay out, and unfortunately the race thereafter has not gone very well for them. Either way, the race will continue as there's a little bit of side-by-side out on the cutting there. It's one of the Fisher Motorsport cars fighting with Teo Sorono in the Pursuit 155, who's only just taken his penalty. Whiting securing 28th position from that. Got the ERT car in hot pursuit of them as they come across the top to McPhillammy Park. It's Bailey Frid behind them, who we saw have that incident with Dylan Pereira at turn 1. And oh goodness, Teo, you don't want to try and go up the inside there at Skyline. Click.
Yeah, that's a gambit to be had as Schultz field make their way down the mountain into the elbow. So fortunately for the 155, they're now back in P29 and currently on the back bumper of the Fishy 307 machine to drive the penalty. The 96 ERT car just made it out of the pits, and they're just going to get out, Reese, on the lead lap ahead of Jared Filsell. But question is, they're about no more than 6 to 7 seconds up the road from Filsell. Can they stay on the lead lap until the pit cycle makes itself complete? We've got at least another 14, 15 laps of that though, unless a safety car intervenes in the meantime. Check out there. Stecky has actually broken away in P2 with Wayne Burke running in P3. Peter Madison down, Brady Myers, your top 5. The gap back to Jack Maloney in P6, but there you go, TTR, all 3 of their cars that are currently running. Nose to tail at this stage, and it's plus 44 for the number 1 and the number 29 both. At this stage, of course, only matched, or I should say at this stage exceeded, by the results of the 94 machine at the front of the field.
Well, we keep our eyes peeled here on the Americans Down Under car and the car trailing them. Adam Blocker has brought that car in to serve that penalty and is now in 23rd place with Brewster Carvalho and the Send It Sim Sports machine driving with Christopher Ireland. Just behind them, they're holding off Mitch Campbell in the 9.5 SimSport 952, who's had a bit of an up and down race so far. And oh dear, it's a bit of an overshoot into the dipper from De Carvalho, who's taking his first Bathurst 1000 start here. Amazing that, you know, they're still here 91 laps into this race. And I think, you know, I want to give a shout out to all the drivers who are Bathurst 1000 rookies, and they're still out here at the moment. It takes an awful lot of effort
trouble
to try
down
to get to
the
the
chase.
Oh dear, big trouble down at the chase.
718 has gotten involved with, looks like,
yeah.
potentially the 53.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. A big send from the Lobs Falcon Esports car under brakes, gets alongside, but then drifts wide into the 718 of Thomas Freeman there. And after doing decently well, or doing well in the opening half of the race, we jump to the virtual racing school replay. You can see it's coming late under brakes from Newman, and he's there alongside in time, but just drifts a fraction wide. Looks like space was given by the 718. It just then, yeah, drifts wide both cars around, although Newman does hold to ensure the place is redressed. Trouble in the meantime for Teo Sorono down at the chase as well, further on back in the 155.
Oh dear. Well, that's the aerial view of that incident, and looks like already the redress being performed there by the number 53, but they've gotten back past the 718 and are now ahead. So that little bit of drama is gone. And the way things stand at the moment, the race is in the hands of the number 94 Boost Mobile Racing powered by Erebus machine. Jared Filson and James Scott with a monumental fight through the field. They are continuing to set fastest laps, be the fastest car on track, lap on lap. It was yet another low 204 from Jared Filsell. No one has been able to get within 3/10 of them over the last few laps running. And this battle is continuing for 718 and the 53. They've got the lapped car, the number 2 Drop Bear Motorsports entry that unfortunately had some technical issues before them and they're currently a lap down, but they're trying their best there, that crew and the 2, to make up positions and try and unlap themselves as through goes the number 2 on the 718, Robert Gibbs, back in the car and trying to make up some time.
He is, they've been trying to work their way forward and potentially get close to a position where they can maybe get a lap back in the case of another safety car. And we watch here. There we go. Actually, a little note there. Now, Brewster Cavallo hasn't raced in V8 SCOPS since the 3rd round of the 2014 season. Well, talk about making a pretty solid return 8 years and 6 months there or thereabouts later.
Yeah, and 2014 was technically the first season of V8 SCOPS. It was the test season. We ran a shorter season just to get our eye in all the way back in 2014. And it's been 165 races since then to wait for Brewster Carvalho's return.
Well, there you go. And also quite the changes, of course, to both iRacing in general, to the cars in use as well. Since he would have last raced back then, we would have had the 2009 FG Falcon available only back then. So yeah, being advised, yeah, it was a couple of months too early to get a chance to run in the VF Commodore, which was released later on. And yeah, while we've been talking about all that, Reese, indeed, you want to bring us this news from Race Control?
Yes, so that incident that we saw earlier between the Phoenix 79 and the ERT 21, that has been ruled in favour of ERT, and Dylan Pereira has had to come in to serve a drive-through penalty for squeezing the ERT car off the road just a little bit on the way into turn 1. It did look like there was a bit of space. Oh dear, that's WK&P, number 63, having a problem down at the chase.
I thought for a second there was contact there. Unfortunately not. Somehow the rear's broken away there on Harrison Dengate behind the wheel. Coming under brakes there. There's no trouble on the exit for Henry King in the 208 machine. It's gone around on the exit of the chase there and got clipped by the PPS high octane car. He will keep the car going and spin it round in the dirt before he recovers. Now, let's see, is this another case of a driver getting loose by themselves, or are we going to get entangled here? No, okay, we're being told. So there goes, that's Harrison Dengate. You can see there the space between him and it's the 04 of the Analytical Race Models outfit. Henry King, 307 Fishy Motorsport car, looks to his inside there, and still side by side on the exit. And yeah, just completely breaks away at the rear of King's car on him there. Not assisted by any contact front or rear there, it would seem. Would be pretty conclusive, I would think. Going to go to another angle here on board with Matthew Brunt, the 134 Synergy sim racing car, just a little bit behind this here. And you can see the air gap between the Fishy 307 and the 208 Jinx Shifters machines.
That was good incident avoidance there by Brunt. He was right on the brakes there to try and find a way past the spinning Henry King. Good incident avoidance there. All right, so lap 94. We've got 67 laps to go at the end of this one. Looks like things have calmed down just a little bit. So I think it'd be a good idea to go for a quick break here on SimSpeed TV. You are watching the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. What a race it's been so far. There's been dramas all through the field. Dramas in terms of racing, dramas in terms of penalties, or the lack thereof. And there is more to come. Stay with us.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
Okie dokes. Well, if you were with us during that break, you would have seen that quite a bit happened while we were off the air. We do apologise for that, but my goodness, what a big change in this race. The safety car is back out, and we have seen quite a few drivers take to the pits, and the safety car was brought out due to this car. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me, Jay Kennedy on production, and this is what happened, Dan, to the number 63 WKNP Motorsports car. Harrison Dengate blowing the engine on the way into Griffins, and it took him a while to request a tow from this, so that's why it took so long for the safety car to come.
Yeah, it was sitting there for quite some time, and, well, it kind of goes from bad to worse. Now, did it blow? I haven't checked this replay, so did it blow the engine on the way into the turn or from the contact, or because there is two parts to this. There is one thing here. Oh yeah, that's blown on lockup.
Yeah, on the downshift.
So the car is then stuck. Yeah, is butt first in the fence, and we now bring in the second part of the equation. The terrible tale of the 632 of Daniel Misdale and Riley Bilson, Misdale behind the wheel at the time. And coming up Mountain Straight, minding his business, probably gets the yellow flags from iRacing about now. That's in the grass, and destination fence, and just finds Dengate's car for good measure. So the damage already done to the 63 at that point. But unfortunately, for those two young guys in the WKNP Sim Sports car, request to tow means they too, their race is done for today. So we will not see them back out on the road. And, well, in all of this, pit cycle has somewhat begun. Well, did sort of happen, but a couple of cars opting to stay out. Your top four of Damien Johnston, Mitch Campbell, and, Thomas Freeman, Mitch Campbell, and Brewster Cavallo, all on the 17th lap of their current stint, opting not to take service. You've also got Robbie Gibbs in there trying to get a lap back in the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue car, because at this stage, well, unfortunately, at 2 laps down currently, because these cars have stayed out on the lead lap, he will be sent to the back of the queue once again. And then, whilst we were watching the cars come into the pits, trouble here for Jason Bence with thanks to some contact from the 04 Race and Oz car behind. Unfortunately, gets into the rear of him and puts the 091 nose first into the pit garages there. Garages is the word there, apparently, that I can't say. It's Ben Smith currently aboard the analytical Race on Oz, but I think it might have been Luke Mitchinson at the time in that 04 machine.
Yeah, and the reason that contact was made was Bence had to slow down a little bit earlier. Remember, that car was 40th on the grid, which means they have one of the earliest pit boxes in pit lanes. So they had to slow down quite a ways early. And unfortunately, the other car barreling in behind just caught them, and that's what resulted. So unfortunate, but sometimes that's just how it goes. We have a few more takers into pit lane this time around, and it looks like the
033?
Yeah, the 033 and the 952 pitting from 6th and 8th, I believe, or 5th and 7th. They fall down the order. So we're getting news that the number 2 car, the DBM machine, can pass the safety car. So there we go. Lap back for Robbie Gibbs. And his race will be back on track, figuratively, at some point. He's still 1 lap down, and he might have to rely on another safety car if he wants to get back onto the lead lap and try and gain some more places. But in the midst of that pit cycle, the 718 stayed out of the pits, so Thomas Freeman is now in the lead, and Brewster Carvalho, who we were highlighting before the break, has also elected to stay out of the lane. He is now in 2nd, but everyone behind them, save for the Phoenix 79 and the Americans Down Under car, have all come into the lane to take a stop.
They have indeed. Yeah, as you were saying there about the number 2 machine, yeah, 1 lap down now, but they're well into a pit cycle here, which means that realistically, if they can try and swing it around here quickly in time, they might get a chance to get pit service complete before the leaders come back around, I believe. If I heard that correctly, we might be restarting this race at the end of this one here. As there's a couple of cars also, yeah, are waiting for pit exit to reopen. There they go. 033, the 952, number 9, the number 53, and the number 96 have all taken service here. So actually that was a bit of a long hold though. Sees these cars fall right to the back of the order. But, well, get your service done now. We're approaching, and also critically here, we're inside 64 laps to go. If you've got your best driver in the car now, Reese, and your other driver has their minimum laps completed, this driver can stay into the end.
Yeah.
Because we're inside the maximum stint window of 65 laps per driver here. So this might just be a good option for someone like Fortin El Navi. Yes, a long way down the order in 34th place for that 033, but now doesn't have to worry about giving the car back to Johnston at any point in terms of a planned stop. So it's possibly just a way forward here for this 033 car amongst others at the back.
Indeed. Well then, we will resume racing action very shortly. This is, man, I keep saying it again and again. It's quite the dramatic race, and I have to say that this just my brain is starting to run out of steam here, just because there's so much to keep track of. But you know what, Dan? Something I've noticed doing as many Bathurst 1000 comms as I have, it's always around about the last 40 laps that we perk back up, because we're approaching the finish. We can get ourselves back into line, and we decide, we know where everyone is, where everyone stands, coming towards the end, and that is rapidly approaching. The drivers are almost at lap 100, and we'll be going back to green flag racing at around that point.
We will indeed restart this race on lap 100 if all goes to plan here. Just moving the cars that are more than one lap down out of the way, which is the 43 95 Sim Sports, and number 14 Taipan Esports Endurance 632 DPR, and the 47 TTR cars are all currently out on circuit, unfortunately for them, all more than 2 laps down currently. So Craig Schultz, Craig Favell, Riley Bilson, and Kurt Stenberg. And just getting final instructions from the race control team to get them to file back on in at the back of the current lead lap, or otherwise train, and should be getting our confirmation that we will go green at the end of lap 99 here in a moment's time. Well, take about 3 odd minutes to this one, as a late stop for Kurt Stenberg. It's been quite some time since they came out on track for this 47 machinery, but they're going to come in and take another quick pit stop. They're also joined in the pits by the ANZ Motorsport car, Lobs Falcon Esports, Jig Shifters 208, all taking last minute service here on this final lap of the safety car period.
Good to see Stenny and Lee Ellis back out on track after taking their mechanical black flag earlier in the race. They're 15 laps down, but they are absolute warriors, Lee and Stenny, and they will try their best to get to the finish no matter what. They're really showing that now. For any of you who were wondering why the safety car took so long to be called here for the number 63, apparently the WKMP boys were having issues with comms. They couldn't get in contact with race control until they were finally able to, and the safety car was called. Either way, that's that done. We can move on. I think that we just received confirmation that the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. So that means that we have 2 cars off strategy into the top 2 spots once again. Now, the last restart, Dan, we had that issue where those 2 leading cars were going too fast, and they ended up receiving penalties for it. I am certain that Thomas Freeman is aware of the rule, and he will try and maintain 80 k's an hour down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, you bet someone like Thomas Freeman's done enough of these races and probably heard the race control instructions enough, and also, you know, has Cory Shepard for a teammate here who would certainly probably remind him about it if for some reason that was at all in doubt. So here's going to be another question of how long can these two here in front of James Scott now stay out here again, and whether Scott will be able to make similar moves to what we saw from Phil Sell on that previous restart here. Now I'm just seeing once again, I believe the only driver on Zoom that we've currently got in the car is Matt Bowler down in the number 2 machine. So yeah, most of the guys having a moment to chill out there on the Zoom cameras. I can see as the safety car pulls away from the field, and we now await for the field here to arrive in the acceleration zone as the rest of the field bunches up at 80 kilometers per hour. Now this is all looking a little bit more like what we're expecting here as we look out the back of Thomas Freeman in that 718 Racing Mustang.
Yes, indeed. Maintaining 80 k's an hour as he should. And we'll get a nice orderly restart this time, hopefully. All the same, once again, the number 94 remains in 3rd place behind 2 cars that decided to stay out under safety car conditions. The safety car is in the pit lane, and have a look at that. This time, the number 62 does not have a big gap to the 94 to contend with at the restart. They will be right on it. We'll see what Richie Stanaway can do to try and stay in touch with James Scott, who has taken that car back over from Jared Filsell in their last pit stop. Into the acceleration zone they'll come. See that bridge? They passed under it. Now, Thomas Freeman can go whenever he wants, but he's going for the pit lane. Okay, so that means...
Let's cause some problems, though.
Yeah, that has caused some problems. DeCarvalho has decided to take the start there, and James Scott right behind him as well. And the blink there for DeCarvalho. Scott, he thought about making a move up the inside into Hell Corner, but that's not going to happen this time. He's going to have to wait a couple more moments as the green flag has flown, and we're back to racing to start lap 100 of the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, the issue there was DeCarvalho. He actually put the foot down once Freeman had committed to the pit entry, and then problems there with the fact that he jumped on the brakes as up the inside for Griffiths Bend will both go James Scott and Richie Stanaway and Madison down, and Ethan Warren. So there you go. Top 4 otherwise, well, top 4 on the current cycle with the leaders are going to get on through there. It looks like Wayne Burke fires up the inside too. The cutting, but no, he's not done just yet.
Oh! 22!
Tom Freer, apologies there, and Ethan Warren having all kinds of a moment there on this first lap, and very close to the walls there on the exit of the cutting, pushing the limits and then some. As we come across the top of the mountain once again, Madison down is absolutely hustling. Oh, no, sorry, it's Josh Anderson. Apologies, multiple driver changes during this previous window here. As out the back of the 22, we look here, Tom Freer to the inside of the 096, didn't get it done though, and then watch the rear snap here for Ethan.
Yep, and just glanced off the wall. There was sparks there. That was almost a disastrous incident for the Trans-Tasman Racing 22, which has been in the top 5 pretty much all race so far. My goodness, what a race it has been. And now, just hanging off the back a bit, there's Ethan Warren. He's got Anderson and Stanaway battling for second, just up ahead of them. And finally, it looks like Tom Freer has gotten past Bruce DeCarvalho on the way into the chase. You see him there just in the background. And lining up for what is now 6th position is the number 29 Trans-Tasman entry. Some side-by-side running on the exit of the chase. That was Ethan Grigold making his way past Dylan Pereira. And coming into the pits, one of the 9.5 cars. And evidently there's, that was the Americans Down Under car, and that's a problem for the TriStar machine.
Yep, found itself in the grass on the way down. Oh my goodness, it's very busy. Meanwhile, live the final couple of corners, but everything's okay for now. But what's happened here to Blake Neck, the driver of the 380, once again, to come down here into the chase and then comes in deep under brakes. That's already loose, a bit too loose, a bit too hot into the turn, it seems, and as a result, runs in deep, finds the gravel for his troubles. And look at that, actually one of the DPR cars also having a moment there in shadowing them. It is indeed the 632. Almost a copy, carbon paste perhaps, of what happened there. as a result. So, yeah, he's getting all kinds of crazy out there on the circuit at the moment, it would seem.
Copy, carbon, paste. Never heard that one before.
Yeah, carbon copy, paste. Apparently, my words are no good for me today.
All right, well, either way, I'm sure I'll have a few flubs of my own. That's just part of it, isn't it? Either way, the battle for second still very much on. Richie Stanaway and Brody Kostecki having a face-off against a double assault from two Trans-Tasman racing cars. And Trans-Tasman Racing has been a stalwart team of the AusNZ sim racing community from almost the very start. They began on Xbox with Forza Motorsports and moved over to iRacing, and they have continued to be up the top in every series they've competed in. Very deep under brakes there for Josh Anderson, but manages to avoid getting into the back of Stanaway. Change for 7th meanwhile. Looks like a couple of trading spots there between the two SSR cars. Kenneth Latta and Luke Rosella fighting over this 7th spot, and look who's trying to come through here. Hobo trying to defend, sorry, that's Schreier in the 88 this time, having to fend off Darren Lobb. But Darren, once again, showing that number 99 DPR car is one of the cars to watch today. Around the outside of Hell Corner, will he keep it on the track? Yes, he will. And he'll have the inside for Griffins, but that's created a check up behind, Dan. This could get interesting.
It has. He got checked actually by the 096 at De Cavallo on the way in. Actually, good slipstream for the 88 Australia. If it's going to be on the outside, surely can't do it. And Lobb will break later into Griffins and take that. Oh, a bit of a hit check on the way in. Puts the 88 way offline as a result. And will lose a spot to the 143. The 117 potentially here is. Oh, boy, that's Grigold back behind the wheel again of that 117. And not quite there into the cutting. Has to tuck back in line, but Grigold's pushing this 88 up the hill, it seems, and so keep it in touch with the cars ahead. But it was Brian Borg and Jordan Ross who got through in their respective machines, 017 and the 143, as a result of that run there up Griffins. As again, it's still on for P2, but once again, the Boost Mobile SSR car pulling away off the restart. This time, though, only 1.7 seconds at the moment. So James Scott quite got the breakaway pace, but at the same time also we do have to consider that everyone was on his tail when they came down to the final corner, unlike the previous restart 20 laps to go.
All right, battle continues, and not too sure why James Scott has the headlights flashing. There's no one in front of him blocking his way, but have a look at that fight going on there. That's Emily Jones making her way past Tom Freer, and now Trans-Tasman has 3 cars in the top 5. What a brilliant drive it's been from the 29. And oh dear, that's De Carvalho back ahead of Darren Lobb there, and Brian Borg is fancying finding a way past the 99. The 143 looking to get in on it as well.
Oh, massive shot down the straight. The end of Conrod, the After Dark cars involved with the deep. Oh, we've got 2 lap cars tangling at the end of Conrod Straight. Somehow doesn't involve anyone else but the DPR 632, the After Dark 44. My
They've been 2
word.
very embattled cars today, haven't they?
They have indeed.
Goodness, yeah, this is spectacular. Have a look at this. Coming down Conrod, Riley Bilson pulls alongside Alex Court, and they make contact in a straight line, and pirouetting around is Alex Court, and amazing that no more contact was made there. One car did have to go off into the gravel trap at the chase, but man, oh, I can't believe that.
Yeah, that was absolutely bonkers. On board here with Philip Kraus, one of the cars will be first on the scene after it all goes down, and just jam on the brakes, and unfortunately doesn't have time because everyone's on the anchors way too early. Runs into the back of, I believe that will be the 208 Jinx Shifters machine there, unfortunately taking some damage for their troubles to pull up unexpectedly. On board with Henry King driving that 208 car here, and yeah, unfolds in front, and where does he go? Nowhere. Goes straight to try and make sure he
contact.
And yeah, there was Adam, the 079 there with a, was that Adam Blocker aboard? Yeah, Philip Kraus. Apologies.
Oh, yeah.
Behind the wheel, just unsighted, and all of a sudden there's a car braking way before it should, and tries to respond there, but unfortunately turns that Commodore of King and Coxhead into a cruise as a result of the smash and spin there. 632 DPR car has picked up, I believe, its second mechanical black flag of the day here. He says, there's trouble between the 53 Flops Falcon. There's also the 47 TTR and the number 2 drop bear cars. They're in battle down at the elbow here. Something happening between the bunch of them. Don't forget that in all of that there, I believe that the Lobs Falcon car's on the lead lap, but you've got other cars trying to get back to the lead lap here and all this as it's still going on. Elsewhere. Oh, Fishy 205, 087, 155 pursuit, clips the car. And everyone else ducking and weaving to avoid that car now parked on the racing line. Michael Angus gets it refired and is now able to get rolling away again. My word, it's coming alive.
Mechanical black flag for the 205. Oh boy. And man, okay, so all of that happened because Matty Jones in the high octane car and Matthew Brunt in the SSR 134 were fighting. They were early on the brakes for the chase, and Angus tried to go through there, but unfortunately just got collected on the inside, and that was the Pursuit 155, I think, that made contact with them.
And yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Teo Serrano behind the wheel of that one there, and yeah, just that's really tough for the 205 because yeah, it's just the 087 a little wide of the apex down here at the chase itself. They're certainly not trying to run then off the road, and you can see Serrano last minute tries to avoid, but the rear end doesn't quite follow the fronts, and as a result slaps the front end of the 205 with his left rear corner. A little lucky there it seems for the 155 to not pick up a mechanical black flag of its own as there's trouble at the top of the mountain. The 087's trying to keep going with damage here. It's just gotten tripped up on one of the ERT cars. It's going to run into the back of said ERT car. 96 of Rainer Costello. That's, oh boy, that 087, it does not have a meatball just yet, but it's causing problems. But it's picked up a black flag for incident point accumulation though, here on lap 104. 103 for that 087.
Trouble at the chase, trouble at the top of the mountain, trouble wherever you look. That, oh God. And it's all because of the incident that happened at the chase on the previous lap. And Matty Jones is having to let these people go now. Matthew Brunt and Hayden Sell make their way by. Then we've got Blake Neck in the TriStar car just behind, change for position there. And they are let go without further incident. And the 155 of Teo Serrano is going to keep going, but Matty Jones peeling into the pits to serve that incident point accumulation penalty. Oh man. I mean, incident points are really going to start coming into play here in the final third of the race, aren't they? As continuing to battle down the front straight as this 3-car pack. And oh, Hayden Sell catches the grass on the entry into the corner, and Blake Neck says, "Thank you very much, sir. Gap on the inside. I will take that."
Indeed. Speaking of the incident, if you've not watched the other 2 Endurance Cup races we've had this year, and the revised rulings around how incident points work, this one, the initial drive-through is set at 30 incident points, which obviously for a 1,000k race, that's quite lengthy as we check back in and look who's broken away into P2. Josh Anderson's on past Richie Senaway. Whilst we've been watching Ethan Moore a little loose there down the S's that hangs onto it though, Reese, but it's his turn to put pressure on the 62 machine. And well, I would love to have actually known when that happened, that change for P2, but it happened a while back now apparently, and we were all worried about what was going on further on back with the chaos. It happened just before we saw 3 wide into the chase. It looks like at some point.
Some laps ago.
Further on back. Yeah.
I've just picked it up myself. It happened on lap 103, and it was actually a pass at McPhillamy Park for Joshua Anderson on lap 103.
Ryan Borg past Cavallo, but it's got Grigold company. 117 up the inside under brakes. That's a nice textbook move there at the chase for Grigold. Takes his car back into the top 10. Still though, up 9 spots. Meanwhile for the 017, despite now dropping outside, is Darren Lobb to the inside of Cavallo. Up on the curb, little bit of a panel rubbing between the two. Opens up the opportunity for Michael Schreier to try and force the issue here at Hell Corner, but he'll be around the outside for turn 1. That's going to be rough, and yeah, it doesn't have the run around the outside and just parks it there. Also puts the Philip Worley right on the gearbox of the 88 as we make the climb back up the mountain once more.
Yep, and pass has been made by Ethan Warren on Richie Stanaway. Trans-Tasman are now running 2 and 3 in the podium positions. So, let's see then what they can do to try and break away here. It looks like the 62 has fallen off the wagon a little bit in terms of pace, and they're going to have to have their work cut out for them to hold on. Meanwhile, we check out Benjamin Smith in the 04 running in 17th place. And they have just received a drive-through penalty, and I believe that is for incidents as well. No?
I think that's an actual race control. It's an incident with the 091 wheelie.
Yep, just saw it.
Car.
Yeah.
That's been issued for, and there goes the instruction in the session to the team.
All right. I assumed it was an incident point drive-through because I hadn't seen confirmation in any chats, but now I have seen it, and we are all good from there. But it's not all good for the race on Oz, guys, with that penalty coming in for them. And this is a point in the race where you really want to avoid getting penalties because the opportunities are rapidly running out for potential safety cars and ways you can make up time on those in front of you. So if you lose out now, it's going to be hard to claw it back.
Oh yeah, you bet it will be. Oh, the 205 Fishy car. Now, that had a mechanical black flag, but that was several laps ago it picked that up. Michael Angus still limping that car back, it would seem. Or has it been that long since... that's a very lengthy...
Oh, I've just seen it. Okay, so they had served that mechanical black flag, but it looks like there was a puff of smoke from the engine at the chase.
Oh,
the engine's blown.
They've served it, and they've been given a double dose of pain. And yeah, I just saw that too, rewinding real quick on the replay. So they'll get that car fixed up if they want, but unfortunately for the 205 of Michael Angus and Matt Whitaker, that will be a lengthy second set of repairs for them in this session. So we'll turn our attention back to the racing on track as it's been busy here. We've got cars currently running out here in the team. So Matthew Brunt, 28th place as they come up to Griffin's Bend. Got the 155, a crisscross under brakes from Serono. Gets Brunt to open the door there and not cover it off fully. So place taken by the 155 on the run up the hill. Hayden Sell would like to go at it and will swing around the outside of Matthew Brunt. And we've also got to watch out because Bobby Gibbs is trying to come through and work his way forward still on everyone in this pack. And Dean O'Brien gets through on, Dean O'Brien lines up for his shot at Brunt in the 134.
Here comes Gibbs.
Oh,
That's Sulman. Goodness gracious me.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Get your driver in control, Dan. That was pretty hectic.
Oh, it's
Matthew Bowler. All right,
okay,
yeah.
All the same, going a bit interesting there.
Yep. Either way, I got to say, props to Teo Serono. That was a very well-executed move going up the inside of Griffin's. Got the crisscross done, saw the gap on the inside, and managed to execute it. Really well done. Meanwhile, change for 8th position. That's Jordan Ross in the 143, making his way past his teammate Kenneth Ladder. And oh, God, Brewster Carvalho. He's been in the wars here with the Simrigs.com DPR car, hasn't he? He is backed by Darren Lobb again.
Benz from the 99.
Yep, well, I mean, look, we've seen that from the 99 so many times before, and Carvalho gets shuffled off the track. That opens up a potential opportunity for Michael Schreier in the 88 to get by, and Philip Worley as well as the Evolution Racing Team at 21. So Brewster Carvalho and the Send It 096 back to 16th place. And, okay, 952, followed by 155. These guys have been paddling ridiculously hard for 28th spot on the track, and that's another position lost for the 25. Grigold is through, and oh my God, 2 by 2, and it looks like they were negotiating a lap car as well there.
They were indeed. The After Dark 44 back on the road. Thankfully, not quite at the apex of a turn 2 there at Griffin's, but you talk about bit of a crazy timing. It's actually, hang on, Marcelo Rivera, where the heck did you come from in all of this? He suddenly worked his way up behind the 88 in all of this back and forth drama. Another car has made big gains this afternoon, up 32 places from a from the P46 grid slot they took at the start of the day, and like their car is in pretty good shape. It's a little bit of a punch in on that right front arch as they come down the mountain there, and you see nothing in the Discord to suggest that the 096 are going to ask for a review of that contact just yet with the 99. Curious to see if there's a redress potentially ordered there, if it does come through. But yeah, how's this? Jordan Ross, good recovery, but Ethan Grigold is on a charge right now, it looks like. Not quite close enough though to move into the chase. He'll stay behind for another couple of turns at least here. But I mean, yeah, after dropping down the pack, well down the pack, and taking a lot of pit stops for that 143, back on sequence and schedule, it seems, right when it starts to matter here, Chris.
Yeah, indeed. Oh boy. Now that things have calmed down a little, we got some news in the broadcast chat. Some unfortunate news as Brewster Carvalho brings the Send It car into the lane. Looked like he went in a bit hot there. Hopefully they don't get a penalty. Sean Linsell and Ian Ford, they would have been competing this weekend, but unfortunately both of them have suffered some personal tragedies over the last couple of weeks. So yeah, our thoughts go out to them. Thanks Brenton O'Brien for letting us know about that. Hopefully we can see both Sean and Ian back in the seat sometime soon. Into the cutting we go, and Ethan Grigold, as you said, Dan, on an absolute charge right now, back up into 8th place after a very tough race for the Evolution Racing Team 117, and looks like there's a bit of a gap ahead to Luke Rosella in the Synergy 888, around about 6-7 seconds, but we know how good of a driver Ethan Grigold is. Surely he'll be able to make that up, assuming the track stays clear.
I think, yeah, he's got a good chance to certainly make it. I think you say it's been a rough race. To be honest, this is probably one of the cars that hasn't had too much of a rough race, and I'm going to be honest. It's just that Bo Cubis happened to be in the car, probably clearing laps for his portion of the race a fair bit early on, and just maybe a little bit of an A-B driver situation there for the 117. And now that Grigold's had a chance to get back in the car, also I think really making sure that they've been really taking extra pit stops where they can. And in fact, no, pardon me, only 5 stops for the 117. So just a case of, yeah, Cubis maybe also just trying to play it safe and conservative when he got in the car to make sure that he wasn't putting up too much of a fight if people were going to get a bit dicey with him. And now that Egg's back behind the wheel, he's taking that car back forward, as just behind Marcelo Rivera's taking the sister ERT car up to 13th place past the 88 of Michael Schreier. Here, this group sticking together still all the same as they closing back onto Darren Lobby. Hasn't been able to break away despite having about a second previously over the 88. But now that this end lap here, Rivera's turn to try and ride on up to the back of that 99 machine as we go on board with the number 41 DPR machine at the back of this group, currently P15.
Yeah, what an active race it's been for this car as well. They've been up and down, and as they currently stand, they are 1 position down from where they started. They've been hovering in and around that area of the field pretty much all race long. So we'll see what Philip Worley and Andrew Dyson can do to get themselves a bit further up. Dyson was able to work his way up early on, as that's a pass at Griffin's Bend between the 04 and the 952. Benjamin Smith putting the race on Oscar up into 26th place. And here's car 427, Andrew Ritchie on board with James Chastaneuf. Now we want to give another shout out because scheduled to drive with James Chastaneuf was actually Paul Young, who made a SCOPS debut this year. Unfortunately, he has come down with COVID-19.
Oh no, car on its side at the top of the mountain. The 632 DPR car is in trouble again.
Oh, and absolutely in trouble here. This is undoubtedly going to be a safety car from this.
And we are right on the window for a safety car now, stop, and then one more stop later on in this race. I mean, the timing probably pretty handy for most of the drivers here. Safety car is indeed just spawned into the pit lane and was told to stand by. Safety car is called. And let's have a look at what's happened here to the 632 of Riley Bilson on the replay thanks to Virtual Racing School. So in behind the 952 of Hayden Sell and the number 2 Robbie Gibbs. And you've got the Mateo. Oh yeah, Matthew. Keep saying I'm sorry, Matt. Oh, camera gets stuck and oh my lord. Right,
we're going to have to get an onboard of that, I think.
Yeah. Paris Corona was just behind in the 155. So where has it all gone wrong? Oh, we're being told he's grabbed the curb here just after the grate. So indeed, down the hill we come. Gets that there.
Oh, that's odd. Was there contact from behind?
It looks like he's been given a helping hand. Let's go on the rearward shots here. Yeah, flashing lights is all good and well surrounded, but it's a one-line bit of road here. He's a little loose, and gets loose over the curb indeed, and then unfortunately helped around by the 155 who's right behind him. So unfortunately that's a case of what can you do if you're Mateo Sorono as you check up across the top of the grate here.
Yeah.
Actually, just a lot more confident with the speed. So yeah, we saw that the rear of the 632 was in control, and I think he's still making that car wiggle around with the throttle there.
Well, yeah, you know what? It was funny. I was listening into race control at the time when Bilson, requested a tow, and Simon Black said, "Okay, car 632, hold position." I'm like, it's not as if he's going to go anywhere. He's on his side. I mean, he could escape back to the pits, but I mean, of course he's going to hold position. He can't move the car.
Well, you say that, but have a look at the camera. He's inching around.
Yeah.
Although, is that just gravity perhaps up here doing its thing?
I think it might be. I think it might just be gravity. You can see he's just, it's ever so small, those moves towards the wall. Yeah, pit limiter is on that car. Not that you need it, but you see he's just going, a little bit closer to the wall. A little bit, just a little bit. That's unfortunate there for the 632. We were talking about cars that have had a tough race earlier, Dan. That car is definitely one of them. But we'll turn our attention back towards the front because people are coming in. It looks like a driver change in the number 62. I get the feeling that, Brody Kostecki is taken back over from Richie Stanaway. Adam Briggs has replaced Jordan Ross in the 143. Brady Myers is back in the 22, replacing Ethan Warren. We've got Rick Kuznetsov replacing Brian Borg. Dylan O'Shea back in the 99 DPR car, and Darren Lobb has gotten out of the car. The number 1 Trans-Tasman entry is back out and is leading the race. So Josh Anderson back in the saddle, and amazingly enough, with no driver change for the SSR number 89, Tom Freer has found himself in second place. You see him right there.
Do indeed. So the order a little shuffled here compared to what we might have expected. But, it's going to be interesting. And also, you were saying the number 2 DBM car would need another safety car to get back on the lead lap?
Well,
I mean, I'm having a personal celebration moment because indeed it is back on the lead lap now. Needs to come and take a pit stop to get on sequence with everyone else here to wrap things up, but it will get that free pit stop in a moment's time as Matt Bolwart brings it across the top of the mountain. Now, they're still down in 37th. Did I read that correctly? Yes, 37th, the last car on the lead lap. But thankfully able to be just close enough that when all the leaders came down the lane there, they're able to go round and get ahead before they came out of the lane. So yes, I'm doing a little happy dance inside for my boys there. But then take the team owner hat back off and put the commentator hat back on once again. So it would be inappropriate to start cheering.
And I've got to say that commentator hat goes very nicely with the rest of your outfit, Dan. So anyway, we'll see how things go here for the number 2 as they make their way back down towards the chase, obviously at racing speed because there's no one around them, and they've got to make up as much time as possible to take their pit stop and still come out on the lead lap. Looks like Bowler is not going for the pits this time around. The safety car has checked up the field coming through the S's, and this is quite the order, isn't it? the number 29 Trans-Tasman car also pitted under this safety car. Emily Jones has stayed in that Mustang, and they are up into 4th place. I mean, I'm just thinking about, you know, the fact that we have 3 cars in the top 5 that started at the back of the grid, and they are here and in contention for podiums, for victory right at the end. And don't forget about the Endurance Cup points either. The 89 is in the effective lead of the Endurance Cup points now that the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing car is out and has been for quite some time. So the idea here for Tom Freer and Wayne Burke, they have got to keep it clean. They've got to just finish at this stage and stay ahead of their rivals.
That they do indeed. I mean, there's also the fact that, of course, for Wayne Burke as well, the points are important today, of course. Yeah, not for just the Endurance Cup as a pairing, but you've also got the points that both drivers pick up for the Drivers' Championship. And Wayne Burke, as we remember, is one of the guys running at the front of the Drivers' standings and, well, sitting P4 coming into today's race. And, well, as I said, Brady Myers is not too far behind him, so will be a small gain for Burke. Let's have a look here at the top 10 in the individual drivers' standings after 11 rounds of racing this year. So a 175-point gap between Brady Myers and Jordan Ross will mean that, yes, that Myers is certainly still on track to be leading at the end of today's racing. Andrew Dyson there in P3, despite being 340 points back, and well, currently the DPR 41 a little further back at the moment, but should still hang on to that position for the time being. You've then got Wayne Burke at 461 points back there in P4, then Adam Briggs. Until the answer, unfortunately, he will slide down the tower, as Brenton Hobson will be able to jump past him there with the retirement of the 201 earlier on. So Hobson up to P6 at the end of the day. Same for Kurt Stenberg, will be able to leapfrog. As a reminder that indeed Brenton Hobson going into P6 once again. What a surprise for all of us, all those who have been around quite some time. Yeah, Kurt Stenberg will jump up into P8, and also Andrew Gilliam, unfortunately, well, P9 might be under threat from Kenneth Latter there as well. So be a question of maybe hanging on to 9th and 10th. Chris Coxhead is the driver just outside the top 10. And the 211, or 208, sorry, unfortunately been a bit of a rough race for them too, as getting our instructions to get ready to move cars more than 2 laps down, which still amounts to the number 14 of Damien Cairns in the Taipan Endurance car, the 95 Simsport 43, the After Dark Sim Racing 44, and the Trans-Tasman Racing 47. Will be shuffled to the back of the queue once more before we will restart the race. We might get a restart on this one, but given the instructions only just been given to shuffle the order, I would suspect we restart this one at the end of lap 114.
Oh boy. So this basically means that for the majority of cars in the field, they will likely only need one more pit stop to make it home. Potentially a bit of fuel saving on the cards as well. It's a typical Bathurst finish that we are winding up to. Cannot wait to see how things turn out. Will we see another safety car before the end? That is the big question on my mind. In terms of random safety cars, the Bathurst 1000 can have between 1 and 5, and you know there's a slim chance, maybe potentially, that we could have another random safety car before the end. But Jay is keeping his lips sealed about that, and so will I, because I am not aware of that sort of stuff happening behind the scenes. Either way, safety car will likely be pulling away from the rest of the field very shortly, and we can get back to racing action.
Still shuffling the field to move those cars more than 1 lap down to the rear of the train, so we will not be going green this time by, as there's little gaps that need to be sorted out further on back. As you can see here, Damien Cairns, Ben Morris. And actually, how about this? We just brought up this little fact here. These 2 cars here that are 4 laps down, the number 14 and the 43, well, due to the fact they keep getting shuffled every time we get a safety car at this rate, they've actually been, sorry. They've been locked in a fighting battle here, and well, once we go back green, they will get a chance to keep racing for position, even if it's just between the two of them here on track.
Well, they're involved in a battle, which is the main thing. They'll be able to race each other for position, and that's something that I'll definitely keep one eye on. We'll see how things go. And it looks like the shuffling has been largely done. So I predict that we will go racing at the end of the next lap here.
Yes, indeed. That's certainly going to be the case here. Is confirmation just now that everyone's all sorted out and safety car well and truly staying out at this point would be definitely a bit of an interesting and risky one there to send everyone back to racing speed here as a little fake towards the lane for the ERT21, but no taking of the lane. You were saying about fuel strategy and such. What my understanding of the pit lane is, I mean, everyone's on the end of it. Most people here on the end of their second lap on their tank of fuel, but even then, that's 2 laps of paddling around behind the safety car. So we should see they should be all good here with a bit of fuel save, perhaps maybe to go plus 1 more lap. But we are right. Well, the safety car came out right in time to make this 2 full tanks of fuel to the finish from here. So to be honest, a safety car coming out at some point later on in this race that doesn't line up with where that critical lap for the final stop is will simply make things a little bit interesting, to say the least, because if you take the pit stop, you're then out of sequence and not able to make it home, but you have saved yourself a full green flag stop.
Yeah. Okay.
And maybe you can make the splash in a green flag situation work there.
Righto. See how it works out then. Oh, God, what a weekend it's been. What a day it's been. I am feeling. I'm starting to feel a little spaced out, if I'm honest, Dan, because, man, there's just been non-stop action here. And it's kind of what you expect at a Bathurst 1000. But I'm still amazed at the fact that every single lap we've had something happen. We've had some kind of drama, some kind of position change, what have you. And we've still got 2 full stints of racing to go. This race could still go either way. We have the 94 car in 3rd, and they will undoubtedly try their best to make their way back to the lead. Jared Filsell behind the wheel of that car. Josh Anderson in the lead, potentially looking at a victory with Madison down after starting towards the back of the grid, along with the 94 and the number 29 of Emily Jones and Jake Maloney. And yeah, I've run out of things to say there. This is getting towards a grandstand finish.
You bet this is going to be a grandstand finish, but yeah, plus 47 for your current race leader, plus 46 for the cars in P3 and P4. Don't even entirely count out the Evolution Racing Team 21 at plus 35 places. They're currently back in P11 with Rivera aboard the car. Brad Ryan, plus 33 places up to 14th. But there's a lot of drivers who have made big gains in this one today. Just a question of if they can convert it here in these final 2 stints. The safety car has pulled away the front of the train. Time to tighten up the formation here on Conrod Straight. And then we wait to see if Josh Anderson's going to do anything out of the ordinary. I mean, you think not, but I guess, I don't know, maybe there's a bit of spontaneity left at the front of the field, perhaps. But, well, we very much know what the expected plan and the probably best strategy will be here as you watch the field trickle on down Conrod Straight. You can see here, though, the front of the field a lot tighter than sort of the cars joining up to the back of the train now. They can go faster than 80 kilometers per hour if it's to close up those gaps here before we go green. You just need to make sure that they're doing 80 as we approach the acceleration zone at the Armorall Bridge before the final turn.
80 k's an hour being maintained by Josh Anderson. He is shadowed by Tom Freer, who is right behind. Jared Filsell staying back a little more on the way into the chase, but there's a chance he'll close up that gap here on the exit, and it looks like he will as they make their way under the Armour All Bridge. And the acceleration zone is here. Question is, when will Josh Anderson decide to go? We've usually seen drivers go at the entry or at the apex of the final corner. Will it be a little bit before here for Anderson? Doesn't look like it. Turns in for Murray's, gets on the power, and we are away. Green flag once again in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, presented by Too Easy Finance and Virtual Racing School as always. And into the lead goes Trans-Tasman #1, where you would argue it would belong at the front of the field. Madison Down has had to take some time out of V8SCOPS for his E-Series commitments, and this was his first race back in some time. And he and Joshua Anderson in the car at the moment have put on a fantastic drive. But there goes Jared Filsell up the inside of Tom Freer at Griffin's Bend, and the sun will be shining in the drivers' faces as they go up the hill towards the cutting. Could potentially cause some dramas there, but we are rapidly approaching sunset here at Mount Panorama.
Oh, there is trouble further on back.
Oh, yep, big trouble indeed.
No, that's cool. It was multiple cars that bang into each other. The 41's engine, I think, is just blown as well. The DPR 41 up ahead of this here. Tangled in all. We've got multiple cars tripped up as a result. There, the Fishy 307, the first car around, making the road a one-line affair, and oh dear, Andrew Dyson's just rolled it backwards there into the apex wall, and I don't think that car's got any drive in it at all. We might need another safety car here straight away as the Fishy 307 struggles to flick spin themselves around here. And it's going to be David Kirby with the 307 requesting a tow first. Do we have safety car into safety car? Yeah, the safety car's moving on the lane. And indeed, safety cars, breeding safety cars now here in the final stages of this race.
And you know what? I think race control might be a bit more busy because we've talked about how the number 99 has been doing big sends throughout this race. This is the one time that it has caused a disaster. We'll keep our eye on David Kirby here and Darren Lobb up behind. The 307 will get past here. Yeah, Dylan O'Shea, my apologies. They will get passed by the ERT Mustang at Griffin's, and they're offline and losing momentum here. Dylan O'Shea decides, okay, I'll have a go up the inside of the cutting. Nope, not going to work. David Kirby smashes into the wall, and that collects the DPR 41 and a few other cars involved besides.
That there, just complete checkup from all those cars on the inside line. Several other cars very lucky to escape problems. It's the 952 of the 95 Sim Sports stable there. Unfortunately, they got stuck. First of all, I believe we're jumping on board. Yep, Sebastian Flock, the ERT 84, sees tyre smoke. Where do you go? Where do you go? Brake, brake, brake. Unfortunately, into the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car he will go, and a bit of rear-end contact for his troubles as well. So that was pretty tough there. This is Hayden Sell, who was aboard the 952 at the time. And yeah, basically first one on the scene, coming in at full race pace. And oh, hello. This has been presented with David Kirby facing the wrong way, and what more can he do, unfortunately, for them?
Yeah, it's a blind corner. You don't know what's coming. You would have seen the yellow flag on the way in, but you don't know what the exact situation is until you're right there. Here's the view on board from Dylan O'Shea. The 307 gets passed by the ERT Mustang, and he decides to switch over to the inside, but yeah, Whiting was already turning in for the cutting, and I don't think that Dylan O'Shea had much right to be there. I think race control's going to have a look at that one for sure.
Bit of a 50-50 move from those particular angles there, and the 41 DP car actually did make it up the mountain a bit, but has now come to rest. Basically where the PSR 201 car unfortunately gave in, as we see there, the 84, 952 and the 04 Race on Oz car, Luke Mitchinson behind the wheel, all to the lane with their damage, and well, several more cars unlikely to retire, or unlikely to make it back out on track, I should say, for that there. There's hefty damage to a lot of them. DPR 41, mechanical black flag. Fishy Motorsports 205 is actually still, no, pardon me, they left the server before they cleared their black flag from earlier on, but they're joined in black flag territory by Fishy 307. Everyone else in the lane actually has escaped a mechanical black flag, but hefty enough damage to necessitate doing as many repairs as they can before they get back out on track, and the race restarts in a lap or two's time here.
Oh lordy, I mean, what can you say? I mean, you know, I don't really want to make any remarks that are out of line, but yeah, I think that the opinion shared by a lot of people there is that O'Shea really should have pulled out of that one, and if it weren't for that, then we'd probably still be under racing conditions at the moment. But man, I think this has worked in the favour of just about everyone else, because if there were any doubts about fuel saving before, and there wasn't many, there's definitely no doubts about fuel saving now. Everyone can go flat out to the end with one extra pit stop.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, this is there. It was maybe a light save on this first stint, just to make sure you could definitely go flat to the end in that final stint. But yeah, now it is well and truly, without a doubt, 2 fast, furious, flat out stints to make things work here, because of course the critical lap will be the end of 137 for all of these drivers here on the lead lap of this race. Indeed, a couple of the cars caught up in that incident there. The 04 race on Oz and the 84 Evolution Racing Team cars are back out on track. The question is, are they currently just out there circulating to stay on the lead lap before they dive in for some more damage repair here as the field makes their way down the front straight in the orderly fashion that it is under safety car control.
Well, we wait for the confirmation that the safety car will return to the pits. It's probably some time away, but regardless, we still have a big race on for the lead. Considering that Jared Filsell is still behind the wheel of the number 94 there, and we know what kind of moves he can pull off, I'd say that Josh Anderson is going to have his work cut out for him there, restarting in the lead. He's going to have to focus on getting a good getaway from the line, but he'll be looking over his shoulder, looking in his mirrors, because Jared Filsell will be on the attack to try and go for the win here at the Bathurst 1000. And we've got confirmation from race control just then. Racing will resume at the end of this lap. The safety car will pull away on Conrod Straight, and the field will fall under the control of Josh Anderson. What more stories are there to talk about here? Any drivers out of position and looking to improve?
Well, let's have a look at the guys across the top 10 or so. Maybe see how many cars we can race on down here before we go back green. So yeah, your race leader, the number 1 Trans-Tasman Machine, up 47 places to be at the front of the field. Currently in the hands of Josh Anderson, and you would think in the hands of Anderson to the finish. Jared Filsell just behind in that number 94 SSR Boost Mobile Racing entry there, also up 47 spots to P2. Tom Freer up 9 places to P3 in the number 89 SSR Smith & Sons entry there. Looking like it might have the pace, but we'll have to wait and see. Emily Jones behind the wheel of the 29 Trans-Tasman Racing. They're up 46 places. Can you imagine if we get Emily Jones on the podium here, we make it 47 places gained for your podium all around here this afternoon? Quick looking there, P5 for Luca Rosella in the SSR WPC. 888 is up 4 places today so far. Then we get into a couple of cars that have slipped backwards inside the top 10 here, Reese. Starting here with the 22 of Brady Myers.
Indeed, Myers in contention for the top 5. Almost all the way through here, and then the Simblacks car, Brody Kostecki and Richie Stanaway, they're looking to improve a little bit. They've fallen off slightly. They're down 5 after running in the top 2 for the majority of the race. Adam Briggs, meanwhile, here in the number 9, and just ahead of them, the Evolution Racing Team 117. Both of those cars have had pretty active races, but they've still held on to positions in the top 10. And Kobe Jones here in the SSR WPC Racing 25, those guys, Kobe and Kenneth, they have been a constant presence in the top 10 so far. And we've got to talk briefly about the Evolution Racing team number 21 behind them, Marcelo Rivera at the wheel. They were having some PC problems earlier, but it seems that they've overcome that. That car is up 35 places. ERT once again showing that when it comes to Enduros, they are a team to watch. And 14th place, the 923 with Brad Ryan at the wheel, fellow ERT car, up 33 places. Safety car is in pit lane. And now we'll go for the restart. Just an incredible performance from so many teams in this Bathurst 1000. It's been just about the most dramatic we've seen so far in the 8-year history of this event, and hopefully there will be many more to come. So Josh Anderson holding 80 k's an hour, or trying to at least. He's gone a little bit over 83, 84, but
that's okay.
I think that's still within the margins, so he's all good.
Yeah, indeed, 5 kilometre plus minus tolerance there for this restart speed as Anderson brings it to the apex of the final turn, puts the power down to try and maximise the exit, but Jared Filsell goes with him here. We restart this race on lap 118 as we come down to turn 1, and look at that there. Filsell is racy and on the rear bumper. A little bit of a lock up there for a couple of our drivers into turn 1, but everyone keeps it nice and tidy here in this first turn. But we might want to go back to the front of the field. Is Filsell looking for a move at Griffin's Bend? He's trying, but Anderson covers off nice and early. He sees the pace in that 94, but going to go to the outside for a second is Filsell. Turns in, only just avoids running into the left rear corner of the number 1 machine there. And that could have been close, and he's going to stay on the bumper here as they come up the hill. The 22 machine into the inside of the Sim Black 62, but not able to make it there.
They were just passed.
Cutting. Pardon me, yes indeed. Rory Kostecki with a move on Brady Myers back at Griffin's Bend, and able to hang on to the place there as they make the climb up to the cutting. Good spot there as we watch the rest of the field. Streak on up the hill, single file still it would seem, which is kind of what we want to see. As down the hill we come once again, lap 118 of 161. What's that, 44 laps of racing, 43 and a half remaining here in this one.
Anderson, Filsell, Freer, Jones, Rosella, Kostecki, Myers, etc., all the way down to Forest Elbow. Everyone is pulling out all the stops here in the second last stint of this race. We still have 1 pit stop to go for everyone in the field. We'll be keeping an eye out for any movers and shakers throughout this. And we'll have a look at how close Filsell is here on Anderson. The opportunity is not there for a move up the inside at the chase, but Anderson clobbers the curb. Simply magnificent run there. And Emily Jones here trying her best to hold on, but actually was passed by Luke Rosella into the chase. We'll see how it happened here on the Virtual Racing School replay. Rosella, another constant presence here in the top 10 in that 888. And a very good run from those guys. Slipstream for Rosella, lifted off a little on the entry into the chase, but diving to the inside and a little bit later on the brakes. Moved alongside Jones and got the move done wonderfully. Jones giving him quite a bit of room. But that SSR 88, Rosella and Veld, what a drive from them. As for the lead now, Jared Filsell tries again around the outside of Josh Anderson, but it's not successful. The defensive game has been incredibly strong from that number 1 car. They're looking at victory, and they want to keep it.
They do indeed. Filsell going to keep probing here. As you can see, good drive for the middle of the cutting there for the 94 machine, as they then make the way up the hill once more. I mean, yeah, just coming back to the 888 machine of Rosella and Veld, just continuing to show great straight line speed for those cars today in race trim across the SSR fleet, and then make up good pace in the slipstream, and even without the slipstream too, able to do a solid job there, up and down the field wherever they ended up being here. So keeping nice and close, gap between your top 2 at just about a quarter of a second. As there's trouble in the dipper.
Oh yeah.
The 080's around, thankfully off the line now for Blake Delaney in the Fishy Motorsports car, but we were just going to check in with our 2 guys who are racing. Unfortunately 4 laps down, but at least still have each other to fight, and thankfully that car has ended up off the line, able to get through here, but what caused that one to get started here? I have to see as we look to the virtual racing school replay with Blake Delaney. Down to the dip. Is that just a bit quick down the S's for Delaney? Oh dear, unforced error from the 080. Fires into the fence, and he will just get clipped there by one of the 9.5 SimSport entries. But no harm, no foul, it would seem. That's it was the 9.51 of Dylan Rudd, the likely driver there. And while we're on replay, the 62 Sim Black's entry of Brody Kostecki got by the 29 of Emily Jones as we come back to live pitches. Unfortunately, it looks like the 29 machine not quite got the ultimate pace here in this final stint as the sun comes down. The track is down to 24 degrees Celsius. It has dropped really cool and getting very quick out there as a result of the continuing progression of the time of day here. As up the inside of Jones will go Brady Myers to another place gained, another place lost by the 29. See what they can do here, maybe turn things around in the next couple of laps. Next one to try and get past the 29 race, 117, the RT machine with Grigold behind them.
Yeah, I've noticed that Emily has been running ever so slightly wide in a couple of corners. She was wide at Hell Corner, and that's what allowed Myers to get by her. And I guess she'll be hoping that she can at least stay in the tow of her Trans-Tasman teammate and keeping Grigold behind. But Ethan is on an absolute charge once again. Still the same in our top two. Jared Filsell has had a bit of trouble trying to find a way past Josh Anderson, but this is the place where he can certainly get the advantage. Out of Forest Elbow they come. Brady Myers on the tail there of Brody Kostecki for the last position in the top 5, but on board with Anderson. He has just been monumental on the exit of Forest Elbow, hasn't he? Filsell is in the draft, but he's not able to get close enough on the way down to the chase. Goodness gracious me.
He gets to a 10th and a half as we come through the flat-out kink there on the right. I think if he really wanted to have a go at it, he could make an example as Grigold sends it up the inside of Jones and almost ran a bit too deep, but hangs on and pulls it up. Check back in. There's several cars scrapping around all over the place there as we see. Where is that there? Fighting over...
is that the number 2?
It is the number 2 drop bear car up into 22nd place there. Pardon me, defending 22nd place from a couple of guys there. The 155 of Jamie Stovall from Pursuit Sim Racing with the Banter Alliance car in that group. You then got trouble on the exit of the chase, the 27 TTR car of Kurt Stenberg. Unfortunately, they're a long way down, but looks like they've trouble there. The After Dark Sim Racing car, the 44. Oh, the ERT 84 as well.
Goodness.
And the ANZ
this is a big incident.
479. Oh dear, what has gone wrong there for all of these guys is, well, we'll look at the replay here, thanks to Virtual Racing. So, the 14 Type N Endurance, a little slow, and oh no, just walks the 47 across the road. Absolutely obliterates both the 84 and the number 9, the 44. Tertiary victim in that one there as well. There was a 9.5 SimSports car involved. That would have been the 43. Those two cars have been together racing each other. So on board with Sebastian Flock. You see here, just watch the 14 just sort of walks across in front of the 47 and then it's sort of the reverse of Scott McLaughlin, Garth Tander, Jamie Wincup, if I'm getting all the actors right, from 2017?
Something like that.
Something like that when McLaughlin was still at GRM in the Volvo S60. Unfortunately, my apologies to Bathurst 1000 purists who are crying out false information there. At least I can remember the cars.
Yes.
We'll go with that one. Well, take a moment to recover here, Reese. And the news from Race Control that you just saw flashed across the top of the screen. And the timing's out. Indeed, number 99, simreach.com DPR car. Dylan O'Shea behind the wheel, penalised for the contact with the Fishy Motorsports 307 that brought out that second safety car and the carnage at the cutting that ensued.
Indeed. Well, here we go. One pit stop to go, and Anderson leads by 4/10 over Jared Filsell. And looks like the Trans-Tasman Racing 1 was the fastest car on track that time around, 2:03.762. So the pace is with the number 1 at the moment. And Filsell has got his work cut out for him here, trying to get past. the Trans-Tasman cars have really come into their own here in the cooler track conditions, and oh no, that is a big mistake from Anderson. Collects the wall and the cutting, he keeps it going, but caught the grass on the entry, was in the lead, and an unforced error has put them back to 6th.
I am amazed to see that happen here. Something I wouldn't have expected from the drivers here at the front of the field, but well, apparently today's a new day for something different there. You can see here, Schultz not there to challenge here into Gribbons Bend, and just a little bit of a mispositioning thing from Anderson. We're talking a mere 5 millimeters there from the number 1.
Half a tyre width, if that.
Yeah, oh my goodness. And, well, yeah, not enough damage to worry the car there, it would seem, but back to P6 goes the TTR number 1. Jared Filsell released at the front of the field, and he already had a gap over Tom Freer. It's building towards 2 seconds here at this stage already.
Oh, wow. Well, the drama just never stops. It comes thick and fast, and that's thick with 2 C's as we enter our 40 laps remaining phase of the Bathurst 1000. Sandman saying that it is his favourite part of the race. It's my favourite part as well, because this is where things get set up for the finish after just over 4 hours worth of racing has been completed so far. 5 hours, my apologies, 5 hours of racing complete, and it should be another 80 minutes or so worth of racing from here. So Jared Filsell, well, there you go, Jared Filsell in clear air. I said he's unstoppable. 203.8 on that lap, fastest car out there right now. The clear air is with the 94, and now it's a battle for second once again. Tom Freer holding on in the 89, holding up this entire pack of cars.
Yeah, so we'll see how long it takes these guys to get on through. Luke Rosella with the first one up in the 888 SSR machine. But, well, looking a little bit calmer here in this group here. That makes up the top 5. Well, actually, pardon, it's top 7. Let's go back to Grigold there in the 117 ERT machine. Will wind up about even, though this time over the top. Brady Myers looking racy in the TTR 22 in comparison to Stecki in that Simblacks 62 machine. Will there be something that can be done down the mountain for that number 22? Get back towards the front where he was running early on. There's just seeing a little block up through 21 across to Oliveira, but he keeps under control down the S's. Aussies staying in the group, but it's currently led by Emily Jones in the 29 TTR car. Unfortunately, she's dropped back by about a second now. 5 and some in this top 2nd through 7th battle pack here. Come down the mountain. Who's close enough to make a move? Maybe Josh Anderson here on Brady Myers. If he thinks he's got the pace to get on through, does Luke Rosella go through here on Wayne, Tom Freer, sorry, into the chase? He will pull out to the left side of the road, but not close enough to pull alongside. Ducks back in, and in fact the top 7 will stay as they were once more.
A little bit of an advantage gained for Tom Freer there in the exit of the chase as we see a pass being made. Cory Shepard working that 718 car back up. They were one of the cars that collected the incident between Dylan O'Shea and Michael Whiting to bring out that last safety car. Shepard just making their way past Tyler Blackburn in the Race on Oz number 13. Back down to Conrod Straight. Luke Mitchinson in the other Race on Oz car seems to have been a little slow down the straight. Wondering if there was an issue for him coming out of Forest Elbow. Actually looks to me like he, that's odd. A very slow exit from Forest Elbow and holding like 129, 130 Ks for a bit. Don't know if there was a technical issue for that car.
The gear shift issue there. I mean, you could just hear the engine note there into the chase. It was just down compared. Not much, a couple of hundred revs is probably all it was. But you could just hear the pitch that little bit lower, not banging off the red line in 6th gear as he came into the chase. We focus back up towards the front of the field. This is the train from 8th back to 14th place, currently led by that 29 TTR machine of Emily Jones. It's Jordan Adam Briggs, as we said, given the duties for the final stint in this one, it would seem. Well, it is. It's in the car, and presumably will stay in that car to the end. Let's see what can that 143 do down straight away to make a move on that 29, or alternatively, are they happy to sit here for a little bit longer and see what they can do when it comes to shortening up their final pit stop for this race. Of course, every bit of fuel saved counts, as meanwhile it's on between Rosella and Kostecki for P3 here. Kostecki ahead through the kink of the chase, and Rosella isn't going to fight that one too hard here. Keep the momentum of the group up as they come down here to the end, lap 124.
Yeah, Kostecki is switched back on here, and looks like he'll be in hot pursuit of Freer ahead as Forzan El Nabi here and Damien Johnstone. They've had one heck of a race, haven't they? It looks like they've just made a move on the Evolution 923, back up into 13th position, down into the chase again. One of the Jinx Shifters machines, the only one remaining in this race, the 208, and a very close race with the Banter Alliance, number 427. As well. Oh boy, I was going to mention something, but the amount of activity that's gone on in this race has completely set my mind alight. It's a proper bonfire up in here, and we'll have to just wait and see how things go. Good to see that, you know, in terms of drivers retiring, the number hasn't been as high as it could potentially be. It looks like 8 DNFs in the field. That's still a really good record, Dan.
Yeah, it is. We do have a couple of cars. Oh, it's been trouble at Griffin's Bend for the Pursuit Sim Racing 155. Jamie Stovall aboard that car. We had the 53, the 79, and the 155 three wide at some point, either at the end of Griffin's end of Mountain Straight or into Griffin's. Oh, the Lobs Falcon Esports car in deep, trying to get up the inside of Stovall. Now, is that Brad Newman aboard? No, it's Dean O'Brien back aboard. And so actually not too much of a, no big pile up there, thankfully, but unsettling the rhythm of those guys back there. Currently down in the mid-20s. They've got it all going once again, but next overall down to 7th place in 155. And speaking of cars that have been in the pits for a while but not retired yet, Dyson's bringing the 41 DPR car back out onto the track.
Sim Black's to second. There he
Here
goes.
they are. As I'm talking about other stuff happening on the road there. Tom Freer, unfortunately, no defense option, well, no defense available here. As look at this group, and oh, we lose a car there from the middle of it there. That is the 888 that's just blinked and hasn't come back yet.
It could all be over for Rosella and Veld from here. Yeah, I think we haven't seen them come back yet. I think they are gone. That is a huge moment there for Rosella and Veld in the 888. Just under 40 laps from the end. Oh, and the number 53 has had another issue there down at the chase. What I was going to mention was we saw the big incident that happened with Damien Cairns pushing Kurt Stenberg off the track and making that huge incident happen with Sebastian Flock and a few other cars involved. Cairns has been black flagged for that contact, and I believe he may have already served that penalty. But we will check back in here with this battle for 7th. Headed up by the Trans-Tasman Racing 29 of Emily Jones. She's holding off Adam Briggs in the Synergy 143. Then we've got Rivera, Kuznetsov, El Nabi, Jones, Ryan, and Hobson, all the way back to 14th in this pack.
Rod and Shepard are about 4 seconds back from them. If they can keep up a decent rhythm, they might be able to join in because they're lapping almost a second faster than Emily up in P7. So you can see the drivers are pouring into the group here. And then we've got this little trio of Blake Neck, Bobby Gibbs, and Jason Benz fighting over 18, 19, 20. That's just been a pass over the top of the mountain. Oh, that number 2 car has just slapped the fence somewhere because it did not look that damaged last time I saw it. I should explain how a pass, I'm pretty sure, has come at some point over the top of the mountain here. Indeed, look at that. The left side of the car was clean. So as he clipped the fence here as we approach Sulman Park. Oh, yep, that's caught the inside curb and then smacked into the outside fence. And also a reminder, actually, yeah, from Race Control that the 41 DPR car shouldn't be out on track, having requested a tow in after the chaos that brought out that other safety car is it's going to be the 091 of Jason Benz up the inside of Gibbs here, but in a bit deep, holds on just for the time being. So potentially down a little bit on straight one speed now is the number 2. Oh, never mind that. It's a mechanical black flag. More trouble at the chase, though. Jamie Stovall and O'Shea both well out in the kitty litter for the 99 and 155. And, well, okay, sad faces in the commentary box for 2 seconds and then back to work here. As what happened here with O'Shea and Stovall at the chase?
Well, I mean, O'Shea has already had a penalty for an unnecessary move up the inside. He tried it again on Stovall there. But Jamie was towards the middle of the track at that point, and just came together on the way into the chase.
Yeah, let's see here from another angle. It's just, yeah, it looks to be a case of Stovall. Yeah, doesn't go full defensive, doesn't have to. Just runs it in the middle rather than going across to the left. And yeah, for some reason, O'Shea, well, not for some reason. I know what O'Shea's trying to do there. He's trying to open up the corner himself, but as a result, runs into the left rear corner of the 155. Puts both cars around by quite some amount. The gap between those two cars is now about 10 seconds on the road. We go back to the front of the field here because Tom Freer now has Myers, Anderson, and Grigold all lining up to have a shot. It really looks like now the cork is out of the bottle in terms of who might have the pace to go and try and compete with Jared Filson. Unfortunately for Tom Freer, it doesn't look like it's going to be him at this stage as they come down in the slipstream towards the chase here once again. Does Myers, yep, Myers already alongside, will pull on up there ahead into the apex of the chase. Can Anderson follow through here potentially at Murray's corner? Make it 2 for 2. As no, he'll look to the nose, show the nose, but no, will not get there. Actually, no, he's going to open the door right late there and make the move stick. Rigold's going to follow on through. Unfortunately for Tom Freer, that's 3 spots lost in the case of about 3 corners.
Yeah, and there was slight contact on the exit as well, so that's all good though for the 89. It looks like they're still in a position where they'll be able to take the Endurance Cup title from where they are. They just need to hold on. They've got a good gap back to their fellow Synergy car, the 143 with Adam Briggs at the wheel, and I think with the amount of time left in the race, there isn't much danger of that position being lost. But touch wood, because anything can happen at Mount Panorama, especially here in the dying stages of this race. We've got news that car number 9, the ANZ Motorsports entry, is going back on track. And, you know, they've been out for quite some time, but now they will be re-entering the race to make sure that they get points. Very good stuff there from Ben Christensen and Aaron Gilbert. They will at the very least be able to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, they will indeed. Mission there to get points on the board for being within the classified results for this one here. Checking in with the Premier Race Team 017, currently sitting in P10, and actually while we've been looking elsewhere, unfortunately Emily Jones has been displaced from the front of this second train in the top 10. Both Adam Briggs and Marcelo Rivera have gotten through on the 29 machine in recent history. In fact, it was pretty recently, about 2 minutes to go and change. I think there for 21 at least, 143 a couple of turns earlier. So this is the back of the top 10 here with the 017. Got Force and El-Nabi looking to try and keep pushing forward. Remember that El-Nabi was back in the mid 30s, taking a pit stop at around that, just about the lap 100 marker, which put him in position to be able to do the rest of the race in terms of the driver stint requirements. And he's been working their way forward in that car ever since. So they picked up about 20 places since we last checked in with them about 30 laps ago now.
Oh man, I gotta say, this has been quite an active race, and as we check in on the Zoom feed, Dan Stevens, of course, helping out with race control, he is taking a look at that incident that we caught with Dylan O'Shea hitting the car off at the chase. You know, analysing just to make sure that, you know, is it worth a penalty or not. because remember, the car in front was going towards the middle of the corner. You know, scratching the chin, having a big think is Daniel Stevens. It was difficult to call for us in the commentary box, and evidently difficult to call for race control as well. The other incident that O'Shea was involved in was pretty clear cut, but this one has taken a little bit more effort to think through.
Yeah, it is. And well, make sure you make the best judgment you can when it comes down to it, even if it takes a few more laps to come to that decision. The team, playing guys in the box, means they also make sure they get themselves at least a clear majority of the decision coming through on that one. Checking out Cory Shepard once again in the 718 racing machine. And you can see he actually, for a very interesting alternate grip there.
It's an 8
down
4 position on the wheel.
Indeed, the 8 and 4. You don't see it too often there. Is he, perhaps potentially getting comfortably trying to chase down the 951 machine of Dylan Ryder. He will get to the inside here under brakes and slides across, takes the place there. That is the 718 racing car back into P15. Oh, I've just seen Jamie Stovall's fired the 155 into the fence before the elbow. Oh dear, something happening up the top of the mountain there. Or are they going to park it there? They're going to park it there, it looks like, if...
It's rolling. They've got a mechanical black flag. I think they were just sorting something out there and making their way now down to the elbow there. There is a bit of right hand down on that car, it seems. And he's going to make his way back to the pits from there. So what happened to him?
I'm going to just jump on board here because it's a bit weird. It's like a hardware failure has occurred because the steering just stops at 20 degrees right on the exit of the S's and just goes straight on in.
Yeah, okay. We will get that on board here, Dan.
Because, just watch this here as we get down to the bottom. Just all of a sudden, sort of like everything freezes, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's very odd. Very odd indeed for Jamie Stovall.
So, unfortunate for the 155. It's been in the wars now for several laps. You can see trying to limp back home to somewhere go back to the pit lane now. It looks like, so maybe a system screen freeze, one of those two. Unfortunate there for those guys. They will get the car back to the pits at least. It just makes me think about, could be any possible number of hardware-related issues, is what you would think, given the effort they've put in today. But I guess we won't know. You look there how quickly the guys have gotten past and Humphrey have gapped him there so far. And after losing spots to Rivera and Briggs, look like Emmy Jones sort of settling into a bit of a new normal here in P9 for the 29 machine. Kuznetsov behind in that 017 and El Nabi, Kobe Jones, Brad Ryan all lined up there behind the 29 now. Don't seem to be making big inroads on Jones, and Hobson in the 88 machine is currently drift still slightly in the 88, so it's just pace stabilising in this group in their current order at the time.
Oh boy. Okay. 30 laps to go at the end of this lap, and we're rapidly approaching that point where the drivers will be thinking about their final visits to the pit lane. We focus on the number 29, Emily Jones, at the wheel and still holding on to 9th place. Premier Racing Team's Rick Kuznetsov is trying to round her up, but he's getting pressured himself by Forzan El Nabi in the 033. They've made their way back up to 11th. Fantastic work back up there from El Nabi and Damien Johnstone. But, despite the fact that they've dropped a little in recent laps, you can't take anything away from the number 29, because I think that Emily Jones and Jake Maloney have put in one of the most stellar drives I've seen in V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 history. The fact that they're still up there, that they've been able to work their way through the field, and they have pretty much a completely clean car despite everything that's gone on out on track. A real testament to that pairing and their ability.
Indeed. Still the third highest places gained today in this race, only beaten by the race leader 94. Mobile car and this is the Trans-Tasman at number 1, currently in position number 3. So to make up 40 places, 41 to be precise, for the number 29 pairing here today is no mean feat in any field, let alone this field here today. So indeed, very much credit to that pairing for this one as they make their way across the line to start lap 132. We've got ourselves 30 round laps left in this one here, and well, it is going to be seems to have calmed down for a fraction, but we do have pit stops coming in no more than 6 laps potentially.
Yeah, indeed.
Actually, absolutely, because everyone's on 20 laps already. They're going to run out of fuel in 6 laps time at most.
Yeah, yes indeed. All right. Well, it seems that this pack is advantage Tom Freer right now. He's managed to stay ahead. He's managed to stay in 6th and keep a good gap back to Adam Briggs in the sister Synergy Mustang.
If I may, he lost half a second on the last lap to Briggs.
He did, but still, there's a reasonable gap up ahead, and maybe that last lap was just a blip. We'll have to wait and see. The sun is getting lower and lower in the sky there. You get a really good view of it as they go across the top, and they're racing almost in darkness as they come down under the trees through the S's and up towards Forest Elbow. Oh, did you see that little quiver from the number 29? Emily Jones doing a good job to keep control of that thing, and there's another little squirm on the exit of Forest Elbow. That car seems to not be playing ball 100% of the time, but at least she's still in the slipstream of Marcelo Rivera, the Evolution Racing Team 21, gaining 38 spots just quietly. Just again, some fantastic drives in this race.
There are so many drivers who have worked their way forward today. The other ERT car that's currently in the top 15, the 923 with Brad Ryan and Dan Hall, despite the monumental mistake from Dan. I'm sure he'll be willing to put his hand up for that one there a ways back when it cannonballed across the chase. They're up into P13 there and just joining the back of this group here, led by Tom Freer now. So they're doing well. Odds on to pick up a place or two more for that car as well. I mean, yeah, credit further on back. Still to the race on Oz, number 13. It's up 18 spots. You've got Willie Benz Mayhem Republic up 21 spots to come inside the top 20 as well. Like as I said, there are a lot of drivers here today who have made double-digit gains in this one, and quite a few drivers close to double-digit gains as well. Unfortunately, of course, with those drivers making big gains, there are drivers who have had to make some pretty significant losses over the course of this race in return.
Still an hour left in the race. We'll see who we can get an onboard of shortly. Let's see if we can go on board with Ethan Grigold. Here we are, driving with Bo Cubis, of course. Ethan, as he chases down the number 22 machine of Brady Myers. These are the last 3 cars in the top 5, and Trans-Tasman Racing 1 of Joshua Anderson, they were leading until that mistake by Anderson into Griffin's Bend, and they're still on course for a podium here. But if Ethan Grigold can line up the draft on the way into the chase, no, he's just lifting off. He's trying to save a little bit of fuel, just stick behind until these last few laps remaining. Have a look at the sun, look at how the light plays on the racetrack. We're going to go silent here for a lap. Oh, no, we're not.
Drama in that backpack.
Oh, no.
Tom Freer's around in the 89 machine. Marcelo Rivera with the lob to end all lobs. Has put the 89 in the dirt. And before we take our lap of appreciation with someone like Grigold, unfortunately, we need to review this absolute lob from Rivera. Locked the rears up, trying to make sure it stopped in time, and unfortunately that meant the only place for him was into the side of Freeman. There's a big Briggs pulls out on Freer. See here, yeah, Freer even sees it coming, opens the door to try and avoid the inevitable. And, well, I'm sorry, Marcelo, that car will be heading back down the pit lane for a drive-through penalty. That is almost certainly an inevitability in this one. So that car will drop quite a number of spots in the process there, Reece.
Yep. Well, Brenton Hobson on board with the 88 here. They have made their way up into 12th now, thanks to that incident. And I suppose now we'll go silent and take our lap of appreciation from McPhillamy to McPhillamy with the veteran Hobbo 88. Okay, once again, lap of appreciation aborted because there's been a big issue here with Rick Kuznetsov and Emily Jones on the front straight. We were talking about how wonderful a drive it was from the number 29, but unfortunately something has gone very wrong there. And was that Rick Kuznetsov asking for a tow? I think potentially, yeah, it was. We might get yet another safety car here. So Jones gets up the inside of the 143 and they don't make contact, but then Kuznetsov comes in and, oh no, it was just side-by-side contact and they both go around.
That angle there's a bit inconclusive as to what's happened in terms of has someone been squeezed. Safety car's moving to the pit exit. We're getting the safety car right as we're approaching the pit window for the final stop in this race. Let's see if this angle tells us a little bit better. Is there been a netcode contact between the two that upsets the 29 of Jones?
Onboard will tell the story.
017. Yeah, onboard will tell the story. It looks like from that angle there is potentially some netcode just to really mess with things here. Let's see. We'll try the chopper cam actually here and see if it tells a better tale. So around the outside. Yeah,
I think Kuznetsov might have caught the grass in the midst of that, but I don't know if that was before or after the initial contact with Jones.
Let's see here if the onboard with Kuznetsov says anything different. They're very close. Jones's car wobbles first. It looks like there was just enough space given by both drivers that I'm going to suspect foul play in the form of netcode has come to spoil the party.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, both cars heavily damaged. Jones has got going in the 29 because Kuznetsov is parked. And yeah, look at that. There's a little bit of an air gap between them if we see on board with Kobe Jones. So heartbreak for both cars. Crucially, of course, the 017, which means will no longer take part in the rest of this race as everyone piles on into the pits. And I think I just saw Forza and Alnabi push it so deep into the pit lane. Might have stolen a place off the 951 car.
Potentially. But did he pull it up in time for the limiter is the question. Okay, well, fair enough.
Or at least slow down enough after the limiter line to not pick up a black flag for that one there. We'll see who comes off the jacks fastest. As, of course, we should presume the 94, well, the 94 car will get out first, of course, coming in from the lead of the race at about 5 seconds margin.
Yep. And, oh man, I mean, there we go. Phil Sell out first, and by some margin too. Sim Blacks is going to come out in second place. Is quite interesting to see. That's a good pit stop there for them.
They were in second, mind you, before the yellow came.
They were, yes. My apologies. But, oh man.
Leads one. Now, that's a change. That's a change there. Brady Myers undercuts Anderson ever so slightly. About a second faster stationary in the box. We'll do the trick there for the TTR cars. Then it's going to be Grigold in the 117. Briggs in the 143 Synergy. Kobe Jones up to P7 in the 25 Synergy car. And then Brad Ryan, Marcelo Rivera, and Brenton Hobson to round out your top 10 out of the lane here, Reese.
I just can't get over how heartbreaking that incident is between Emily Jones and Rick Kuznetsov, because from my perspective up here in the comms box, neither driver was at fault there. There was enough space being given. It's just the internet gods did not smile upon them at that point. And I'm not going to try and influence race control here, but I wouldn't be surprised if neither driver got a penalty out of that one, because sometimes that is just the way it goes. I mean, my heart just breaks for the both of them. Some brilliant drives from both of those cars, and now it's all for naught.
Yeah, it is. Now, obviously, race control might need to have a closer look at that one there. We got one angle there from the onboard of Kobe Jones that suggests that it was netcode contact. Of course, race control will be using some extra angles to determine that one. I can actually see indeed Dan Stevens on the Zoom feed is having a look at it here with the power of the far chase camera, of which certainly doesn't belong on broadcast. And oh yeah, I'm seeing it on his feed. Yeah, it's absolutely netcode. So what we saw from Kobe Jones on board confirms that. Dan, please rewind a couple of seconds. We've got you on broadcast, and we'd love to show that fact there. So I just caught it as he went through, and it was just a moment there. And up, thank you, Dan. There we go. Look at this. You'll see here. Oh, don't go backwards. We're going to play forwards, Dan.
No, he wants to see the full context of the incident, mate. We're going to keep an eye out.
But he did watch the full incident. That's the thing. Well, we'll watch it again here with Stevens. Off the final turn and bonk.
Yeah, I can see that there's clearly a gap between the two cars at the point of contact that the sim registered.
Yeah, so as you didn't say, the internet gods giveth, but today they have taken away. Mind you, actually, do the internet gods ever really giveth on iRacing?
Yeah.
Very rarely.
Up for debate. When we race on US servers, sometimes, yeah.
So yeah, well, okay. So yes, it depends. It certainly depends, but just more often than not, it taketh. Yes, cruel fortunes befall them both. Let's see, where has that 29 car ended up? It is Jake Maloney in the car, and it's actually on the lead lap still, despite the heavy contact. Are they still circulating? Yeah, they are. Okay, so the car looks mostly repaired, does the 29 now. It was missing most of its front, but it looks like Maloney is heading back for the pit lane to touch that thing up there and try and sharpen up. So you can see the rear of the car now is where the most damage appears to have occurred at this stage. Unfortunately, the 017 is still being held out on the circuit before we can get permission to tow it. It's been out there a couple of laps now. So you'd think that surely race control will get to them soon. They are 2 laps down now as a result of waiting for permission to tow at this point.
So we're hearing that race control is giving instruction for all cars on the lead lap to stay to the left-hand side of the track, and all cars more than 2 laps down to the right-hand side of the track. So I think we're getting some shuffling being done here.
Yep, the shuffling we've seen all day long so far, as it were. Reese, so the cars that are currently more than 1 lap off the lead, which includes the 43 95 Sim Sport car, the number 14 Taipan Endurance, 44 After Dark Sim Racing, the number 9 ANZ Motorsports, and the number 47 Trans-Tasman Racing cars, which are out in circuit. Kuznetsov has been given permission to tow, and now that should mean we are all set and sorted. as it were. And confirmation of race control that the field is now sorted to their satisfaction. And we're going to go back racing here at the end of lap 137. We're going to have a 24-lap run to the end. Now, these drivers here at the front of the field are on their second lap of their tanks, so there might be a tiny bit of saving here in this final stint here, Reese, because we're about a lap early to make sure you're home safe and still able to push here. So we'll have to see how these drivers play their parts going to the end of this one here. Can Phil Sell break away once again at the front? Can Kostecki, Myers, Anderson, Grigold and co hang with him here, given the fuel requirements for this one? Safety car instructed to pull away at Forest Elbow now. And we await the roll down towards the acceleration zone at the Armorall Bridge.
Yep. Well then, final reminders from race control about the restart procedure, and 80 k's an hour maintained here by Jared Filsell at the front of the field. Sim Blacks, Rody Kostecki and Richie Stanaway, they started second and they remain in second, but they will have a two-pronged attack by the Trans-Tasman cars behind, plus Ethan Grigold in the Evolution Racing Team 117 to go for, and the headlights are on around the circuit. It looks like the sun has dipped low enough in the sky that headlights are now required. It's just coming up to 5:45 in sim time, so we will get a semi-dark finish here at the Bathurst 1000. This race has gone for quite some time here. Session time elapsed.
5.5 hours.
Yep, 5.5 hours. So we're looking at about 6.5 hours total race time as things stand, unless there is another safety car towards the end of the race. Here we go then, under the Armorall Bridge. We are now in the acceleration zone. When does Jared Filsell decide to put the power down and bring us through to our next green flag? It is on the way into Murray's Corner. And the green flag flies. We are away. The V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 enters its final 24 laps. One stint of racing to go, maybe a bit of fuel saving for everyone in the field. But Filsell is wasting no time putting a gap between himself and Brody Kostecki, who he would have been driving with throughout this Endurance Cup campaign. We'll have to wait and see how things go for the battle for the top three, because have a look at Ethan Grigold. He's right on the back of Joshua Anderson as they come into Griffin's Bend for the 138th time this race. And that's a car slow on the exit, one of the Mustangs. That's Kobe Jones in the SSR car. He's blown the engine. This is going to be some drama on the way into the cutting. Stay off the racing line, Kobe. Everyone filtering through, but he's back on the racing line into the corner. There's obviously some warning that's been given to everyone. That is big drama for Synergy number 25.
Dear me, we lost the 888 Synergy car to an internet disconnect. We'll just see them flash by there, back on the road, but down in P27 for Luke Rosella, and yeah, another heartbreak moment there for one of our cars that has been performing strongly in the top 10. Look at that, blows through the middle of Griffin's Bend. That car has done very nicely all day to more or less be out of trouble. Now, is it on the downshifts and just bang it into second at the apex here? Come over the crest of Mountain Straight.
We'll keep an ear out here. Oh no, it was on the way in.
Yeah, so just, I presume downshifting into fourth or third gear a little bit too soon. And well, these cars can take a bit of a beating on the motor, but there is a limit to how much they will accept before it goes pop, because of course you're banging into the red line on these machines. When you downshift it, if you do downshift it a bit early. Looking further on back, Wayne Berg's gotten past the analytical racing line number 13 of Justin Morris. Rainer Casello follows him through here at the final turn. Scott said wants to go at it, but you'll have to wait for another moment as we'll check in with these guys further on back. The 091 and the 427 fighting over P20 as more news from race control regarding the DPR 99 machine and their incident chase race.
Yep, Dylan O'Shea given a black flag for that incident, and looks like O'Shea and Race Control won't have the best relationship coming out of this race, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Meanwhile, through Griffin's Bend, the lights are on throughout the field, out of the cutting and into Reed and Salmon Park. The number 22 of Brady Myers, right on the back of Brody Kostecki.
Oh no, at the cutting! Brad Newman sends it on the inside of the wheelie bins car, and it blocks the track, and cars piling in onto the racing line.
The 29 was involved in that too.
Yeah, and Jake Maloney arrives on the scene to find a mostly blocked track. What more can you do? The track unblocked itself, thankfully, soon enough, but oh my word. It was a 50-50 move from Brad Newman, trying to get up the inside of the 091 of Vincent Skillbeck here. You'll see it on the replay from Virtual Racing School. It was late, it was aggressive, and as a result, fires it in. Skillbeck's turning in. Does see it coming, I think, to give some space, but then look at this. Yeah, the 29 not ready for the 04 Racing Oscar to back it up in response to Newman's car splayed across the inside of the circuit. We see here Dylan O'Shea, I think, also just avoiding it, if not pulls right up on the rear of it, as we're going to see comes around the cutting. Presumably the yellow flag's about now.
And there looked like there wasn't much effort to slow down.
Yeah, look, it's not too good to see that. Mostly they pick up a black flag. Well, actually, they got the iRacing black. Sorry, not pardon me, the manual black flag. As we watch number 14 of Greg Favell, the Taipan endurance car, still circulating at 4 laps down. Unfortunately, goes around there. But I mean, yeah, but between iRacing yellows, you should have a spotter of some kind virtually. You should also have a real-world spotter. You'd like to think they have at least 2 seconds to call out caution and potentially. I mean, it was borderline there whether you could pull that one up potentially, given how hard you're pushing these cars and how much they're pretty resistant to weight transfer and the sort. But I mean, yeah, with that particular angle at face value, potentially looks a bit questionable and not in their favour there.
Oh man. Well then, we'll turn our attention back to the podium fight, because it's TTR versus TTR versus ERT. How many times have we heard that one before? And through into the dipper they go. Brody Kostecki is managing to keep some small distance between himself and Myers. But Jared Filsell is starting to streak away here. He's been continuing to set some stonking lap times. 203.38 for Filsell on the last lap. Everyone else has run a 203.5 or slightly slower. So lap times are still pretty competitive if you consider everybody at once. But again, Filsell, with that ever so slight advantage, he just has the edge when he's out in the lead of a race. And this number 1 car, Anderson and Down, you've got to think what might have been for them had there not been that mistake for Anderson into Griffins. News of a penalty for Evolution Racing Team 21 incident back on lap 133. That was for, I think, Marcelo Rivera's massive dive at the chase. They've been given a penalty for that, and in comes the 21 to serve that penalty.
They do indeed. Now, you note here that Filsell is currently in front and still holding on somewhat comfortably, but the gap is only at 0.6 of a second. He hasn't quite streaked away like we've seen in other restarts, as Anderson to the inside of Myers through Griffins. He tries to hold it tight there to maintain his momentum and position, and he will just keep control, keep the speed up there, does the 22 machine, so able to cover off from Ethan Grigold. Will leave that 117 car still in P5 for the time being. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, what should I say is, yeah, Kostecki's doing what he can, I presume, at this point. Filsell perhaps maybe having to check the fuel number a little bit here, just to guarantee things. As I said, a little close on the fuel number, given most cars came in. Oh, Brad Newman again at the cutting has gotten into trouble in that 53 Logs Falcon Esports car. Although it's been given some help this time by the TTR 29 contact front to rear there between those two cars. And I think, unfortunately, yeah, potentially a bit of damage for Maloney's car. Would have helped him on the way in, but
he was still sticking it up the inside into the cutting,
yeah,
and it was a bit of a late move.
Oh yeah, it was late, yeah, don't get me wrong. There on that front either, there's more trouble down the S's between now the 47 TTR and the Lobs Fulton car. It's all going a bit crazy. 53 part of me has been pushed off the road down the S's. Thankfully keeps it out of the fence, but as a result of contact up at the cutting, is now a mechanical black flag to Newman's name, Newman's car there. So presumably we'll see 53 back to the pits at some point soon. 20 to go, this time by the line. Climb the mountain once more. Gap has increased a fraction to 0.8 of a second. And yeah, I think Jared Filsell managing his pace. They're trying to go with him there at the front, but does pull just over 1/10 of a second on the others behind him. No move just this time for P3. Grigold either knocked off the pace just at this second to pounce on P4. Happy to sit back and just make sure the fuel number is A-OK before the very end.
20 laps to go at Mount Panorama. And I have to say, there's still any way that this race could go. Focus a bit further back here, the battle for 8th. Brenton Hobson in the number 88 leading this pack. We've got Forza El Navi, Dylan Rudd and Cory Shepard up behind. And that 718 has been carrying a bit of damage for some time, but it looks like the car has been mostly repaired. And the 951 has been involved in quite a bit this race as well. Some brilliant moves being made there, as that's a problem there for El Navi. He's gone a bit of cropper in the S's and falls behind Rudd and Shepard. That gives Brenton Hobson the advantage out front, and now Hobson could potentially try to make a move on the Evolution Racing Team 924 Brad Ryan if he can catch up to him. Still a bit of space between them, but Hobson will be picking up a slight slipstream here. He is about a second behind and gaining ever so slightly.
In by a couple of hundredths on that time down the Conrod straight. As he pulls it up for the chase, gap between them. And it's closed down to actually around, if my timing can be believed, about 0.8 of a second there. So late gains at the end of the straight there for the 88 machine as top 5 across the line within two seconds covering these drivers here. Josh Anderson getting close to Brody Kostecki. And they closed up to about 3/4 of a second on the 94 up front when they were down the end of the Conrod straight, but the gap goes back up to around 0.9 as they exit Hell Corner initially. So they're getting a bit of time back in the straight line thanks to that slipstream, that whisper of a slipstream here, but Kostecki a little wide through Griffin's Bend. Zach Anderson talks about trying to set up something at some point soon. Obviously across the top, need to maintain the momentum, not give Filsell a free kick across the top in terms of extending the margin. If you can get close enough here and then be right there at the elbow for the run down, Conrod is the number 1 car best suited perhaps to lead the chase of the top 5 up to your race leader. Checking back in with Shepard and Rudd here as they come across the top here. And it's here really trying to pressure there, as you can see, currently in P10. The 718 machine dancing on the pedals across the top here as he come back down again. The heel toe work on the downshifts here as he brings it back to second for the bottom of the S's. Reason a little deep. But okay. Also doesn't help that the zoom feed's slightly ahead of the in-game footage there. So we're seeing Shepard come to the bottom of the S's there, and he looked for the inside on Rudd, but it was covered off enough. So tight entry there, but I'm just going to say that, as I said, got to the bottom of the S's, and we suddenly see Shepard starting to turn left. He's turning left for the dipper at that point already. Just a tiniest bit of mismatch just to get your heart racing a little bit up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, plenty of heart racing stuff, even right at the end of a race. Cory Shepard is trying his darndest to get himself back into 9th place here, and that 718 racing car, remember, they started up in 3rd, so they've been on the back foot for the majority of this race, and they've been working hard to try and find a way back forward. still carrying a slight bit of damage to the front right and down the right side of the car. And now we come into 18 laps to go out of Hell Corner. Will there be enough of a slipstream for Cory Shepard? He's already carrying the damage and they're running a higher downforce setup. So this is going to be a tough job for them if they want to get by the 9.5 car.
Oh, the Robbie Gibbs in the number 2 DBM cars made a mistake, clipped the back of the 47 TTR down into the chase and self-penalising in many respects, but I presume that will be some race control attention on that one as well.
And looks like we've gotten
096 call in for race control, but they're still circulating out there on the road. So rather than using the Discord server, which you'll see for the most part, contact with the 29 TTR car at Murray's corner up the inside has gotten into the left rear quarter of the 096. And unfortunately there, it's Island down a couple of spots. A couple of things the race control will look at there, I think. Racing carries on here because, okay, that was interesting. The gap was down to about half a second at the end of the Conrad Straight last time by between first and second place. In fact, they're making good gains. Is Phil Sell lifting ever so slightly here? Nope, he's just rolling out into the right as we come through the kink of the chase. But they're closing down quite a bit with the slipstream here. No signs of any of these cars lifting just yet. I'll be curious to see. Anderson still content to run P3 for now. All lapping pretty similar. Really was the fastest last time around as the laps flash up, and they're all basically equal there for the top 3 as we just quickly check the replay here between Maloney and Ireland. And yeah,
seems pretty clear cut to me.
Yeah, overlap was there for the most part, but compact sending a car around like that, well, yeah, unless the car on the outside did something particularly egregious, which it didn't appear to be, well, almost certainly end up with that drive through for 29. You would think that the wet control will way through that one. As we're checking out car 21, 074 and 427. These guys currently in the back of the top 20, 18th through 20th to be precise here, but they've all made double-digit gains for these 3 cars, all the same, despite it. Now, you would think of these 3 here, Rivera be able to break away from Walker and Chastain based on recent experience here in these cars. But I guess it's a wait and see thing. Maybe Walker's got enough to hang on over the top, close on down, back down, on straight.
Indeed.
P2 though.
Oh, it is. It is indeed. Bit of a defensive line from Brody Kostecki on the way into Forest Elbow. And that's backed up this pack now. It is brought 2nd to 5th all together once again. Kostecki, Anderson, Myers, and Grigold all trying to chase down Jared Filsell front of the field. And it looks like no fuel saving for the Sim Black's car. But Jay Kennedy, our director, has told us he's hearing that fuel is very tight for some teams. Are any of those teams here?
Big lift for your race leader into the chase. And that explains why the gap's gone from 1 second at the elbow, thanks to the congestion there, to back down to 6/10. A bit of headlight flashing. Or is that a car on the pit lane's headlights flashing there? Actually, it looks like it's a car on the lane, my apologies. With the pit limiter on. That's causing that flash there as they climb the mountain once more. And this would probably explain, for the time being, why Anderson's happy to sit tight. Because, yeah, these cars, as I said, they came in, had 26 laps to go from when these front runners all chose to pit. And that means that they're right on the bubble for making it work with a safety car intervention, as we saw back then. We also saw most cars in the opening stint with one yellow go 25 laps, with a handful going 26, and then it ended up being a 41 DBR car. They're not retired from this race, but they did get 27. So there's going to be a bit of work for some of these cars to make it stick. And I think that's where Philstone might be a little vulnerable for a couple of laps here if he continues to lead across the top, having to roll out fairly substantially down at the chase. If last time's anything to go by, we'll see if that pattern needs to be continuous. Look how close to the bumper of Kostecki Anderson gets, but then has to back it up a fraction. And in fact, that's Philstone rolling out over the top of the mountain now. Gap down to half a second on the exit of the elbow this time.
Yeah, looks like fuel is very tight for the Boost Mobile Racing, powered by Erebus machine, at the top of the field. And the gap is now down under half a second and closing. Brody Kostecki within 4/10 now towards the chase. And Phil Sell, again, with a slight lift on the way into the braking zone for the chase, but not a huge lift indeed. Looks like actually has gained a little bit on Kostecki coming out of the chicane, but again, it's half a second's worth of lifting for Phil Sell into just about every braking zone.
Yeah, it is. I think that's just Phil Sell managing the marks. Indeed, there goes several cars on the lane with.
Oh no! Oh no! What the hell has gone on there for Brody Kostecki? Straight on!
And toes immediately too.
Okay. Okay. Is that a hardware failure?
I'm going on board right now.
All right. I'm so sorry for the language just then, but that honestly took me by surprise.
It's weird. He's on the brakes. He's just missed his braking marker by about 30 meters.
Wow.
And
I
in
think
a moment of frustration, just sends it back to the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't blame you, I guess, in being incredibly frustrated. That car has been at the front of the field, not quite, but close enough, all race long, and for it to come undone, just like that.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Well, Bathurst is never short for drama, as I've said many, many times before. And one of our leading contender cars all day, out of the race, merely 15 laps from the end. Okay, we just got some news from Richie Stanaway in the YouTube chat. The brake pedal broke.
Oh, wordy. Well, that'll explain missing the brake marker then. And oh well, how about that?
And I would completely understand Brody's frustration there. You know, if it's a physical problem with your hardware right in the braking zone, then if it was me, yeah, I'd be towing back to pit lane right away as well. And I'd probably be punching holes in the wall too.
It does potentially deny us a late stint safety car, which would eliminate the fuel issues that these front guys potentially are feeling. Well. Yeah, so it will be noted, of course, that the 62 time without permission will be an administrative procedural slap on the wrist, despite being this late in the race. And, I mean, you just imagine, could have been a safety car there, what that would do for everyone on fuel numbers. I mean, curiously here, Josh Anderson doesn't quite have the pace off of some of these corners to go with Jared Philsell here, and it's still at around the 1 second margin between your race leader and black flag. As we've just been advised, multiple race control penalties for the number 29 of Jake Maloney. Contact with Lob's Falcon Esports car on lap 141 in the cutting, and then also drive-through penalty for contact with Christopher Ireland down at Murray's Corner on lap 142. Okay, so all coming in over the in-game radio there. And just to break up the monotony, because again, every time someone jumps on the radio these days, and this year, Reese, you think there's someone in tow, or some track map, and no, track is currently all circulating for now, at least.
I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. Like, that's if the brake pedal braking report is accurate, then that is simply heartbreaking for the number 62.
It's either that or a slight error, which even though these guys have been doing, most of these have been doing this plenty of years. I mean, at the same time, like, we're approaching 6 hours of race time for your leader. They're coming up to 6 hours in this one here, as there's been a penalty that's just been handed out in-game for Rob's fault when he's in video contact with the Really Bins Mayhem Republic car. It's also up with the penalty. This time, though, it'll be the 53 car that will be issued a penalty. So, flurry activity there from the race control team. And the 53 car has just left the session. Was already in the pit lane with damage, so that shows him to just say farewell through the race server at this point. As the track gets ever darker, I just want to make a note. Virtual sunset was officially at 5:56 p.m. It is now 6:09 p.m. So as the laps continue to tick on down, we're probably looking at this one getting quite dark by the time we wrap this one up here.
Yeah, it's been an incredible undertaking, this, and to think that we'll be just about finishing the race in the dark. I mean, we're effectively there now. Just goes to show how long and difficult this race is, and how hard the drivers have been pushing and everything that they've been through over the course of this race.
Now, you know how I said Anderson didn't seem to have the pace to catch up to Phil Sell?
Yeah, I can see.
Phil Sell's... Okay, they're actually back in the 203s, but on the last lap alone, 3/10 advantage car won! Blake Neck in the TriStar 380 there, getting it all kinds of crisscrossed on the way into Forest Elbow, my word. Hangs on to it just quickly. Look at that one there again, see if we can get the shot from the rear. Hello!
Oh, yeah. Good time to go on the slow-mo there.
It's not much, but it's just enough to get you all kinds of excited, although perhaps in the wrong kind of way. You see it on board here with Neck in that 380 machine.
All right. Whoa, yep, that was a good stab to the left on the steering wheel. Blake Neck, of course, a flag marshal in the real world. He likes to represent the Victorian flag marshalling team, and he definitely puts a lot of effort in to help real-life motorsport events run nice and smoothly. But, yeah, anything but smooth on the way down into Forest Elbow there for the TriStar car. Checking back in with our top 4 now. Would have been top 5, but for the incident for Brody Kostecki. Jared Filsell leads. Joshua Anderson, the gap has increased. Step out to about 7/10 of a second. Slight oversteer for Brady Myers, meanwhile, just behind. Running 3rd in the Trans-Tasman 22. And Ethan Grigold is still present there, still trying to make it work. But at this point, I would say that most of these guys, if not all of them, will be trying to save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, I think really the play will just be is don't do anything crazy. Guarantee it's a 4-way fight to the end here. I mean, Adam Briggs is 9.3 seconds off the race lead, and in the same situation as Phil Sell leading a group of cars. No slipstream relief in sight for him. As you see here, down Conrad Straight for your top 4. Check in with your race leader this time by. Does he roll out at the chase? Nope. The number 94 machine is now flat out to the end of Conrad Straight. So I think he's fairly comfortable with where he's at on his fuel numbers. Back up to pace here as we're approaching 10 laps to go. Although it will be 11 at the line.
And here we go. Across the line they come. The sun is below the horizon. Darkness is creeping in more and more as things go along. Is that a problem for the 117? Looks like he's just dropped off the back of the top 3.
Huge. Massive loss down at the chase. Into hot at the chase for Grigold. Runs it across the grass through the middle of the track there. Drops about 2 seconds of time as a result. Unfortunately, I think we might have just seen the last of Ethan Grigold's charge here at the front of the field. You can see a little squirmy, but just too quick. under brakes there for the 117 machine.
Yeah, well, he's now fallen off the back and is about 2.5 seconds behind now, and you see how he went there. He tried to make the apex, but the car still had just too much speed on, and fortunately those guys were on their own, so no other cars were involved in that incident. Either way, they can hold on for a top 4. Here we go, racing still continuing on here with the TriStar car and Race on Oz, as well as Rian Leonard. This is a battle for 14 from Justin Wallace, just making his way past there very nicely up at the cutting. Pretty amazing to see that the team of Leonard and Pereira are still in the running here as well, and they're up 2 spots. You know, they've had a pretty difficult race. They've had a penalty come in from race control. They've had damage to repair on some occasions, and so they're still in the running there, racing hard with Wallace and Nick. Meanwhile, here's the battle for 7th place, or 8th place rather. Forzan El Nabi, trailed by Cory, Shepard and Dylan Rudd, and Shepard still on it, as he always has been over the course of this race. They should still hold on for a top 10 finish in the 718, which, you know, they'll be happy with considering everything they've been through. Remember, they started in the top 3, and they have certainly been through it. I think they'll be very happy to see the end of this one.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down day for the 718 racing pair, as that's the Race on Oz car 13.
Whoa.
Almost into the rear of the Phoenix Racing machine. Justin Wallace just pulls it up in time, though, to avoid rear-ending Rayhan lineage, and vulnerable now to Blake Neck into Murray's. That covers off the inside nice and early, although he'll power slide out of the final turn, and Blake Neck goes to the pit wall to avoid that one there and take the place off the 13 machine. So P15 now for the 380. Check back in with your now top 3. It feels like we're sort of whittling these guys down one by one, unfortunately, as we said farewell to the Tim Black's car. Now the 117 is adrift on its own. Can the TTR duo range up on the back of Phil Snell? All these drivers lapping at 204.0 marker last time round, as we're inside 10 laps to go here. Virtual Racing School, V8SCOPS, Bathurst 1000 race. And we also say farewell to the daylight too. We're well into dusk conditions, and it looks like the last bits of daylight will go out of the sky by the time we take the checkered flag. These drivers are effectively night racing at the moment, and the gap at the front still looking okay for Jared Phil-Sellers. There's the number 2. So many adventures for Robert Gibbs and Matthew Bowler, just making up another spot up into 23rd, passing Vincent Skilbeck there in the Wheelie Bins 091 car. Skilbeck and Bentz have had a very interesting race as well. They're up 16 spots. They were a lap down at one point. You know, everywhere you look, every single car in the field has a story to tell. Indeed, whether it is your top 2 with their 48 and 46 positions gained, as there's instruction for one of our cards out there to
25.
Be attentive to blue flags. 25 is the SSR WPC machine, Ken Ladder, and the reason there being was in front of 143 of Adam Briggs, pardon me, behind the wheel now, and Brad Ryan following that car around in the ERT 923. Plus, they've got Brendan Hodgson, Forzan El Nabi, Cory, Shepard, and Dylan Rudd. As, more troubles for Luke Rosella. Drops out once, make it twice at the, and he was behind the wheel in both instances. If you thought it couldn't get much worse, the Triple Eight on track potentially for a top 5 position, and we'll see. That car unlikely to take much more part of it if Hayden Bell gets back behind the wheel in time. Yeah, that is another devastating blow there. Triple Eight boys.
Yep. Dropouts, always a risk there. They were running 22nd at the time, and and that's allegedly the reason that Josh Anderson is remaining in the number 1 car towards the end. Madison dropping into the YouTube chat and saying that it wasn't worth the risk of another dropout with Madison driving. So very, very unfortunate there that Mad could not be on track for a longer amount of time, but I think he'll still be very happy to see that Josh Anderson is on track now for a 2nd place finish, potentially first if there's a problem for Jared Filsell and James Scott, but there's a very, very low chance of that. The 94 has been far and away the quickest car on the circuit today.
Has indeed. It's the case of whether these TTR pair can just make a tiny bit of inroads there, as indeed Luke Rosella drops out of the
problem
turbo.
for the 033. Looks like he's dropping.
Nabi.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's still circulating.
P11. Almost. Did he blink out there on us for a second? Because I have seen that car blink before earlier today. Just check out a replay. In behind the 88 of Brenton Hobson, coming into Murray's. No, just runs in way too hot. He's going to lose a couple of spots there to Shepard and Rudd and Costello as well there. So small error there as it's on for 2nd place between the TTR duo.
Oh.
Myers getting to the bumper of Anderson as they exited the cutting. Gap increases to 1.1 seconds between Filsell and Anderson at the front.
Yeah, that's significant there for the 94. They have a little bit more breathing room. And if the TTR pairs start fighting over this podium spot, that will be chances of victory effectively gone for them. But of course, Trans-Tasman Racing is known to be a team that does not do the whole team orders thing. Their drivers are free to race each other at any point. And that, depending on your perspective, is a really good thing because it allows us to see some more fantastic racing between teammates. But yeah, certainly not helping them here at this moment. The gap is now over a second, and that means that these guys are not getting a good slipstream from Jared Filsell.
They're not, no. They've actually lost a couple hundredths on this particular run down Conrod Straight, and no sign of any need to lift here from at least Anderson, who I was focusing on for that particular run down the straight. 295 kilometers per hour max as he came through the kink. Definitely other cars still rolling it into the chase a little bit more so, but we're looking at some cars there in particular who are in a bit of a pack situation. So hey, what's the heck if you roll out and not make an impression on the car heavy for a moment? Probably not the worst thing in the world. Gap still with around a second between first and second as they come up and out of turn number 1. Actually increases through turn 1 there. Anderson seems to have lost a bit of time through the apex and exit for the climb up Mountain Straight here, as it's starting to get pretty exciting for the final place in the top 5. Brad Ryan's having a look at Adam Briggs here as they head up Mountain Straight.
There we are then. Up Mountain Straight, the 143 and the 923 side by side. Briggsy is going to have the inside here for Griffin's Bend, but there's a little bit more rubber out there now. Regardless, it looks like Brad was not quite able to hold on to it, and Brenton Hobson is up into 6th, but for how long? He's going to have to go around the outside of the cutting and try and force the issue here on Brad Ryan. Yeah, inside for Sulman, it can work. He is ahead, and Brad Ryan yields. So the meme remains alive. Everyone in the broadcast chat keeping track of that. Brenton Hobson is in 6th. Pat yourselves on the back.
I mean, is it a meme or is it just a legend continues at this point?
Yeah, I think it might be a legend continues, but I mean, look, it's 2022. There really isn't much of it. There isn't much of a difference between meme and legend anymore, in my opinion.
That's true. I mean, fair enough. take your pick on whichever side you sit on that one there, and stick with it, I guess. So, yeah, pressure relieved on the 143. As Brad Ryan unable to hold it around the outside of Griffin's Bend. It was certainly going to be a bit how you're going there for him, I think. And Briggsy, I think, also able to just keep it away from the apex curve of fraction there, and therefore deny Ryan on the outside any bit of the crowning and the camber in on the inside for good measure. And behind those cars we saw fighting.
Shepard, I think, making his way past Rudd.
No,
Or
that was
defending.
Dylan Rudd closing up nicely in a straight line there. Shepard a little defensive into the apex of the chase, but they stay as they were for another lap at least. Here as these guys climb their way up the hill. Gap at the lead is up to 1.4 seconds. Jared Frisell pushing into the 2:03.6 second bracket here in these conditions. I'm pretty certain now he's quite happy with the fuel burn on his car, despite need to do 26 laps here to the end.
Hansby dropping some wisdom in the broadcast chat. All legends are memes, but not all memes are legends.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. I can work with that one here.
Well,
Yeah,
side by
side
side
back at Griffins. This is Wayne Burke and, pardon me, no,
Ryan Leonage and Chris Coxhead.
Yeah,
13th
Leonage and
spot.
Coxhead. All right, yes. I was like, is there a Burke in there? Burkey's up the road from these two to the tune of about 7 seconds, unfortunately. But yeah, there we go. So side by side between the two of them, it actually isn't an exchange of positions so far as down onto the lane for Jake Maloney in the 29. Where is that car number? Not a black flag that needs serving. And where are they? 8 laps since they last toured the lane, which was a drive-through penalty, mind you. And yeah, P26 for the 29. And a short stop. Tyres, maybe a splash of fuel. Would seem to be the case. Headed back out onto the track with 6 laps to go for them. Your leaders, of course, coming into the final turn already. They'll have 5 to go here at the line.
Indeed they will. And across the line they come to begin lap 157. Keeping our eyes down Conrod Straight, though, coming into the chase. This fight ongoing here as Ryan Leonage goes for the move again on Chris Coxhead. And is he able to pull it off? Yep, Coxhead gives him room. And the youngest driver in the field is through. You know, I think this kid's going to go places, because the fact of the matter is, with how young he is and continuing to drive as well as he is, there's plenty of opportunity there for even more improvement. But yeah, you did shout Chris there. It looks like Coxhead had a bit of an issue.
A bit too deep into Murray's corner, and we'll yield the spot to Blake Neck. As a follow-up immediately to using the spot to Rayhan. Lions will sit on board here with the 208 machine. As just had to be a bit more wary about making sure space was given to the 79 on exit the chase. And yeah, just in hot. Rear's pinch a fraction there, it seems. Keeps it on the asphalt and the exit curb at least, but still not quite the line and momentum he would have been after, as we check back in with your second and third place cars. Still holding, but it's at 1.4 seconds to your race leader, and yeah, it's going to need to be something drastic from Phil Stell in terms of mistake or some untapped as of yet pace from these two TTR cars to make their way back into the slipstream proper.
Right, well, as we continue to watch the top 3 circulate, like a bit of a reminder on what the Endurance Cup is looking like. Oh no, we're going to have to wait. There's a little look up the inside from Brady Myers, but Anderson, despite giving him room, still holding on to the position around the outside of the corner. So the number 89 was in the effective lead of the Endurance Cup after the 201 retired. Am I right in remembering that the 143 was behind them in the standings? There's still some battling going on around here. Dylan Rudd just putting the move on Cory Shepard into the chase, and Shepard having to defend from Brandon Costello and Forzan El Nabi. We'll get a replay of that for you right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly go and compare the point situation as it currently stands. With the 143 in 5th and the 89 in P12. Oh yeah, it well and truly swings the 143 pairing of Jordan Ross and Adam Briggs to step up from 3rd coming into today's race to come home in 1st for the Endurance Cup crown here today. And also will see Sean McNamara and Dylan Rudd promoted to second if they stay where they are currently in 8th place on the road here. So, yeah, with your retirement of the 201 and also the fact that the 1989 has not quite had the pace in the final stint here and is still outside the top 10, will swing in favour of those guys towards the front of the field at this point in time. Inside 5 laps to go here. Race 3.5 as your leaders descend the S's once more. Well, could be on here between Rudd and Shepard once more. Again, drive that that car, the 718, has got over the top. Looks threatening, but again, good enough run off of Frost elbow, and actually watch him pull away with no slipstream.
Yeah, wow, that's a great run, and there's a position change for second. Brady Myers has made his way past Joshua Anderson. That was the move at the chase. The outbraking was done, and into Murray's corner they go. We'll get another look at that, once again, thanks to our friends at Virtual Racing School. It was actually an issue for Anderson. He tried to turn in, and the rear end stepped out on him. He had to correct it, and that ruined the run off the corner. Myers was right there to take advantage. We'll see what happened on board here with Anderson into the turn. Oh, he lost the rear on the way in. Oh, God. Yeah, that was very lucky.
Yeah, second time for Anderson. Just grabbing a tiny bit of grass with the rear end of the car coming into one of these brake zones. Saw it here at Griffin's Bend, and now it seems again at the chase, just misplacing the outside rear corner of the car here in these conditions. Oh, what has Jay done with his feet?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
This fight here just outside the top 10 now, just in behind. Sorry, is over P10 here as it's Rainer Costello in the 96 ERT machine up the inside of did he get the place there? He did indeed get the place off of no, it's been back and forth between those two. Apologies, so holds on for now. And back on the bumper of the 718 incredibly quickly there. Who in turn has lost the rear of the 951 all of a sudden whilst we were checking out all the replays there.
Okay, we'll have to double check that. And, oh man, this has been quite the race, hasn't it? We're still having battling going on as we entered night conditions. It's 6:31 p.m. in sim time, and the drivers are racing in complete darkness. It's like the start of a Bathurst 12-hour out here. And Trans-Tasman duo continuing to fight over P2 as we speak. Nothing doing for the time being, so we'll keep our eye here on 718 of Cory Shepard, who's looking to lose a spot here. Rainer Costello in the ERT 96.
On the fuel save.
Yep, on the fuel save.
Big lifted coast. He's going to lose a spot to El Nabi if he's not careful. 33 tries around the outside of the or inside of the chase, sorry, but can't make it work this time. But it feels like a matter of now when, not if, with the way the 718 is having to really roll it back to now sit in P10. Can they hang on to this spot here? That is going to be pretty important, I would say, as we check back in with the fight for second there. Myers and Anderson still nose to tail. 22 now leads to number 1 up the hill here for the second last time in this race, and looks like apparently a little bit of action here. Hobber!
Oh, no!
Around he goes from P5.
He'd just taken P5 at that point.
Oh, dear. The legend falls. And indeed, following Adam Briggs up the hill on Mountain Straight. Going to head to the inside under brakes here. It's late. But alongside, actually just in a bit too hot, perhaps. Yeah, just in too hot, trying to make sure the job was done there, and gets loose, and then a little bit of a helping hand from one of the cars. So I think that might be the ERT 923, the Brad Ryan, because he's dropped in behind Dylan Rudd, who comes out one of the big movers and shakers in all of that. On board with the 88 here, just out past the crown on the lock stops. It's not enough to straighten the cut, and eventually does get straightened back out. But by that time, Dylan Rudd sneaking up on the left side there as they go. So it's now Riggs still P5, and now Rudd 6th, Brad Ryan P7, Costello 8th, Hobson 9th, falls down Navi up to P10 in all of this because Cory Shepard is lifting and coasting like having to lift everywhere around the track to make it home. So unfortunately the 718 will not be in contest, might even lose a spot to the 89, even though we are on the final lap of this race with your leaders. Yeah, Shepard is massively lifting, by the way, and he's just lost, the 25 lap down, just shot past him at the chase. But about, less than 6,213 metres to go here at this circuit, as it's on still for P2. Hang on, no, it's the 47, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
TTR car lifting off on the inside. What's happening there? Nope, the 22 and the 1 are still locked together to finish off the fight for who will come home in P2, as the rest of the field makes their way up Mountain Straight for the final time here today, Reese.
Indeed. Side-by-side racing. I don't even know who we're looking at. It's so dark. That's Hobbo making his way up the inside of
defending from El Nabi.
Yeah, defending from El Nabi. There was an issue there. Across the top of the mountain though, Myers and Anderson both together. They've been fighting very hard. I didn't say anything, but last lap at the chase they were side by side, and Myers was continuing to try and protect the second place he's just taken from that number 1 car. But out of Forest Elbow for Jared Filsell in the number 94 machine. Remember, this car started in 49th position on track. What an incredible drive from Jared Filsell and James Scott. Qualifying was zero-sum from them. They started right at the back of the field, but they raced hard, they raced well. They're the fastest car on track all day today, and they are going to... Oh, there's contact for second between the TTR cars. It looks like Joshua Anderson has gone off track, and Brady Myers is going back into second place, but into the final corner comes Jared Filsell. Little distraction at the end there, but across the line, the 94 will come. Filsell wins his 3rd V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Myers is going to hold on versus Anderson for 3rd. There's been a late problem for the ERT 923. Brad Ryan off in the gravel trap. We should have a look at P5 coming across the line now, because the 143, I think we can confirm, is the V8SCOPS Endurance Cup champions, Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross.
They are indeed with that result today. Cory Shepard's going to sneak back into P11, pardon me. He's been fuel saving so hard. He gets past Brad Ryan at the line and just stays ahead of Rehan Lineage. We are going to jump to a quick Virtual Racing School replay to see how it all went wrong here at the end. So chasing Dylan Rudd down the Conrod Straight we came for the last time in the middle of the road. A little bit of a bump once, and then that would be... Oh, I can't even tell who it is, but it looks like a Mustang. So across the nose of Rudd and slides through the grass.
Whoa!
Oh, and then smacked into... Now, is that potentially the 96? Yeah, it was. ERT teammate with Rainer Costello behind the wheel. Unfortunately, gets a bit close and they come together. So look at that here into the chase. And tries to come across, but Rudd was... Well, both cars looking a little upset, I think. A little bit of contact on the way in. Unsettled. Let's watch this here. We're a little bit further back.
Yeah, so Rainer Costello, big bump, and that unsettled him a little bit. And then there was contact made as he moved over to the left-hand side. And then Costello bangs into him again. Whoops.
Yes, a bit of a whoopsie indeed. But talk about overspeed difference there for the 96 machine as it came on down behind. And, well, I do believe that's just about everyone across the line. The final car looks like it's going to be the 080 Fishy Motorsports machine to take the checkered flag out there on track. And yep, checkered flags coming through for the cars in pit lane. It means we can now walk through the results as they were at the line here today. The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 in 2022. And well, talk about a powerhouse display there from the 94 of the SSR Boost Mobile Racing entry of Jared Filsell and James Scott. And as I said, despite changing the lineup for that car and after things have been locked in for the Phillip Line 500. They actually win all 3 of your Endurance Cup races for 2022, and they ended up doing so by what looks like not a super competitive margin, but ended up being a pretty confident run out front there for those 2 guys. Brady Myers and Ethan Warren will bring it home, starting P5 to finish in P2 today. They're in their TTR 22 machine and able to get through there at the end on the number 1 of Josh Anderson and Madison Down, who, much like Jared and James, had to work their way from basically the very back. In addition to that, their struggles coming back from a race start, iRacing black flag, and a disconnect for Madison in the car on lap 15. Looking forward to trying to talk to those guys about maybe a little bit about that black flag, since we weren't quite sure what happened with that one there earlier on. Reese. P4 goes to the 117 from Evolution Racing Team of Ethan Grigold and Bo Cubis, able to drive back out there, but unfortunately small mistake from Egg towards the end, sees them sort of on their own there towards the end. And then we get to that battle pack there from 5th all the way through to P10, as it happened to be at the end. The 143 of Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross bring it home and do enough, as we said there, to secure that Endurance Cup championship on points. Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara bring the 951 car home in 6th. Actually one of the few cars to finish where they started this race. Actually the same goes for the 117 machine, I should add real quickly as well. P7 there for the ERT 96 of Raina Costello and Chad Lewis there. 8th place for the 88 of Hobson and Schreier. Unfortunately, small mistake there, trying to take away P5 means that the legend, unfortunately, is interrupted temporarily here today. 9th place for Damien Johnson and Forzen El Nabi in that SSR 033 machine. And rounding out the top 10 here, up 2 spots from where they started this one, Tom Freer and Wayne Burke bring their car home. The 89 machine for SSR Smith and Sons there in P number 10.
Yeah, shame for them. They were running really well early on until an incident for them later on. Late fuel saving for the 718 Racing machine. Started 3rd, could have finished in the top 10, but have to settle for 11th. The ERT 923 comes home in 12th, and it's lucky 13th for the Phoenix 79 entry of Leonage and his teammate in the form of, let me just double check for that, Dylan Pereira. My apologies, brain is firing on all cylinders still. A really good drive there from the 2 of them despite a penalty. The TriStar Racing entry, Blake Neck bringing that car home in 14th place. He and Sam Muir putting on a great drive. The 208 Jinx Shifters machine, Chris Coxhead and Henry King, apparently they had some technical issues towards the end. The front anti-roll bar was turned all the way up and couldn't be turned back down. Regardless, a 15th place for them, very welcome. Analytical Race on Oz, number 13, coming home in 13th place with Tyler Blackburn and Justin Wallace behind the wheel of that one. ERT 21, Bailey Frid and Marcelo Rivera, they had to deal with a penalty along the way, but coming home in 17th. A brilliant drive from the Americans Down Under entry, Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus. Despite that controversy going too fast under a safety car restart, managed to finish in 18th spot. Definitely a fantastic run from those guys, and they should be happy, give themselves a pat on the back. Same for the Banter Alliance entry of James Chastaneuf and Andrew Ritchie, up into 19th from 33rd, and it is 22 positions gained for Cameron Veacock and Matthew Brunt in the SSR WPC Racing 134 entry to round out our top 20.
21st goes to the Send It Simsports 096 of Christopher Ireland and Bruce DeCavallo, and gaining a couple of spots there on their march to that spot there. The DBM Beyond Blue car, another one of the teams to suffer from a driver dropout whilst in or behind the wheel. Robbie Gibbs there, able to bring the car home in 22nd. Unfortunately, they stepped back a couple of spots as a result of that, and a couple of other incidents that they ended up getting entangled in. It's plus 17 though for the 091 Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic of Vincent Skilbeck and Jason Benz. I think they can be pretty happy with that one there today. Reese, 8 places gained for the 04 Analytical Race on Oz car of Ben Smith and Luke Mitchinson. Still plus 25 for the TTR number 29, coming from the very back of the field. Was on potentially for a top 10, but unfortunately got a bit scrappy. Unfortunately also tripped up in some hefty damage for Jake Maloney and Emily Jones at the end. Hopefully there's some positives they can take away from that one. here today. And then the last car to finish on the lead lap is Jamie Dyke, bringing the 080 machine Fishing Motorsports home alongside Blake Delaney there, as they come up 8 spots to finish where they were. And then unfortunately we get into the cars who had a bit of a rough day here and there. And while the next car that suffered dropouts, unfortunately 2 times the charm for Luke Rosello on board this SSR 888 machine today. Hayden Veldo doing a very good job as his co-driver. Just unfortunately, I think those double dropouts really hurting them when it mattered the most. The 087 PPS High Octane Racing of Matty Jones and Brady Baldwin. Unfortunately, we saw it getting caught in a couple of scraps today, and that definitely probably dinted a few things here and there in that garage today. And then we drop all the way back to our pair 4 laps down from the race leaders. The 95 SimSport 43 there. Pardon me, no, the Type Band Endurance car, apologies, in the number 14, Greg Favell. And pardon me, Greg's teammate was Damien Cairns there in that one. They finished 4 laps off the leaders there, and they come home ahead of the 95 SimSport 43 of Craig Schultz and Ben Morris to round out our top 30 cars here today, Reese.
The car of Alex Court and Scott Barton, the After Dark 44, had a tough race. They're 6 laps down. SSR WPC Racing 25. There was an engine failure for Kobe Jones late on, and very unfortunate for he and Kenneth Latter. They had to settle for 11 laps down at the end. A very late retirement for the Sim Blacks entry of Richie Stanaway and Brody Kostecki due to what we presume is a hardware issue at the end of the front straight when they were running second. A real shame. The ANZ Motorsports number 9, meanwhile, they made it back out onto the track, and Ben Christensen bringing it home in 34th place, 18 laps down. Lobs Falcon Esports, a retirement for them, the car of Dean O'Brien and Brad Newman. And same for Simrigs.com DPR 99, Dylan O'Shea and Darren Lobb. Plenty of penalties came in for them over the course of the race. A real shame for Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis in the number 47 Trans-Tasman entry. They had to settle for 37 to 25 laps down, and it's 27 laps down for Rick Kuznetsov and Brian Borg. Their race ended when they had netcode contact with the Trans-Tasman number 29. 39th place, the Pursuit Sim Racing 3 car, the 155, unfortunately with some technical dramas and plenty of crashes, putting themselves out 32 laps down. And then top 40 rounded out by Evolution Racing Team 84. Sebastian Flock and Scott Gamble suffered drama after drama today.
And yeah, in that particular case, it didn't seem like there was much they were doing personally wrong. A lot of wrong place, wrong time for those 2 boys. We come to our final 10 cars who ended up starting this race. The DPR 41 machine of Andrew Dyson and Philip Worley, unfortunately getting caught up in that tangle at the cutting at about the lap 100 mark. The engine blowing on that car sees them out of the race 45 laps short of the finish there. In fact, that means that they were fair ways down the road from 100 when they retired that car. The 952 machine from the 95 SimSport stable, Hayden Sell and Mitch Campbell, unfortunately, they finished 42nd and 46 laps off the lead. Likewise, just ahead of David Kirby in the 307 Fishing Motorsport car there, along with Michael Whiting sharing that ride today. Michael Angus and Matt Whitaker, we saw them unfortunately getting clipped at the chase, in that car, and as a result, hefty damage for them, and then come back out only for the motor to blow 1 lap later. The same place on the track, they retire 57 laps short of the finish for them, unfortunately. And then another car that we saw in the wars repeatedly before its eventual retirement, Riley Bilson and Daniel Misdale's DPR 632 machine, 63 laps short of the finish. A pairing which showed great pace and potential, but unfortunately for Harrison Dengate and Blake Warboys, it didn't go to plan today. P46, 66 laps down will be where they are classified as on the sheets. Sim Racing, number 124, Rob Carmichael and Zach Ski, likewise retiring with hefty damage. 80, about halfway mark there, 81 short of the race. Christian Smart and Jerry Knight, we saw them unfortunately fighting the fence up at McPhillamy Park just before the halfway mark there. They retire 84 laps short. And then, of course, one of the great hopefuls for the race. The Pursuit Sim Racing 201 of Andrew Gilliam and Mike Taliancic with the contact on that safety car lap, and then the motor blow sees them out 91 short of the finish. And our final car on results, the Team Jing Shifters 209 of Thomas Hines and Brett Loxton 102 short of the finish. Well, our podium is all here to chat to us, Reese. We better start, of course, with the drivers who came through on top. I'll hand to you here to speak to our race winners in Jared Filsell and James Scott.
Indeed. Well, big congratulations, guys. A fantastic victory for you. We'll start with you, Jared. The fact of the matter is qualifying day didn't quite go your way, and you were starting on the back foot coming into this one, but certainly it looked like your car was the fastest on track the whole time.
Yeah, qualifying night was a howler for me. That was a massive lapse in judgment on my behalf. But yeah, no, the race car was actually really good, to be honest. At the start of the race, it was quite poor, but we knew that setting up the car, it would come to us towards the end of the race there, which it definitely did, which was handy.
Indeed. And going to you, James, you jumped into the car, I believe, for the start, if I'm not wrong, and you certainly had your work cut out for you trying to make your way through the field. What were you guys thinking about as the race went on and the safety cars came in? How were you playing it?
Yeah, Jared took the start.
Oh yeah, my apologies.
No, that's all right. He did a great job. I think moved up somewhere in the mid 20s, which was good. Obviously, he was pretty fast down the straight, made passing a bit easier. But yeah, in my first stint, just wanted to get my eye in. It was pretty slippery out there with that we were running, but came to us at the end, which was good.
Certainly did. Well, let's think about records here. Jared, you were previously a winner of the Bathurst 1000 in 2016 and 2019, and now you win again in 2022. That's 3 wins spaced about 3 years apart. So I suppose things are looking pretty good for 2025.
That's a pretty cool stat. Yeah, no, I'll see you on the grid in 2025 then. Might as well not show up for the rest of them.
Yeah. Oh, you can thank Isaac Edwards for bringing that to our attention, and I guess I'll leave it to you, Jared, to thank the sponsors and anyone that you'd like to give a shout out to for a fantastic victory from the back of the grid in the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, obviously the big support from the Boost guys as well as Erebus, also Jordan Ross as well with his Wave Runner Performance Centre business. Obviously plastered all over the other SSR team cars, as well as all the guys at the team SSR as well. They've worked pretty hard between now and E-Series once we raced here, so yeah, thank those guys as well as Brody, although he was in a different team car today. Definitely helped having his expertise in the garage setting up the car, so yeah, thank those guys as well as James as well. Can't forget to thank my co-driver.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of James, before we let you guys go, I'd just like to congratulate you, James, on your first V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 victory. Your best finish to date was 5th in 2018 when you were driving with Marlon McMullen, so this must feel good for you.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously one that everyone wants to win, so it's good to finally get it under the belt.
Indeed. Well, best of luck for the rest of the season, guys, and we will let you go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
James Scott and Jared Filsell, number 94. What a stonking performance from those guys. Next up, we're going to go to the drivers of the Trans-Tasman, number 22. Just an absolutely brilliant performance from the likes of Brady Myers and Ethan Warrendown.
It was indeed, and good job to you both, starting up the front of the field today with a good qualifying result from you last night there, boys. And unfortunately, just not quite the pace at the end it seemed to go with Jared, but certainly had to work for it there with Josh at the end, Brady.
Yeah, well, same thing with TTR. We don't make it easy for each other, but we race each other hard and fair, and that was a good exchange. And yeah, really enjoyed that final stint. Unfortunately, didn't have enough pace to track down Jared, but the fight with Ando was enjoyable.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, obviously, Ethan doing a great job there to start the 22 machine and get towards the front there. riding in behind Ethan early on. Looked like, yeah, just sort of managing the fuel and tyre numbers, would you say? Just confirm that for us there in terms of just, yeah, managing things in that opening stint, giving you guys obviously up front and looking pretty comfortable there early on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I just tried to get to the front as quick as I could. The pace early on was really good in the car, so I just tried to maximise that. But as soon as I got to egg, I just saved fuel, and because we're going to pit soon anyway, so there's no point just passing because he's going to sit there behind me. So decided just to sit behind and save some fuel before we pitted.
Oh, indeed, that is certainly a sign of a man who knows what he's doing in this car at this track. Well, it's your equal best finish here at the mountain, Brady, in SCOPS 1000 after P2 with Forza and Alnabi back in 2019. And your now best finish here at the mountain, Ethan, after finishing 5th last year with Jay Burton. I mean, yeah, all things considered, hopefully you're pretty happy with that all round here.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Ultimate, we felt like we were in half in with a shot within the first half of the race, but as a track got colder, we realised we were in a bit of strife and went a bad way with, well, not a bad way, but a not as good way with setup. So yeah, all in all, damage limitation, happy with second, but we need to find a little bit more to fight with Jared consistently.
Yeah, that is true there. And I mean, you speak of damage limitation, it will mean you will be able to extend your personal lead in the Drivers' Championship here as we get past the endurance rounds and get back to solo driving racing action to wrap up season 2022 here, Brady.
Yeah, exactly. That was in the back of my mind throughout the race, but more than anything, I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to try and get a win with Ethan, because we've had some bad luck in the past few rounds, and last year didn't go to plan. So really wanted to try and have a good crack, but obviously with the championship in mind, have a little bit in reserve.
Indeed. Well, before we let you go, guys, who do you want to thank tonight for the result?
Yeah, just like to throw a big shout out to everyone at TTR. We worked really hard on our setups this week, and thanks to Madison and Brock. Those guys put in big hours. To our partner, or my partner, Extreme, to Ethan's sponsor, Card Effects, to TP Race Design, to Virtual Racing School, and just a quick shout out to my girlfriend's dad, Ron. He's not doing so well, so big shout out to Ron.
There we are, Brady. Thank you very much. Anything to add there, Ethan, before we sign off for you guys here?
He summed it up pretty well. Just want to thank him for having me drive his car. It was a pleasure, and to drive with him, it's always good work. And hopefully we can come back next year and do it again.
Well, there we go. P2 for the 22 here from TTR. And, certainly pretty good result. All things considered around there. And it leaves us with one car to chat to here. Reese, also coming from right near the back of the field. Josh Anderson and Madison Down make it P3 this year at the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000.
They certainly do. What a brilliant drive from the both of you, though. Madison, it didn't quite go your way with technical drama in the middle of the race.
Yeah, we didn't quite have luck on our side for this one, but that's how it goes. Sometimes we, not good enough really in a lot of areas, particularly in the first half of the day. So didn't get off to a good start. You know, we obviously the DQ in quali there put us back, and then I jumped the start as well, so that was on me. I didn't double check that the handbrake was engaged and rolled the thing forward, got a penalty, and then I don't have any home internet at the moment, so I'm hotspotting my phone, and unfortunately, a bit of an internet dropout. So but we fought our way back from there, and overall had a pretty good result, pretty good day after that point. Just a bit of a struggle to get going.
Yeah, indeed. And I saw your message in the broadcast chat. I was thinking, Jesus, you're racing with hotspotting your phone. It's amazing that you were able to race people so closely. But I suppose that is a statement as to how good wireless internet can be these days. We'll go quickly to Josh, just because you spent the most time in the car. What was it like for you guys having to work your way up from a lap down, getting back on the lead lap, and then having to try and work your way forward, taking advantage of the safety cars?
Yeah, after we had that unfortunate problem with Mads, that next 50 laps or so worked out quite well for us. So yeah, it was pretty enjoyable. I think our car was definitely stronger in the middle of the day with the track temp up. So that made things better. I think once we got to about lap 100 or so, we just didn't quite have the ultimate speed. But it's definitely, when you're a lap down on lap 40, you don't often expect you to get back to the podium. So it's overall a reasonably good result. I was a little bit frustrated, like with myself, just because I made a few little mistakes at the end. But that's happened sometimes.
Indeed it does, and I think you guys can still hold your head high knowing that you have another Bathurst 1000 podium on the record. In fact, 2 more for Trans-Tasman Racing here this year. So, Madison, you're the leader of Trans-Tasman Racing. I'll leave it to you to thank the sponsors.
Yeah, firstly, I'll thank the team, and Josh today did a great job, as well as Campbell as well. He jumped on and helped us the whole day with strategy and just making sure, just getting that second opinion on everything we were doing. But big thanks to everyone at the team as well. All the other cars, we obviously had 2 cars on the podium, so we had a really good race car for this round. And yeah, it didn't quite capitalise. Would have been nice to win, but overall, a lot of work went in behind the scenes to make sure we were competitive. So big thanks to them. Also, all the sponsors, Virtual Racing School and Parenzo on our car. A shame we couldn't make it back-to-back, but great to have their support. And yeah, obviously all the other sponsors as well, Extreme, Card Effects, TP Race Design. There's a whole bunch of people on our cars that support us, so thank you to everybody.
And thank you for joining us, Madison Down and Josh Anderson. That's going to conclude our driver chats for today. And Dan, we can cast our eyes forward to the next round of V8SCOPS. It's going to be happening on the weekend of the 13th to the 16th of October. And on the 16th, we're going to be racing at one of the newest circuits to be added to the iRacing service. We're going to Winton for a super sprint. That feels good to say.
It does indeed. It's quite the Australian flavour to bring things home, with the exception of the grand finale at the end of November. So from here at Bathurst to Winton Motor Raceway, and then Sandown International Motor Raceway to follow up for the penultimate round of season 2022. Of course, we'll have the support series on the Friday of that weekend there in October. So that will be Friday the 14th of October, and keep your eyes posted for that action there, I would suggest. And also note there that by the time we roll around to this 13th SCOPS round for 2022 race, we will be transitioning to Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So
yes,
for those on the Eastern Coast, obviously clocks will be moving forward an hour. So if you're not following Daylight Time, for example, of course, guys up in Queensland, you'll have to roll the clocks back an hour, and same for you as well over in WA there.
Yep, exactly right. I'm going to have to get it in my head that I'm turning up an hour earlier for broadcasts from that point on. Either way, we want to thank you all very much across Australia, New Zealand, and across the world for tuning in and watching along with us for one of the most scintillating, epic Bathurst 1000s that has ever been run in V8SCOPS history. Big thanks to Too Easy Finance for your support of this series. Also, a big shout out to Logitech G on the support series card. And a big thanks to the crew at Oceanic Sim Racing who got all of this done behind the scenes, and Dan Stevens for jumping in and helping out the guys with sorting out penalties and the like. I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me. Jay Kennedy on production, making everything happen, bringing you these pictures. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, thanks for watching, and bye for now.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything outside. Both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no. That's massive. That's This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?